Yu Zhidong's soul was stuck in the corner of the room, and just like a fly trapped in a sealed house, it could only randomly smash against the walls. Every time it thought it could escape, the dark liquid would force it back to its corner, causing it to be constantly weakened. Even though his soul grew weaker because of Han Li's repeated attempts at trying to cut him with his dagger, what really made him despair was the mysterious black liquid that was corroding his soul. Since the moment the black liquid touched his soul, Yu Zhidong had felt his life essence trickle away, feeble and powerless. It also tore away at the little magic power he had left, which was even deadlier. This prevented Yu Zhidong from performing magic, causing his casted magic techniques to fail repeatedly. It was as if he were completely restricted. "Why are you trying to kill me? Why?" Faced with Han Li's ruthless attacks, the ball of light that was Yu Zhidong released a howl filled with anguish. But Han Li did not care about Yu Zhidong's unwillingness to die. Not long after, Yu Zhidong became quieter as he gradually weakened until he was finally unable to emit a sound or show a hint of movement. Seeing Yu Zhidong's stillness, Han Li did not immediately stop his attack. Instead, he continued to observe the ball of light, which had dimmed until it resembled the weak flame of a candle. After a while, Han Li gave a cold answer. "I would never believe you, a person so despicable that you would easily and willingly swear a poisonous oath that condemned your family and ancestors to a gruesome death under heaven's wrath. If I did work with you, then I would following Dr. Mo to his death." With a chilling glare, he gave Yu Zhidong's flickering soul one last glance before turning around, and without hesitation, he swiftly pushed open the heavy door. With the door thrown open, a few sharp rays of sunlight shot inside and landed on the globe of light. Upon contact with the dying soul, the sunlight burned Yu Zhidong's last remaining soul force, causing it to turn into a curl of smoke that promptly disappeared into the air with a pooh. With this, the last of trace of Yu Zhidong was cleanly wiped away from this world by Han Li. To say that Han Li knew that Yu Zhidong feared the light was not exactly true. He first thought of this idea when he recalled how Immortal, upon entering the room, quickly blew out several candles. If he did not remember this event, then he would still be hacking at the globe of light to no avail, causing an immeasurable worry to arise in his heart. Although Han Li had eliminated Yu Zhidong's life essence with ease, he had prepared an extra tube of 7 poison water in advance in case his plan didn't work. Compared to the 5 poison water which Immortal took away from him, this second tube contained extra ingredients that greatly increased its potency. One of the added materials was the flowered mushroom, which was extremely deadly to normal mortals and even more effective against immortal cultivators. The effect of its potency could be seen in how Yu Zhidong was unable to use magic, allowing his soul to be easily destroyed. This was the reason why Han Li splashed some 7 poison water on Yu Zhidong's soul. From his research of a variety of legends, there was a visible trend that ghosts, monsters, demons, and the like are afraid of chicken blood, black dog blood, and other similar bodily fluids, so in this case, Han Li treated Yu Zhidong as a ghost. By guessing randomly and through pure coincidence did Han Li manage to kill Yu Zhidong. If Yu Zhidong knew that his death was based on speculation, he would have died again from vomiting. Han Li was not clear about all the effects of his 7 water poison, but he was certain that when he opened the door, Yu Zhidong would die without fail, and it was only with this fact reassuring him that he acted so mercilessly and ruthlessly. Now he was finally free and did not have to live a life of constant worry about a knife placed at his throat, nor did he have to be ready to flee at a moment's notice. Han Li calmly strode back to the center of the stone room where he stayed for a moment before he suddenly jumped up a good 3 meters and opened his mouth to shout out his heart's joys. After he finished releasing his pent-up emotions, he finally returned back to the childish nature of a 16-year-old. "I'm finally free. I'm finally free. Han Li's voice was suddenly cut short, almost as if a knife had swiftly descended on him, when he saw the giant man standing in the doorway to the stone room. It was the giant man who Immortal referred to as Iron Slave. Han Li's face immediately became ugly and unsightly as he stared at the giant figure in front of him. He suddenly felt his shoulders ache as he realized that he had committed a huge mistake. He had forgotten about the giant man's existence, and therefore forgot to ask Yu Zhidong about the Immortals and the giant man's relationship along with his weakness. The only consolation Han Li had was the fact that the giant man did not show any interest in the stone room and continued to wander around the premise of the door, still following Imojuren's final command without throwing a single glance into the open room. Han Li couldn't help but furrow his eyebrow as he thought that the Iron Slave was the hardest type of person to deal with, since it did not listen to reason or persuasion and would only follow orders given by its master. The other problem was that if Han Li couldn't defeat him in battle, and the only thing that stood a chance of winning was the poison he concocted. However, the cylinder that once held the poison now lay empty on the floor. This thought caused Han Li to pace back and forth in the stone room, scrambling to think of a plan to deal with the Iron Slave. But after a lot of thinking, his mind was in a mess and he still did not have a plan. Inadvertently, Han Li's gaze fell upon Imojuren's dead body. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe I can find something on his body that can be used to restrain the Iron Slave, Han Li immediately thought. He quickly glanced outside and saw that the Iron Slave was still pacing back and forth with no signs of tiredness or an intent to go near the stone room. Seeing this, Han Li calmed down a bit as he quickly walked up to Imojuren's body and shamelessly stretched out both of Dr. Mo's arms to begin carefully examining every inch of his dead corpse. Han Li removed all kinds of weird oddities one by one from Imojuren's body. Some were items that he recognized while others were foreign to him. He sorted these objects in 2 piles that he placed next to him. While sorting out all the objects, Han Li had a fair share of surprises, causing him to exclaim a few times. The amount of objects Imojuren carried on himself was not small, and some were even dangerous and life-threatening objects. A tube of some mysterious poison, a bag of sand dipped in lethal snake venom, 10 or so incredibly sharp boomerangs. As the number of items on the floor increased, the more panicked and unsettled Han Li became. He realized how lucky he had been when battling against Imojuren. If the other had not wanted to capture him alive, Han Li would have most likely died. After wiping away the cold sweat from his face, Han Li laughed mockingly to himself. Me, a living man, is afraid of a dead man's possessions. After removing all the items from Imojuren's body, he started to carefully sift through all the suspicious-looking items. This small bottle is so foul-smelling, but it must be some kind of antidote, so it should be okay. This weird-looking weapon looks oddly similar to a wheel, and even though I don't know what it's used for, it shouldn't be related to the Iron Slave, so I'll first put it to the side. As for this spice bag, Han Li continued to fiddle and inspect each item while talking aloud to himself, making it seem as if he was in high spirits when suddenly he found himself holding a small bag. Within his hands was a normal-looking spice bag that, under normal circumstances, would not catch the eyes of others. However, Han Li knew that since it was on Imojuren's body, it would not be anything but simple. Han Li weighed the small spice bag in his hands in hopes of gaining insight on its contents, but he only noticed that the bag was exceedingly light and could not possibly contain anything heavy. After weighing it for a second time, he felt that there might be a paper-like object or something similar hidden within the small bag. Han Li prepared himself mentally before opening the bag, and just as he expected, he saw several sheets of paper tucked inside. He glanced at the paper and noticed that it was written in Imojuren's handwriting, which caused a heavy feeling to weigh down his heart. After briefly skimming the paper, he did a double take as he reread the note and realized that it was Imojuren's personal will. Han Li felt bewildered, and due to his curiosity, he carefully read the contents on the few pieces of paper. After he finished reading, Han Li lifted his head upward and stared for a long time before releasing a heavy sigh. Furrowing his brows, he felt an extremely heavy weight descend over his heart. With his hands clasped together on the back of his head, he looked like an old man as he paced aimlessly. He would first walk 2 steps, then stop and ponder upon something. After realizing he couldn't fully grasp his thought, he would continue to pace a few steps before stopping once again to think. Just like this, Han Li continued to pace around, mimicking a donkey circling around Imojuren's body. His face became unsettled. One moment it was bright red, and the next it would turn white, showing the raging emotions he felt within himself, unable to be pacified. If Li Feiyu saw Han Li's unstable mindset, he would probably mock him with loud ridicule. The reason for Han Li's change was Imojuren's will, which left behind some extremely terrible news that left him with one of two difficult choices. Within the antidote for insect corpse pill that Imojuren had previously given him was a rare type of poison that could only be removed by his family's precious warm yang jade. Apart from this treasure, even legendary antidotes could not save him. Written on the few sheets of paper, Imojuren's will clearly stated that the poison he used on Han Li was for the worst-case scenario that Imojuren would die from failing to possess Han Li. So, in preparation of any unsettled business he might have after his death, he decided to include one final, simple exchange with Han Li in his will, allowing Han Li and the deceased doctor to benefit greatly. Imojuren would be able to take care of any unsettled business while Han Li would be able to gain a large amount of wealth and an indescribable amount of benefits. As for whether Yu Zhitong would be the last one alive, Imojuren did not give it a second thought. He only briefly mentioned him in his will, saying that Yu Zhitong was weak by nature and afraid of death, and although he was a bit smart, that was the extent of his current capabilities. Imojuren also mentioned that even though Yu Zhitong was an immortal cultivator, he would never become anything great, and for this reason he was quickly disregarded as being the last person alive. Once Han Li saw this, he laughed bitterly in his heart at how Imojuren did not predict that in the end he would fall into the trap of the innocent-looking Yu Zhitong. If Han Li had not hit his real eternal spring arts cultivation level, he would most likely have ended up like Imojuren, allowing Yu Zhitong to receive all the benefits. Of course, Imojuren had also planned to achieve his fantasies of becoming an immortal cultivator by taking over Han Li's body. It seemed like no matter what kind of cultivator one became, one must not underestimate others. In his will, the trade Imojuren proposed was very simple. He wrote that in a year or two the poison would become effective. To remove this poison, Han Li must make a trip to Imojuren's home. Imojuren had wives and daughters, along with a decently sized business. He had made arrangements for them before he left, but he feared that if he were absent for an extended period of time, his enemies would have evil intent against his family. For this reason, Han Li must rush to protect his wives and family members before the situation escalated and preferably help them escape from the bloody world that is Jiang, so that they can live a normal life without want. As a way of compensating and removing any of Han Li's suspicions, Imojuren's will betrothed one of his daughters to him and gave him a dowry of 1/2 of all his assets along with the Yang jaded treasure. Before Imojuren left, he had given the precious jade to his wives for safekeeping and also explicitly told them that it was to be used as part of their daughter's dowry. So even if Han Li did not want to wed his daughter, he would be forced to. Of course, Imojuren clearly pointed out that his enemies' clans were very large and influential. They also contained many cultivators. The sheer number of members made it hard for the clans to supervise and control all of their members, and with Han Li's current abilities, he wouldn't be capable of dealing with them head-on. For this reason, he specifically prepared 2 false identities for Han Li and carefully hid them in a secret location unknown to anyone besides Imojuren. Furthermore, he even left behind a token belonging to Imojuren and a handwritten letter. At the same time, he also left a list of names that clearly stated his trusted aides, those he suspected of plotting against him, and the names of his enemy clans within his letter. He also wrote out several things Han Li must take note of. Finally, to express the sincerity of his will, he even left behind how to control and summon the Iron Slave and the Cloud-Winged Bird. What caught Han Li's attention was how Imojuren vaguely pointed out the fact that the Iron Slave was actually a soulless corpse whose soul has already left this world plane. After reading this, Han Li didn't know how he should feel about Imojuren treating him well so that Han Li wouldn't feel bad about being used. Even so, ignore the poison within his body. Saying the Han Li's heart was not moved when facing such a large sum of money would be an outright lie. Han Li had always been sensitive to money and was therefore very interested in Imojuren's proposal. As for the betrothal to Imojuren's daughter, Han Li felt an odd feeling well up within himself. He was around the age when he would experience his first set of romantic thoughts. Furthermore, he knew from Imojuren's original appearance that his daughter could not be anything but beautiful. But the risk he faced was no small matter. If he was not careful, he might end up having to pay with his life. Imojuren's enemies are not simple characters. Immortal had carefully constructed a watertight plan to take care of any unsettled business, using the chance to start a new life filled with beautiful women and immense wealth as a collective incentive in order to tie Han Li to Immortal's family, effectively mixing safety and danger together by forcing Han Li to swallow this honey-wrapped poison pill. Han Li paced around the room several times before stopping. Should I accept Dr. Mo's deal right now, or should I wait? I'm absolutely sure there is no cure before making my decision. Han Li was helpless, unable to come to a conclusion. Then, he looked outside at the Iron Slave and thought back at the unintelligible chant left behind at the end of Immortal's will. A sense of curiosity rose within his heart as he prepared the steps to control the Iron Slave. Han Li bent down and retrieved from within the pile of items a brass bell small enough to fit in the palm of his hand. The brass bell was delicately crafted with harmonious proportions that made it look pleasing to the eyes. With one glance, he could tell that it was the work of a skilled artisan. The only difference this bell had from an ordinary one was the bell frame, which had faint traces of blood stains, making it particularly eye-catching. Han Li carefully inspected all the features of this so-called soul-guiding bell. From its surface, he was unable to see what was so special about it, but by following Immortal's struck ions, he could control the frightening Iron Slave. Such an object was inconceivable. Han Li held onto the small bell with his left hand and a dagger with his right hand. Slowly and cautiously, he walked out past the stone door and approached the Iron Slave. When he was 20 feet away from the large man, he stopped walking, unwilling to move any further. If he moved even 1 foot closer, he might not be able to protect himself from any accidents. At this moment, the Iron Slave was standing straight with his back faced towards Han Li. Dang! A crisp and clear sound rang out from the bell after Han Li used his dagger to softly hit the copper bell. Han Li briefly wrinkled his eyebrows. The sound was the same as that of a normal clock, so how could it possibly control the Iron Slave? His heart wavered slightly. His body shrank down a little as he prepared himself to run back to the stone room at the first signs of failure. Hearing the ringing from the bell, the Iron Slave's shoulder shook almost imperceptibly. Seeing this reaction, Han Li felt delighted, and he quickly continued to strike the bell. Dang! Dang! The bell sounded out in quick succession, and the Iron Slave's body shuddered accordingly until even his walking became staggered, unable to stand firmly, causing him to finally fall face down on the ground, unconscious. The Iron Slave's immense body, upon impact with the ground, unsettled a large amount of dust that caused the unprepared Han Li to sneeze consecutively, making him look battered and dirted. But at this time, Han Li could care less about his appearance. He quickly pounced on the Iron Slave and reached his hands out to tear away his cloak, revealing a bloated face that shocked and absolutely horrified Han Li. Han Li forcefully endured the uncomfortable feeling within his heart, unwilling to continue to inspect the Iron Slave anymore. Using his dagger to lightly cut open his own wrist, Han Li allowed some of his blood to flow out unobstructed, dripping onto the Iron Slave's face until his face was completely smeared with blood before Han Li found a clean strip of clothing to tie around his wrist in order to prevent further bleeding. Then he calmly stood to the side to watch the Iron Slave's reaction. Then, strangely enough, all the blood on the Iron Slave's face slowly sank into his skin without a single drop left behind, causing Han Li, who was watching off to the side, to be dumbstruck to the point where he was oblivious to the fact that he exerted too much pressure on the wound, causing fresh blood to seep out of underneath the cloth. Once the blood was completely absorbed, the Iron Slave opened both eyes and slowly got up. He looked incapable of speech. Both his eyes seemed lifeless, without a trace of emotion. But when the Iron Slave turned his head to look at Han Li and their eyes made contact, Han Li heard a wang sound within his mind. A strangely foreign yet familiar feeling arose within Han Li's heart, almost as if something foreign suddenly appeared within his heart. This feeling was like a pet he personally raised, constantly revolving around Han Li, longing for its name to be called out. Han Li was surprised but immediately calmed down because he saw that the Iron Slave's once rigid and deadpan face was now filled with complete obedience. Seeing this gave Han Li the feeling that he was able to control the Iron Slave's fate. It was a fascinating and novel feeling. Han Li suppressed his pleasant surprise and calmly gave the large man a command to test his limits. "Go and tear that stone wall for me." Without saying a single word, the iron slave walked over to the stone door with a few large strides, raised his 2 fists together above his head like a large hammer, and with 3 to 5 strokes smashed apart the door. As swift as a wind, he returned to Han Li's side, awaiting his next command. Han Li, who had been downcast from reading Mo Jiren's will, could not resist any more and grinned widely from ear to ear. With this strong helper always waiting for orders, would there be any normal dangers in the future capable of harming him? Han Li was thinking about his wonderful future while he fervently sized the giant man from head to toe. The more he looked at the giant man, the happier he felt. His originally ugly view of the man now seemed more pleasing to the eye, even going as resembling a familiar face to Han Li. A familiar face? Han Li was both frightened and shocked by his own realization. How could he think that this ugly face looked familiar when it was his first time seeing it? Faced with these questions, Han Li started to closely investigate the giant man's nose and eyes in an attempt to find the answer. Gradually, he discovered that if he were to take the giant man's bloated face and shrink it to its original size, this face would not be considered ugly to look at. In fact, the iron slave's face would even look honest and straightforward, giving Han Li a sight he found both familiar and horrifying. Han Li's face turned pale. After half a day of silence, he reached out both hands to gently touch the giant man's face. "Brother Zhang, is that really you?" His words sounded downcast, making him appear to be tranquil. The face he had pieced together was remarkably similar to that of his good friend, Zhang Tai. Thinking back to Dr. Mo's last few ineffable words, Han Li was completely sure that the giant man and Zhang Tai were somehow closely related. Was it really as it was described in the letter? If the giant man was made from Zhang Tai's empty body, then his soul was already long gone. But how did his body become so huge and frightening? Han Li used his hand to feel the giant man's body temperature while staring into his lifeless and inarticulate pair of eyes. Within his heart, he was trying to guess all the bitter experiences Zhang Tai had experienced. Dr. Mo had most likely colluded with Yu Zhitong to kidnap Zhang Tai, a way of the armored elephant practitioner, giving the false pretense that he left and tricking the numerous eyes and ears within the Seven Mysteries sect. Then, they secretly used some kind of magic technique to remove Zhang Tai's soul, causing his body to become as grotesque as it was now. The effects of their technique were similar to that of the backlash from cultivating the way of the armored elephant. Han Li's guess was not very different from what had actually transpired. After administering his test, Dr. Mo suddenly had the idea of combining the way of the armored elephant with Yu Zhitong's corpse refining technique to create a group of subservient and powerful puppets that could sweep across Jianghu. However, he was only able to create this one soldier who Dr. Mo treated as his treasure. He usually kept the Iron Giant hidden somewhere at the bottom of the mountains, and the only time Dr. Mo took the Iron Giant out of hiding was when he returned to the mountain. But Yu Zhitong was not the least bit interested in this dubious reanimated corpse. In fact, he even snorted disdainfully because when he still had his body, he had been capable of using qi to deal with these kinds of reanimated corpses without much difficulty. In addition, this animated corpse was incomparable to the high-ranked reanimated corpses of cultivators. As a result, it was only useful in the mortal world. The only positive side was that the materials were easier to gather, the process of refining was simpler, and anyone with a little bit of internal qi could use this technique. After a while, Han Li removed his hand from the giant man's face and turned his unsettled eyes away from his body. His gaze landed upon the destroyed stone door, his mind still in a daze. In that moment, he felt his heart grow cold. Not because of Zhang Tai's situation but rather because of his own cold and detached attitude. He originally thought that when he found out about his friend's miserable downfall, he would furiously lift his head up and shout out, "Mo Jiren!" Yu Zhitong with intense hatred. But in actuality, aside from some sadness, his discovery did not stir up any fury. Almost as if the one who fell under these circumstances was not his good friend Zhang Tai but rather a stranger who was not related to him in any way. Was it because he knew that the Zhang Tai in front of him was only an empty shell and not the Zhang Tai he once knew? Or was it because his heart had become too cold? Han Li's cold and detached behavior caused fear to manifest in his heart. He realized right then that he had changed too much to the point where he was foreign to himself. Han Li finally awoke from his stupor and looked at the giant man with eyes filled with turmoil, unsure of how to address him. Thinking of what Dr. Mo said about a lost soul and a walking corpse, Han Li gazed through forlorn eyes and softly said, "Brother Zhang, I imagine you have moved on to the next life, so you have no need for your body. Please allow your little brother to use it. I will definitely be careful, and I hope that you will not blame me for my actions." After saying a few words and finding peace, Han Li faced the giant man and said, "Since you are the body brother Zhang left behind and don't have an independent soul of your own, I will call you Crooked Soul. I hope you can provide me with a helping hand in the future." Learning to Han Li's words, the giant man stood there stupidly without moving, and aside from looking tame and obedient, there were no hints of reaction. It seemed like he really lacked a consciousness and could only be commanded into action. "I can't believe I am saying these words to body that can't even think for itself. This is so silly." Han Li mockingly, he shook his head and lightly strolled inside the stone room. "Crooked Soul, keep up." Once Han Li recovered from his downcast state, his expression returned to normal as if he had never been dejected at all. The truth indeed reflected his guess. He had become abnormally cold-hearted and rational, not able to be easily disturbed by his own emotions. Han Li, who was about to step onto the path of cultivation, was unsure of whether this outstanding change would be a source of great calamity or great fortune. For a short time afterwards, Han Li spent a good half-day in order to deal with the aftermath of the situation. He not only had to bury Dr. Mo's corpse under some big tree but also had to destroy and throw away all the items in the stone room. He even ordered Crooked Soul to beat up the stone room, tearing everything in the room beyond recognition. Only when he was unable to tell the room's original appearance was he willing to stop and rest. After this destruction was over, the day had already transitioned into the evening, and the sun was already setting. Han Li stood in front of what used to be the stone room, now a stone heap, seizing everything up once and making sure nothing was overlooked before he was satisfied. "Crooked Soul, let's go. We still have several matters to take care of tomorrow. It's a pity you don't have a conscience and can't open your mouth to talk. Otherwise, I would have someone I can discuss with, which would help make things proceed more smoothly." Under the illumination of the setting sun's fiery red glow, Han Li dragged along a slender and tall shadow. While walking, Han Li constantly talked to the giant man, whom he referred to as Crooked Soul. At last, he found a companion to whom he could confide in without the fear of being complained against. Crooked Soul's expression was cold and detached, making him similar to that of the leader of a neighborhood gang. After arranging a hiding place for Crooked Soul, Han Li returned to his own dwelling. Once inside his house, he acted like a man who hasn't returned back home in a long time, touching and rubbing the chairs and tables, looking everywhere and talking to himself. "Ah, today was an extremely long day. It seems like this day was longer than the first 10 years of my life." Abandoning all of his worries, he came crashing down on his bed, covered his head with his pillow, and began falling asleep. He was very tired. He could not bear the mental and physical exhaustion. But being able to live is truly wonderful. He couldn't help thinking this, and as he entered into sleep, the corner of his lips lifted up in a slight smile. Han Li lay reclined on the chair that Dr. Mo often sat on, and in his hand, he held a book that read Eternal Spring Arts Incantation on the leather cover. The contents were indeed from one of the volumes of the Eternal Spring Arts Incantation. He read it with keen interest, engrossed by its contents. Dr. Mo often held this book in his hands, reading it countless times without growing sick of it. This abnormal situation used to puzzle Han Li. But today, he found out the reason behind Dr. Mo's strange action, which helped him understand that the doctor had not been looking for some method to maintaining his health, but rather he was trying to hardest to comprehend the Eternal Spring Arts Incantation. Dr. Mo had been unwilling to give up on his own inability to cultivate magic power. Instead of placing his complete faith in Yu Zhitong's promises regarding spiritual roots, Mo Juran had continued to persist in his attempts to understand the eternal spring arts. Han Li discovered this secret volume in a secret compartment along with several other items. The book not only contained the first 6 layers of the chant he had cultivated but also another 2 layers that he has never seen before. This unexpected discovery caused Han Li to feel greatly excited. Once Han Li knew that he was cultivating a legendary technique that could call the wind and summon the rain, his thirst for cultivation grew. After all, who doesn't want to be an immortal deity? When the sun was precisely in the middle of the sky, warm rays shone down through the broad skylight and landed on Han Li, who was reading comfortably, causing him to squint his eyes into thin cracks. Han Li slightly lifted up his head to look at the skylight and felt that it was slightly dazzling. He conveniently used the open book to cover his face and block the shining light of the sun. Once he felt the blackness in front of his eyes, his heart felt more comfortable as he once again silently committed the 7th layer of the chant to memory. He recently discovered that due to his continued use of medicinal assistance, he was about to reach a breakthrough in the eternal spring arts into the 7th layer. The earlier he understood the next few layers, the more beneficial it would be for him when he broke through the bottleneck. More than half-year passed since the day Dr. Mo tried to forcibly seize his body. 2 days after the event, in order to cover up Dr. Mo's death, Han Li personally wrote a letter imitating Dr. Mo's handwriting saying that he wanted to return to his hometown to visit his family. Using Dr. Mo's name, he passed on this letter to one of the sect's senior disciples. Within the letter, he shamelessly used Dr. Mo's tone of voice, claiming that Han Li had succeeded all of Dr. Mo's medicinal expertise and that he could substitute him in seeing and treating patients while Dr. Mo was on his long journey. The fake Dr. Mo was unsure of when he would be back, and so in the letter, he also requested the help of several sect members to temporarily look after his duties until he returned to the 7 Mysteries sect. After handing in the letter, several sect elders clearly did not show any hints of doubt since Dr. Mo often left the mountain for months on end in order to gather herbs. In addition, Dr. Mo had a respected position within the 7 Mysteries sect and was venerated for saving Patriarch Wang's life, so he was free to do as he liked. But several sect elders expressed differing opinions concerning the letter's content about how Han Li has succeeded all of Dr. Mo's medicinal expertise, half believing it while the other half doubted the validity of the letter. Although most of his patients were sect disciples with small cases of fevers, knife wounds, and the like, Dr. Mo's main responsibility was to treat the division heads, elders, and other high-ranking figures. The majority of the other disciples had to find one of the other few doctors on the mountaintop for treatment. Thus, at first, several senior members did not immediately allow Han Li to take up Dr. Mo's responsibilities. They first made Han Li treat some disciples in order to test his abilities. Han Li was not the least bit bothered by other people's doubts regarding his medicinal abilities, and he carried an indifferent attitude for all those he treated. The only reason he proposed to take up Dr. Mo's job was because he fancied the God Hand Valley and its decent medicinal garden. If he could continue to stay within the mountain valley and let everyone in the mountain valley fall under his control, he would be able to freely use his secret jade bottle in the mountain valley to speed up the growth of rare herbs without fear of other people discovering his secret. Also, even though this small mountain valley was currently inhabited by one person, if Dr. Mo did not come back after a period of time, the division heads or elders might take back the valley on a whim. As a result, in order to demonstrate his medicinal prowess, Han Li expended large amounts of energy to treat the throngs of disciples who came to look for aid and secretly used the rare herbs whose growth he increased every day. Thus, his medicinal knowledge coupled with his magnanimous use of rare and precious herbs caused those who came to receive medical treatment to believe his ability to create miracles after eating medicine that immediately cured their ailments. As he predicted, word of his medical ability that was claimed to be able to bring back the dead spread like a loud thunderclap on a clear day, rapidly causing a sensation throughout the whole 7 Mysteries sect. Everyone on the mountain knew that within their ranks existed a young, talented medicinal god. This medicinal god's abilities were so profound that they were unmeasurable. Under his rescue and medical attention, regardless of whether it was external injuries, internal injuries, or any other miscellaneous or deadly injuries, the most he needed 3 days to return a patient to full health. Compared to Dr. Mo's medicinal abilities, Han Li's prowess seemed to soar with great success. In reality, Han Li's medicinal abilities were more lacking than Dr. Mo's, except Dr. Mo would have never squandered so many precious herbs. So he was far surpassed by Han Li when measuring the length of recovery. Han Li once again helped a seriously injured disciple recover back to full health in a few days. Seeing Han Li's feats, the high-ranking figures could not sit any longer. Barely one day passed before they sent someone to invite him over. This time, the person who wanted to meet him was unexpectedly someone he had met before. It was the sect leader Ma who Han Li had met at Bone Refining Cliff. This sect leader Ma had clearly long forgotten Han Li, a nondescript unofficial disciple. Thus, when he met Han Li, he clearly expressed his wish to allow Han Li to take over Dr. Mo's job. Furthermore, Han Li could enjoy all of Dr. Mo's benefits. Of course, Dr. Mo's venerated position could not be given to him yet because Han Li was still too young. At 17 years old, Han Li could not cause others to worship him. But then again, his official monthly salary depended on his position. In the end, sect leader Ma even expressed how if there are anything Han Li was dissatisfied with, he could bring it up and they would take care of it accordingly. Sect leader Ma's generous attitude made it clear to Han Li that as long as any conditions he brought up were not excessive, the sect would most likely deliver it. With the sect's help, his anticipated objective could be easily reached. But then again, this kind of generous treatment was not often seen in the entire Seven Mysteries sect. It was obvious that the leaders of the sect were fully aware of the importance a highly talented medicinal god had for cultivators in Jianghu. As a result, Han Li did not hold back and asked that God Hand Valley would be handed over to be his personal residence. He claimed that he did not want outsiders to disturb him in the valley while he researched and studied the art of healing. This condition was not one that was naturally accepted by sect leader Ma. The sect leader probably wanted to rope in Han Li and unexpectedly took the initiative to offer Han Li a young and pretty maid to serve his daily needs. Han Li, suddenly faced with this unexpected bargaining chip, felt his heartbeat quicken, and just as he was about to tacitly agree, he calmed down and thought of all the secrets he was hiding. Feeling a bit distressed, Han Li rejected the offer. Han Li's action caused the sect leader Ma to show considerable admiration and to view him in a new light. He continued to compliment Han Li, saying that at such a young age, Han Li was quite handsome and that if sect leader Ma had a daughter, he would marry her to Han Li. Han Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these words because it wasn't that he rejected feminine charm but that he couldn't afford to at this moment. And just like this, the entire God Hand Valley became Han Li's private territory. Outsiders were not allowed to casually enter. Regarding any visitors, Han Li specifically placed a large clock at the entrance of the valley. It didn't matter who wanted to meet Han Li, they just needed to strike the clock, and Han Li would promptly exit the valley to meet them. This eccentric rule was written in bold characters next to the clock. Even a few of the middle to upper rank members could not avoid this rule. The reason why Han Li laid down this eccentric rule was to completely prevent any last possibility of the secret of his bottle from leaking out. As long as no one broke into the mountain valley, Han Li could guarantee the bottle's heaven-defying properties from being known by a second party. At first, this rule was not an issue for the lower-ranked disciples, but it caused many high-ranking members to be very dissatisfied. They believed Han Li viewed himself too highly, not knowing how high the sky was or how deep the earth was. Not even Dr. Mo was this haughty, so how could Han Li, a trifling disciple who just finished his apprenticeship, dare to act so presumptuously? But after Han Li saved someone who suffered a heavy and life-threatening wound from the brink of death and aided in his recovery, all signs of complaint disappeared without a trace, and no one brought up the eccentric rule again. No one wanted to offend someone who may save their lives countless times like the medicinal god over a small and trivial matter. They naturally believed that forcing visitors to ring a bell to meet him was a strange habit unique to temperamental medicinal gods. The following days passed one by one, and even the sect elders gradually followed Han Li's rule. When they wanted to ask for medical help, they would send someone to respectfully sound the big clock to call for Han Li. God Hand Valley's eccentric rule gradually turned Han Li into a legend of sorts in the Seven Mysteries sects. What was ridiculous was that he was not even ranked in the sect. He didn't have a high-ranking position, nor did he hold any position of power. He was still a low-ranking disciple. But then again, who has seen such a popular disciple in the sect? Even the sect elders who came to visit him would address him as Dr. Han. Not many people dared to directly address Han Li by his name. Of course, this did not apply to Li Feiyu, also known to Han Li as senior disciple Li. Li Feiyu still maintained his cold and detached disposition in front of others, but every time he saw Han Li, he became sloppy and carefree. His treatment of Han Li had not been changed by his new identity as a medicinal god. Unlike Fatty Wong and the other disciples who had drifted apart and became more respectful, there were no traces of politeness whenever Li Feiyu addressed Han Li by his name. This made Han Li feel a bit of gratitude. He still wasn't accustomed to living a life of solitude. Just thinking about Li Feiyu's expression whenever he laughed, Han Li couldn't help but think of another individual's face. Recently, he unexpectedly met someone else who had ridden the same carriage as Han Li up the mountain several years ago. Now an inner sect member of the 7 Supreme Division, Wu Yan had contracted a strange illness that was untreatable by all of the doctors who were sent to treat him, tormenting him to no ends. In the end, he had no choice but to use sect leader Ma's name to ask for Han Li's help to cure his illness. Wu Yan's memory was quite good, and when he met the famous Dr. Han, he recognized with a single glance that he was one of the children who came on the same carriage as him. Han Li. His face revealed a shocked look that was still fresh in Han Li's memory to this day. That year, Wu Yan's attitude towards Han Li was not exceptionally good, even a bit vile. Seeing Wu Yan's awkward appearance, Han Li truly felt like laughing. Normally, he would not treat Wu Yan's illness because of their shared history, but in order to not damage his reputation as a medicinal god, he even increased the amount of prescribed medicine so that Wu Yan would recover from his illness in 2 short days. During the period of recovery, however, the large amount of prescribed medicine made Wu Yan suffer even more pain. This was Han Li's way of lightly reprimanding the previously vile-tempered youth. Han Li was not as magnanimous as he appeared to be. He wouldn't forget a single grudge. Just like this, Han Li slowly replaced Dr. Mo's position on the mountain and was even considered to be 1 tier above Dr. Mo. In God Hand Valley, Han Li would take out the small bottle, put it inside an empty space within the valley, and allowed the mysterious green liquid to form every 7 to 8 days. With the mysterious green liquid, he would hasten the growth of rare and ancient herbs, which he would refine into medicine with the utmost care. Only a small portion of these herbs were used on those who visited him to seek medical aid. The majority of the herbs were taken and used for Han Li's personal use. He would use them to cultivate and refine Yuan Qi and to push forward in his cultivation of the eternal spring arts. Han Li gently shifted the body within the late Dr. Mo's chair to find a more comfortable position. Although the chair he sat on was indeed Dr. Mo's armchair, this place was not Dr. Mo's house but rather Han Li's residence. He had taken all the items he thought would be useful from Dr. Mo's house and, with no trace of politeness, claimed them as his own, moving them into his own residence. As for the position in which Han Li was sitting, even if someone saw his disrespectful actions, they would not do anything because in their eyes, the current Han Li's worth far exceeded that of Dr. Mo's. People were surprisingly very realistic and practical. Dr. Mo's residence was far bigger than Han Li's, so moving into the bigger house would have been more suitable. Unfortunately, Han Li thought that living there was a bit weird. After all, he was the main cause of Dr. Mo's death. Brazenly living in the house of someone he killed with his own hand would cause his heart to become heavy and cold. As a result, living in his own residence was far more reassuring and comfortable to Han Li. However, whenever he thought of Dr. Mo, Han Li would naturally be unable to forget the sad fact that he was still under the control of a dead person. In the period of time after Dr. Mo's death, he carefully examined his own body, both internally and externally, countless times. He was still unable to refine that thread of cold yin qi hidden within his dantian. Han Li tried to use the pure spirit powder and other famous poison-dispelling methods, but sadly none of them were effective. It seemed like the long journey he would have to take in 1 year's time was unavoidable. Han Li, who had been sitting still for half a day, suddenly raised his left hand and straightened one of his fingers, making him appear unfathomably mysterious. But not long after, The space half an inch away from his erect fingertip suddenly fluctuated, and several small sparks of fire appeared. When the sparks first appeared, they immediately made a zila sound as they twisted and turned in the air to form a walnut-sized ball of red flames. Although this fireball was not big, a blistering heat emanated from this small ball of fire, permeating the entire room. As Han Li reclined, his face was still covered by his book. He appeared to be asleep, if not for the fact that the small fireball at the tip of his finger continued to release zila sounds of high-temperature combustions. This, coupled with his unmoving fingertip, made Han Li appear particularly eye-catching. As minutes inched by, the fireball continued to maintain the same vigorous energy, not revealing any hint of being extinguished. However, Han Li eventually shifted. The finger he used to support the fireball started to tremble slightly. The trembling from his finger grew to affect his wrist, then his entire arm. Soon, even his whole body started to tremble. Abruptly, Han Li sat up on the armchair, not even aware that the book had fallen away from his face and onto the ground. His two eyes stared unwaveringly at the fireball on his fingertips. His face red from holding his breath. From his forehead to his neck, his exposed skin revealed many small beads of sweat, appearing as if he had just finished performing some intense exercise that made his body overheat. After a short while, the fireball started to sway alongside Han Li's intense rocking. The floating flame would be large in one moment, then small in the next, unable to maintain a constant state. Not long after, it became small once again. The flame shrank into a spark and dissipated into thin air. Once the fireball disappeared, Han Li felt like a man who had his backbone removed. His fireball had greatly consumed his energy. Extremely drained, he reclined his body once more on the chair. This fireball technique is vexing to train in. Even though I've researched this technique for half a year, I'm still unable to have complete control over it. The most I can manage is extend its duration by a little bit. Talking to himself, Han Li stared at the ceiling. It turned out that the last few pages of the Eternal Spring Arts book contained several magic techniques. At first glance, it was evident that these were beginner-level techniques for cultivators who just entered the sect. Since all he knew was the Eternal Spring Arts incantation, this made Han Li feel like he obtained a treasure, and for several consecutive nights, he was unable to sleep due to his excitement. Since he had witnessed firsthand Dr. Mo using a few of the magic techniques, it was no surprise that he would be this excited. Han Li had found Dr. Mo's strength terrifying, so he viewed the formidable collection of techniques with great interest. Unfortunately for Han Li, who was currently at the peak of the 6th layer of the Eternal Spring Arts incantation, he was like a beggar holding a golden bowl and asking for alms. Since he was never taught any basic magic technique, he was unable to perform even the simplest spell. But now he suddenly came upon several technique incantations. How could he not be pleased? The final pages of the book had 5 techniques and their respective incantations. They were Fireball, Soullock Talisman, Imperial Flight, Telekinesis, and Heaven's Eye. To Han Li, all of the techniques and their incantations were still very ancient, profound, and hard to comprehend. This was no surprise since the incantations were composed of words and phrases from an ancient language. Even though he had read quite a few books, he had a very superficial understanding of the ancient texts, so he was unable to immediately grasp certain meanings. Helpless and without a choice, Han Li finally began studying the Eternal Spring Arts as if his life depending on it, driving straight into piles of different books that were related to old classical languages. He bitterly studied the incantations' meanings every day and night, racking his brain several tens of times over every phrase and every word. Refusing to quit, Han Li was resolved to completely comprehend all of the techniques listed in the book. Even though he had never gone to a school or academy to obtain a formal education, he understood that making a mistake while cultivating boundlessly powerful energy would be more difficult to deal with than an infuriating obsession and might very well take this small life of his. Thinking of his own personal well-being, Han Li was filled with trepidation and fear, not daring to be even a slight bit careless. After 3 months of intensive research, Han Li finally was able to gain a level of mastery over the theory behind the incantations and apply them. As a result, he was finally starting to truly practice these techniques. However, Han Li's insane method of studying delivered a large mental blow to his enthusiasm and stamina. He had originally planned to rely upon his intelligence, which was enhanced by the eternal spring arts, and thought that learning magic techniques shouldn't be difficult, but who knew that he would suddenly oddly become baffled. He obviously knew the theory behind the techniques, but when it came time to applying them into practice, he could never manage to succeed. No matter what he did, he could not do it right. He did not know whether it was because the spells were wrong, he read the incantations incorrectly, or his magic power was not in the right place. Unable to discover the reason why, Han Li felt extremely slow-witted. Han Li did not know what was causing his failures, but if it was a deficiency in magic power, he would eat another 2 spiritual herbs and the problem would be solved. However, this was a problem that he was unable to wrap his head around. Han Li came to the conclusion that his innate talent for performing celestial arts was not as great as he thought it was. It was only after a long period of bitter training that he finally gained a bit of success in the fireball technique and the heaven's eyes technique. As for the other 3 magic techniques, he did not succeed. He was unable to even reach their initial layers. With great dismay, he could only concentrate on the fireball technique and heaven's eye technique. He placed quite a bit of hope into these 2 celestial arts since they were the only ones he could comprehend. Among these, the fireball technique's power did not disappoint Han Li. In fact, it greatly surpassed Han Li's expectations. Despite of the fireball technique's small size, it contained a terrifyingly high temperature that could not be underestimated. There was nothing that the fireball technique couldn't burn. Even if the fireball touched a blade made of tempered steel, the area the fireball touched would immediately be melted into liquid steel upon contact. Faced with this inhumanly frightening power, Han Li even threw the fireball into a puddle of water to test it. Upon contact, the reaction of the puddle of water was similar to that of oil, and immediately lit up instead of extinguishing the fireball. After thoroughly understanding the fireball technique's immense power, Han Li finally realized why Yu Zhitong looked down upon mortals with a lofty attitude. Now that Han Li thought about it, a mediocre cultivator who knew a celestial art similar to the fireball technique could easily kill experts in Jianghu. If it was a slightly stronger cultivator, then he could easily sweep across Jianghu, unrivaled under the heavens. The difference in power was simply too immense. It was no wonder that Yu Zhitong looked at normal mortals as if they were insects he could crush underfoot. As for the other techniques, Han Li held high expectations for the heaven's eye technique after witnessing the terrifying power that the seemingly simple fireball technique contained. After executing it, however, Han Li understood that this magic technique was simply a small transfer of energy into one's eyes. There was hardly any difficulty worth mentioning, making it appear as if it were easy to master. However, the heaven's eye technique seemed easy to master because its difficulty was directly proportional to the strength of its target. It grew increasingly more difficult to master it as the target's strength increased. Its functions focused primarily on checking the strength and purity of the magic power belonging to cultivators, making it a useful support-type magic technique. At first, Han Li was exhilarated and used the heaven's eye technique on both of his eyes. He then used his eyes, now filled with magic power, to inspect his own body's condition. Through his enhanced perception, he saw a dim layer of white light permeating his body. The closer he got to his dantian, the more dense the white light became. The white light was his magic power. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but extend a hand to touch the white light. However, he felt nothing at all. He noticed that magic power was similar to air. Both were incorporeal and without form, and only through the use of the heaven's eye technique could he hope to inspect it. But after several consecutive inspections, Han Li completely lost all interest in the heaven's eye technique. His loss of interest was due to the fact that he was all alone in the entire Seven Mysteries sect. Who could he use the heaven's eye technique on? He couldn't possibly spend the whole day narcissistically examining himself. Therefore, aside from intensifying his training of the fireball technique, which he hoped to be able to familiarize himself with in order to use it during actual combat, Han Li turned his attention to other types of magic technique that he had yet to learn. He began practicing other magic techniques slowly and in a repetitive manner, hoping for more breakthroughs. Slightly regaining a portion of his body's energy, Han Li could only sigh after thinking about the difficulty of training in other magic techniques. The frequency of his complaints, however, decreased significantly over time as he continued practicing the techniques. Dong dong. The clock near the valley entrance was sounded, its chimes spreading into the valley. Han Li wrinkled his eyebrows. He didn't know why, but recently, the amount of people who came for help had suddenly increased. Furthermore, a majority of them had broken hands, broken arms, knife wounds, projectile wounds, and other similar external injuries. He did not dare to neglect his patients because aiding a person is like aiding in putting out a fire. He collected himself and grabbed his medical bag. After exiting his house, Han Li made a beeline for the valley entrance. Outside the valley forest entrance early in the morning, Han Li saw a high-ranking disciple wearing embroidered clothing. The disciple anxiously paced to and fro near the big clock like an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing Han Li, he immediately hurried towards him. "Dr. Han, please follow me. My master has been poisoned and is on the verge of death. I respectfully ask if you would take a look to see if you can remove the poison from his body." As this person approached, Han Li realized that the disciple had a familiar face. Having seen him a few times, he realized that the man was Elder Li's most favored disciple, Ma Rong, who had previously come to visit Han Li several times on behalf of his master, Elder Li. Therefore, Ma Rong could almost be considered an acquaintance. "Poisoned?" Han Li asked while immediately walking down the road. As they hurried along, Han Li asking darkly about the details behind Elder Li's misfortune. Han Li was aware that there were some poison that even he himself had no experience with. "Yes, my master got into a fight with a member of the feral wolf gang while traveling down the mountains to take care of some business. In the end, he was not careful and suffered an attack from a dark green seed-looking item. At first, my master was not overly worried and even retaliated by killing his opponent. Who knew that the poison would suddenly take effect on the way back up the mountain, causing him to fall unconscious? Have you tried to seek the aid of other doctors?" "Of course we did. If it was any ordinary poison, then I would not have come to trouble Dr. Han. Those quack doctors, other than knowing that my master suffered from a rare poison, knew nothing else. They did not even dare to prescribe a medicine." Ma Rong spoke with an extremely dissatisfied face. As Han Li listened, his facial expression did not change. As he hurriedly followed Ma Rong down the path, the only noise he made was N. Soon, however, doubt arose in his heart. Truthfully, he was not extremely well versed in curing poisons. If it was an internal or external injury, he could depend on several types of medicinal herbs. If he had to treat some rare deadly poison, however, he was not sure that he would be able to provide a solution to the problem. Even though he had the pure spirit powder, an antidote that could cure hundreds of poisons, the world contained an innumerable amount of poisons. Who knew whether the pure spirit power could cure the specific poison that was harming Elder Li? The few local doctors were not completely useless in the healing and dispelling poisons. Otherwise, they would have been kicked off the mountain by the elders of the Seven Mysteries sect. After all, the sect could not afford to raise a group of incompetent medical disciples who were unable to heal even the smallest of injuries. However, they did not dare to even prescribe a simple prescription, showing that this poison was a troublesome problem that they have never encountered before. Han Li could only survive by having many hidden cards and being able to adapt himself to any situation. Even if he was unable to save Elder Li, it wasn't likely that it would lower his own reputation. After all, there was no medicinal god that could cure every sickness. As Han Li was carefully refining his plan, Ma Rong practically forced Han Li to run lightly while grasping the sleeves of his garment. In this manner, the two hurried towards Elder Li's residence. Seeing him so energetic, Han Li knew that their master-to-disciple relationship was pretty deep. Han Li felt slightly sorrowful because he thought back to his relationship with Dr. Mo. Although they were master and disciples in name, their actual relationship was similar to two enemies. If only their relationship had been as harmonious as the one between Ma Rong and his master. In the depths of his heart, Han Li had always held a form of respect towards Dr. Mo. After all, his medicinal knowledge and eternal spring arts had been imparted to him by the deceased doctor. But sadly, things were not meant to be. The heavens dictated that the two would be unable to live in the same world, forcing them fight an intensive battle in which Dr. Mo died accidentally by Han Li's own hands. Thinking about his past memories, Han Li couldn't help but sigh. Afterwards, Ma Rong brought him to Elder Li's place. Elder Li's residence was not extravagant. Instead, it was merely a small, humble house. Surrounding several houses in close proximity was a 2-meter-high, half-a-meter-thick dirt wall encircling a simple courtyard. Facing the path was an arched, half-moon gateway through which Han Li could see that the courtyard was filled with many visitors. Stepping into the courtyard, Han Li realized that the actual number of people was much higher than what he saw from outside the gate. They gathered in groups of 2s or 3s, discussing Elder Li's state in low voices. Han Li had already heard that Elder Li was a good-natured person in the Seven Mysteries sect. Regardless if one was a lower-ranked disciple or an esteemed colleague, he rarely got angry with anyone, nor did he scramble for power and profit in the sect. As a result, many figures in the sect, both the important and the insignificant, had nothing but compliments for the old man, causing his popularity to be very high. Not that Elder Li was suffering from a poison-induced illness. Everyone with high status in the sect would eventually pay their respects either personally or through a representative. Not a single person failed to do so regardless if their reason for coming was heartfelt or hypocritic. As a result, the courtyard soon became filled by a throng of people. Once Han Li came in, he was recognized by the people in the courtyard. The lowest protectors immediately surrounded him, each striving to be the first to greet him. "How are you, medicinal god Han?" Dr. Han came. A wave of well-wishing rang out and continuously battered his ears. Even if he didn't want to hear the endless noise, he had no choice but to endure. Seeing these faces brimming with enthusiasm, Han Li similarly showed a bright smile that did not lose to the crowd in terms of splendor. However, although he appeared to be extremely courteous, he was actually sick of false pleasantries. Fortunately, those with high status, such as the vice sect leaders and consecrated elders, implicitly nodded their heads in Han Li's direction, showing their acknowledgement of his arrival without making a move to approach him. Seeing that they did not make it uncomfortable for Han Li by making him greet them, Han Li had a good impression about these esteemed individuals. Because of Ma Rong's low status, he was unable to anything besides stand to the side with a look of concern. As the protectors tried to get closer to Han Li with their constant stream of pleasantries, Ma Rong's face revealed worry, while both of his bands rubbed against each other non-stop. Finally, after Han Li finished greeting the last person, Ma Rong couldn't wait any longer and immediately rushed forward, grabbing Han Li's arm with one hand and charging straight into the house. This rude and impetuous action angered a few people who wished to get on good terms with medicinal god Han, revealing a bit of their displeasure. On the outside, Han Li had a forced smile, but he was actually quite pleased with Ma Rong's decision. This way, he could finally get rid of those incessantly annoying people without having to offend anyone. With a sense of urgency, Han Li was pulled into living room by Ma Rong. There were not very many people inside, except a few family members and 2 elders. Sect leader Ma was also there, but what surprised Han Li the most was that Li Feiyu was also inside the room. Han Li was shocked. According to what he knew, there was no relationship between Li Feiyu and Elder Li, so why did he showed here? Just as his stomach was about to burst with questions, Han Li noticed that senior disciple Li was comforting a petite girl with tears flowing down her face. Li Feiyu's highly focused expression was laced with traces of emotion, a look that was very different from the one he usually showed to his fellow disciples. Looking at Li Feiyu's enamored appearance, Han Li suddenly realized what was going on. Startled, he couldn't help but think that it was extremely funny. Han Li promptly and carefully scrutinized the young lady's appearance, wanting to see just what kind of beauty could make Li Feiyu disregard everything for the sake of love. The young lady looked to be around 15 to 16 years of age and was wearing a jasper hairpin. In addition, she wore a lotus green dress, giving the originally sweet and pleasant facial features a naughty and mischievous air. Despite of this, her 2 eyes were swollen red, making her seem lovely yet pathetic. Her dejected appearance gave people an urge to lovingly bring her into a hugging embrace. "Ziz, she really is one fair young lady," Han Li exclaimed for several moments in his heart, thinking that Li Feiyu falling under this lady's love snare was pardonable. In his heart, there was still a trace of envy and jealousy, not knowing when he himself would also be able to have an intimate companion. Maybe it was because he realized that Han Li was studying this young lady, but Ma Rong was quick to introduce everyone within the house to Han Li in order for him to establish a sense of familiarity. Sect leader Ma and a white-faced elder Qian whom Han Li had saw before naturally did not need any introductions, and he immediately took the initiative to step forward to check the body. "Greetings, sect leader Ma, elder Qian. Hee. The young Dr. Han has arrived." Sect leader Ma acted as if he were Han Li's close friend, almost as if there was no difference between their status. "Dr. Han is Dr. Han. Why do you have to mention the word young?" Han Li silently cursed within his heart in disagreement with sect leader Ma's phrase. On the other hand, elder Qian's attitude was cold and detached. He merely nodded his head, acting in complete opposite to sect leader Ma. Han Li was not offended by elder Qian's indifference, since he knew that elder Qian practiced a special cultivation method that required him to sever his feelings and desires, causing him to treat everyone with the same cold and indifferent attitude. In addition to sect leader Ma and elder Qian, there was another tall, sturdy, and red-faced elder with whom Han Li wasn't familiar with. This elder's palms were rough and coarse, and all 10 of his short fingers were thick and solid. From this, it was evident from a single glance that this elder trained in a special martial art. "This is Elder Zhao, my master's close friend. His previously job was to supervise the treasure-gathering division outside the mountain. He just came back 2 days ago," Ma Rong said while introducing the elder to Han Li. Towards Han Li, Elder Zhao was neither cold nor warm. He made an N sound with his nose, not saying a word, but the doubt in his eyes was evident. He clearly didn't trust the invited medicinal god Han's skills due to his young age. Since Elder Zhao didn't seem to have a favorable attitude towards him, Han Li would naturally not take the initiative to fawn over Elder Zhao. Following Elder Zhao's example, Han Li used a flat tone to give his respects, then tried his best to avoid the other person. It was obvious that sect leader Ma sensed the pair's animosity. Not only was he not worried, his face revealed a hint of a cheerful look. Even though young Dr. Han is of a young age, his medicinal skills can be said to have reached perfection. "I believe that under Dr. Han's care, Elder Li can rise from the brink of death," he suddenly said, praising Han Li's medicinal abilities. "Really? With him being so young, is his medicinal expertise that exceptional?" "Well, I don't really believe you. Don't tell me that his medicinal knowledge is even better than Dr. Mo's medicinal knowledge." After hearing these words, a few family members became at a loss, unsure of what to do. They didn't want to place Elder Li's fate in Han Li's hands, nor did they even hope that this little medicinal god could cure the poison and save his life. To open their mouths to refute Elder Zhao's words also did not seem appropriate. The party in question was Elder Li's friend and also an elder in the Seven Mysteries sect. Hee. Elder Zhao is not aware that little Dr. Han is Dr. Mo's proud disciple, and his medicinal expertise already far surpasses that of Dr. Mo. Vice sect leader secretly smirked, adding firewood to the fire. Even if this little boy of about years of age started learning when he was still in his mother's womb, how exceptional can his medicinal expertise be? "I still won't believe you unless I personally see it with my own eyes," said Elder Zhao, shaking his head like a palm leaf fan. He was still unwilling to directly criticize Han Li and thus fall under Vice sect leader's trap by offending someone whom he shouldn't have offended. Elder Zhao might have seemed like a rude and impetuous individual, but regardless of his attitude, he was not a fool who would rashly insult another member of the sect without confirming the identity of the person he was judging. After all, he had been able to hold the high status of an elder and maintain this position. In response, Han Li rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Why do I need to prove to you whether my medical skills are good enough?" He knew that sect leader Ma intentionally drew out this response, but Han Li still felt a bit depressed. It was very apparent that this Elder Zhao and sect leader Ma were not of the same faction and even had a bit of a hostile relationship. The mixed circular palm that Elder Zhao practices in has been trained to perfection. Its might is boundless, sect leader Ma said. Seeing Han Li look displeased with Elder Zhao, sect leader Ma felt the joy within his heart become even stronger, making him uncontrollably cry out random and strange phrases. Hang! How can it compare to sect leader Ma's highly polished mysterious finger? It seemed that Elder Zhao did not care for the other's identity as a vice sect master. Deadpanned and with no traces of politeness, vice sect master Ma retaliated with a phrase of his own. Ha! Elder Zhao has wrongly praised me. It was evident that sect leader Ma, a type of person who hid knives within their smiles. He did not really mind Elder Zhao's sarcastic tone, smiling as he calmly received the other's false compliment. This was not the first time Elder Zhao had faced this type of situation, nor could he do anything about it. He could only shut his mouth, unwilling to nag with his thick-skinned opponent. He inwardly felt that there was something he couldn't wrap his mind around concerning the other's words. Even though sect leader Ma was not in the same faction as Elder Zhao, this was the first time they had revealed the conflicts of the upper echelons in front of so many juniors. It was unknown whether there were any tricks involved. As he listened to the two opposing parties exchanging harsh words, Han Li's expression did not change in the least as he pretended to be ignorant and unknowing of everything. But within his heart, he knew that sect leader Ma was once again trying to instigate a rift in the relationship between Han Li and Elder Zhao. Sect leader Ma had been indirectly attacking his opponents with words ever since he met Han Li, trying to rope this highly skilled medicinal god into his faction, thus expanding his influence. However, Han Li had never even considered joining the Seven Mysteries sect's internal struggle for power. It was not because he was intentionally aloof from political and material pursuits or that he was arrogant, but because ever since he came into contact with Dr. Mo, Yu Zhitong and similar people of high status, his aspirations were a lot higher, especially since he learned two different types of spells. He already viewed the Seven Mysteries sect's internal struggle with minimal importance. Although Han Li was not weak, he did not want to offend those of a higher status. It was for this reason that he chose to avoid giving a clear reply, neither accepting nor declining the invitations from the upper echelon. Just like that, it was sect leader Ma's turn to have endless headaches. Even though Han Li's profound medicinal skills made it so that he could act stubbornly, Han Li was dragging out his response for too long of a period, making sect leader Ma extremely frustrated. To this day, Han Li had still refused to join his faction, nor had he given a direct answer. But in order to prevent Han Li from entering other factions, sect leader Ma had to do his best to ruin the relationship between Han Li and the other upper echelon members, inciting disharmony. Whether these childish tactics were effective or not, Han Li did not know, but up until today it was the first time that an upper-level faction had annoyed him greatly. Right now, sect leader Ma was doing his best to undermine Han Li's opinion of Elder Zhao, presumably wanting him to have no good memories of this elder. Ma Rong, noticing the start of a cockfight, felt a bit of panic within his heart and hurriedly continued his introductions. "This is my master's wife, Li Shi." He began by pointing at a middle-aged woman who had some resemblance to the young lady. This is. The young lady by Li Feiyu's side was introduced last. Her name was Xianxia. Unexpectedly, she was Elder Li's niece. When he introduced Li Feiyu, the other intentionally pretended to not recognize Han Li, revealing a cool, unapproachable appearance. This made Ma Rong, who had initiated the introductions himself, feel awkward. He hurriedly whispered an explanation to Han Li, saying, "Protector Li has always been like this. This is his normal temperament and is not specifically directed at you, Dr. Han, so please do not take this personally." Han Li smiled slightly, knowing that Li Feiyu did not want to reveal their relationship in front of so many people. "His demeanor means nothing to me. I would not lower myself by begging for attention from other people. Right now, it is better to look at Elder Li's condition than to waste time by arguing. Saving lives is more important." Han Li intentionally made a dismissive comment toward Li Feiyu. Ma Rong, upon hearing this, put his heart at ease and invited everybody into the bedroom of the sick patient. After hearing Han Li's statement, Li Feiyu's lips twitched a bit, appearing nonchalant. When everyone turned their bodies, he suddenly made a funny face towards Han Li's direction, then quickly returned to his normal appearance, making it seem as if nothing had happened. Han Li strongly resisted his urge to smile. Soon after, he closely followed senior disciple Li's footsteps, coming up to the front of elder Li's bed. Upon seeing the facial features of the person on the bed, the normally bold Han Li couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Now he finally understood why the other doctors were not willing to prescribe medicine. Right now, the originally benign-faced senior elderly remained unconscious, but there were spots of poison, the size of copper coins, extending from his face to his neck region and from his hands to his legs. Each spot of poison appeared to be different from the others because they varied in a plethora of abnormally bright colors. Everyone who saw them became visibly apprehensive. What was even more problematic for Han Li was that Elder Li's lips were greenish-black and his facial features were enshrouded in a layer of dark air. This meant that the poison was in its late stages, thus making the complex task of saving Elder Li's small life more difficult. Han Li locked his eyebrows and remained quiet. He had just finished taking Elder Li's pulse and examining his tongue and pupils. He made a cursory decision that this poison was a blend of different poisons, the same as the aromatic coiling silk he had used before. Han Li didn't have the ability to remove the poison by targeting one type of poison at a time. He could only try to use the pure spirit powder and other unorthodox methods. Thinking about this, Han Li secretly cursed the other doctors who didn't have the courage to remove the poison and pretended to look like they were investigating, thus leaving him with this difficult problem. After a moment, Elder Zhao could not hold back anymore and asked, "You small child, can you save Elder Li or not? Say something. Elder Zhao, you are too impatient. Can't you see that Dr. Han is trying to think of a solution? Be more patient." Before Han Li answered, sect leader Ma, who was standing nearby, once again pretended to be Han Li's ally and taunted Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao stared and opened his mouth as if to say something, but Han Li didn't wait for him to start talking. He gave a slight cough, halting further conversation. Han Li's cough raised a surprised look from the people inside the house. At this moment, Han Li remembered that he was only slightly over 10 years old, but he, albeit somewhat comically, coughed like an old man. The irony of the situation, however, didn't matter. He had completed his goal and didn't want to listen to the pair's argument anymore. This is a blend of different poison, which makes it very troublesome to remove. I can't promise that I can completely remove this poison, but I can try. The process of removing the poison is risky, and it may even hasten Elder Li's death. Do you still want me to proceed? Han Li pretended to be awkward and finished his statement. For him, it was better to not take the effort to remove the poison, seeing that his chances of succeeding were not very favorable. Han Li's words made the family members look at each other. No one dared to agree and let him immediately start removing the poison, but they knew that other than Han Li, no other doctor would be capable of curing Elder Li. After a while, Elder Li's wife, Lady Li, suddenly asked, "Dr. Han, what is your rate of success for saving my husband?" 50%, Han Li said without hesitating. "Very well. Dr. Han, please do your best to save him. If anything happens to my husband, it will be because of the will of heaven. I will never resent you, Dr. Han." Lady Li showed no hesitation, making up her mind so decisively in a manner that Han Li didn't expect. "Sister, you're not going to reconsider. I think it's incredibly risky considering that this doctor is very young." Elder Zhao grew slightly anxious and wanted to dissuade Lady Li from being overly impulsive. "I've considered it thoroughly. If Dr. Han doesn't remove the poison, my husband will not live past tonight. Why not take the risk and try even if there's only a 50% chance of success?" Lady Li put her head down and said softly, "This?" Elder Zhao could not reply with even a single word. Han Li briefly glanced at the other individuals and seeing how they did not oppose Lady Li's decision, he removed a green porcelain bottle from his medicinal bag. From within the bottle he took out a red medicinal pill. "Someone bring a bowl of warm water Dissolve this pill within the water, and have Elder Li drink it. I'll go. A clear and melodious voice rang out before Han Li finished speaking. Right after answering, the red-eyed Xianxia, who had been previously standing to the side, started walking out. Li Feiyu stared distractedly before following her out. This caused Han Li to not help but feel unbridled disdain towards Li Feiyu. A moment later, Xianxia walked in with a helpless face, both hands empty. Li Feiyu followed closely behind, carefully holding a small white porcelain bowl. The crowd within the room, upon watching this scene, couldn't help but feel a bit of a smile within their hearts. Their faces revealed the happiness of watching a good show, making Xiao's face blush and give forth a rosy red halo. Her hands rubbed against each other, revealing the appearance of a helpless and humble daughter. Xiao's reactions lowered the nervous atmosphere in the room, easing the tension within their hearts. Li Feiyu straightforwardly gave the bowl to Lady Li. Dr. Han, please verify whether this bowl of water will suffice. Lady Li turned her head to ask for Han Li's opinion. It will do. Han Li swept his eyes over the white bowl. He then took the bowl with a single hand and threw the medicinal pill into the water. In a blink of an eye, the entire bowl of water was dyed with a red color. Have Elder Li drink this immediately. Women are more careful, so it will be better if you accept the task. Han Li stretched out his hand and the bowl towards Lady Li. Lady Li hurriedly agreed, not daring to decline Han Li's request. To her, every single one of Han Li's words affect her husband's life, so how could she not listen attentively? Just what is this medicine? The wide-eyed elder Zhao asked with trepidation, voicing the question everyone in the room wanted to know as he looked at Lady Li pour the big bowl of medicinal water into Elder Li's mouth. This is a type of antidote that I personally concocted. Hopefully, it will be effective against the poison within Elder Li's body, answered Han Li, downplaying his profound medicine. He did not want other people to know of the pure spirit powder's existence. It would be better for him to keep a low profile so that this spiritual elixir would not bring him a headache. After the time it takes to eat a meal, the veil of dark air covering Elder Li's face began to recede, gradually turning light. The spots of poison on his body turned from dark to light and started to shrink. With these obvious changes, even an outsider would be able to tell that the poison in Elder Li's body was progressively being eliminated, pushing Elder Li on the path of recovery. After seeing this, the people within this room couldn't help but feel their faces beam with happiness as they looked at Han Li in a whole new light. Only Elder Zhao was unable to completely wipe away his view towards Han Li, using his nose to make a soft hong noise, but his expression had softened quite a bit. Seeing how he had not taken any other steps to alleviate the poison, and yet it was already vanishing, even Han Li was startled. The effectiveness of the pure spirit powder completely exceeded his expectations. His next thought was that perhaps the poison afflicting Elder Li had not been as impressive as he thought it was. Seeing these positive developments, Han Li had some concerns, and there were two reasons why. The first reason was that he had just said that the process of counteracting the poison would contain some risks, but the poison ended up easily dispelled. The others might think that he had intentionally tricked them. Wouldn't that be the same as slapping himself on the face? Secondly, if the pure spirit powder was so effective in dispelling poison, how come it couldn't treat the poison within his own body? This made him feel even more anger and concern regarding the poison within his body. Han Li secretly cursed, but he silently maintained the smile on his face. In order to maintain his image as a medicinal god, he had to act as if he had planned everything in advance. Han Li's calm appearance helped him deceive those who were present, letting them believe that the efficiency of the medicinal pill was within his expectations and making them feel more admiration towards him. Sect leader Ma smiled very cheerfully and lightheartedly, showing a sense of pride as if Han Li was already his subordinate. He was currently the one who was the most likely to gain Han Li's support, and as a result, he laughed as joyously and freely as he did. But not long after, the situation took a drastic change. Not good, Xianxia cried out in fear. The black air on Uncle's face is resurfacing. These words caused everyone to become startled. A few of them gathered impulsively around Elder Li to take a closer look at him. Elder Zhao was among them. Upon hearing Xianxia, Han Li felt his heart pause momentarily, but he did not immediately join the crowd. Instead, he stiffly moved closer to the front of the bed. Lady Li was a meticulous lady with a sharp perception, and she hurriedly called out for 2 juniors to move away from the bed and make room for medicinal god Han so that he could make a diagnosis. Han Li, seeing that there was a space near the bedside, calmly walked up to carefully investigate the situation. Approximately after the length of time for half a stick of incense to burn, Han Li was positive that the poison had not been completely removed, leaving behind a faint and indistinct black air on Elder Li's face. Having reached the final verdict, Han Li slightly turned his head to glance at Xianxia, thinking that this young lady had made a fuss over nothing. Han Li's gaze contains a bit of disapproval that was discovered by Li Feiyu, who had been constantly staring at Xianxia. He returned Han Li's glance, unwilling to allow Han Li to offend the goddess of his heart. Han Li was speechless. It seemed that once Li Feiyu fell to the snares of love, he would value his beloved over his friends. Han Li returned his composure and continued to scrutinize Elder Li's condition, refusing to be nagged by a simpleton of a man who had been easily swayed by a woman. Aside from the remaining black air on Elder Li's face, the spots of poison on his body, upon reaching the size of a soybean, maintained their size instead of continuing to grow even smaller. Due to the remaining poison in his body, Elder Li still remained unconscious. Seeing the current situation, Han Li knew that he might finally be able to use his backup plan and not have to worry about the lies he told. It was just the right time to demonstrate his own foresight. "Fetch a basin full of clear water," Han Li said with an unquestionable tone. This time, the task did not fall upon Xianxia. Ma Rong rushed out before anyone could respond. Han Li turned around and solemnly said to Elder Qian and sect leader Ma, "Next, I will need 2 people to help me, using their inner strength to force the poison within Elder Li's body to move towards a few key acupoints. I will then use an acupuncture needle technique to release the blood and detoxify the poison, forcing the poison out of his body. Will you 2 will be able to handle it?" Sect leader Ma's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but he still agreed. Elder Qian, on the other hand, coldly nodded his head and agreed in a straightforward manner. "Why do you have to specifically use those 2 people? Am I not qualified to help?" Elder Zhao asked unhappily, believing that Han Li had underestimated him. Han Li silently sighed, knowing that he had to clearly explain to this obstinate man. The mixed circular hand that Elder Zhao practices should be based on external martial art techniques. Thus, regarding the purity of inner strength, I believe that sect leader Ma and Elder Qian are much more suitable. Han Li said in a patient, warm tone. This? Towards Han Li's tactful reply, Elder Zhao was at a loss for words. Han Li no longer felt any resentment towards this buffoon and spoke to the rest of the people in the room with a commanding tone. "Aside from sect leader Ma and Elder Qian, everyone please step outside for now. The method to remove the poison from Elder Li is not suitable for people to watch. It requires absolute silence, so we must not be disturbed by others." Once Han Li finished speaking, his words made the people in the room feel foolish. Lady Li was the first to understand as she respectfully said a single phrase, "I leave my husband in your care." She was the first to discreetly leave the room. With Lady Li as an example, the others, regardless of whether they were willing or not, could only return one by one back to the living room. After Ma Rong brought back a basin of clear water, Han Li immediately hurried him out and tightly closed the doorroom, leaving a crowd of confused people looking at each other in dismay outside the room. A quarter of an hour passed by, but the door had yet to open. Even though the only obstacle separating the crowd from the interior of the room was a door, not even a single sound was heard from within. This peculiar silence caused the crowd of people, who was waiting for news, to be irritable and restless. A trace of a shadow wordlessly crept into everyone's hearts. Even Lady Li, who initially appeared to be calm, had some hints of restlessness, not to mention the fiery-tempered Elder Zhao, who had paced the living room back and forth countless of times. Just when the people in the living room had completely lost all their patience, The room door opened with a zhezhi sound. The crowd reflexively shifted their gaze for a moment, converging their eyes at the same place. The atmosphere immediately became heavy while containing a bit of anxiety. Han Li calmly walked out. His weariness was evident on his face, but when he saw the crowd of people and their intense stares, he revealed a small smile. Everything's fine now. The remainder of the poison has been completely removed, and after a good night's rest, Elder Li will regain consciousness sometime tomorrow. Han Li said these words with great confidence. In reality, he himself did not think that the removal of the poison would proceed so smoothly with not even the slightest complication. After hearing these words, Lady Li and the others revealed a smile one by one. Their originally depressing attitudes completely swept away. Several impulsive people wanted to barge in and take a look, but Han Li stretched out a hand and stopped them all. Elder Li's body is currently very weak, and it is best that avoid too many people or loud noises to expedite the expulsion of the poison. Sect leader Ma and Elder Qian have expended a great deal of inner strength, and are currently readjusting their breathing. I think that the less people enter, the better. The best-case scenario would be if Lady Li were the only one who could enter, Han Li told Lady Li solemnly. After hearing these news, Lady Li could not possibly have any other thought. She swiftly nodded her head and could not help but express her thanks to Han Li. She soon rushed into the room by herself in order to see her husband with her own eyes. Upon entering the house, Lady Li smelled a strong odor and saw sect leader Ma and Elder Qian sitting cross-legged in front of the bed with their eyes closed and in the process of harmonizing their breathing. In the space between the two people, a basin of black blood emitted a horrid stench according to Han Li. Their faces were a bit pale due to the large amount of energy that they had expended for the sake of treating Elder Li. Lady Li's heart was suddenly filled with gratitude towards the two men. Although she did not know any martial arts, from what she had just seen and heard, she knew better than to bother the two people and quickly slowed down her steps, lightly approaching the front of the bed and looking towards the person lying in the bed sheets. She only saw Elder Li sleeping soundly on the bed. The painful look between his brows had completely disappeared, although his face still looked greenish-yellow. The black qi was gone, and the poison spots on the body also disappeared, leaving behind tiny scars that were nearly invisible to the human eye. Seeing that the poison had almost been completely removed, Lady Li couldn't help but cry out in joy a moment later. She wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. She remembered that she should go back and thank Han Li again, and thus she promptly gathered herself and quietly walked back to the living room. Once she stepped out of Elder Li's room, she was immediately surrounded by people who assaulted her with rounds of questions that never ended, so she did not have the chance to see Han Li. She couldn't help but be surprised at the fact that Han Li was absent, so she hurriedly asked Ma Rong and the other people where he had gone. After listening to their reply, Lady Li realized that Han Li had prescribed a rejuvenating drug before leaving, nimbly excusing himself, not staying a moment longer. After hearing this, Lady Li was speechless for quite a while, but within her heart she had already made a firm decision. She decided that once Elder Li's body recovered, the couple, husband and wife, must personally pay a visit to Han Li and give a large sum of money in thanks for saving Elder Li's life. Lady Li did not notice that within the room, aside from medicinal god Han Li, there was another person missing. Li Feiyu had left instead of staying around Xianxia like a constant shadow on the side of some obscure small road. Han Li, who had recently left Elder Li's house, was laying on the grass with his hands under his head, relaxing under a lush and dense tree. Just when he had finished counting to 1,000, a black shadow suddenly pounced on his body. He became very aggressive, as if he was deeply annoyed by the disturbance. "Hey! Stop messing around. How come every time we meet you always try to jump me? I'm not Zhang Xiu'er." After Han Li finished speaking, the black shadow nimbly turned around in midair, landing on Han Li's side as light as a feather. His posture was elegant to the extreme. It was precisely Li Feiyu who had followed him. "Han Li, wouldn't that dark and swarthy appearance of yours be completely shamed when compared to Lady Zhang Xiu'er?" After hearing his words, Li Feiyu was irritated, and gently lifted his right toe to poke at Han Li's buttocks in a reprimanding manner. Hearing his response, Han Li rolled his eyes and smoothly stood up. It seems that our senior disciple Li values his beloved over his friends. I truly am not prudent when it comes to making friends. Stop speaking nonsense. What did you call me out for? You have to know that I finally found a rare opportunity to get close to Xianxia, but I'm wasting it by meeting with you. If you can't say something worthwhile, then don't think you'll be able to get away with it. Li Feiyu appeared to be distraught and deeply angered by Han Li because he was randomly called out. Did I call you out? How come even I did not know of it? Did I personally say it? Han Li intentionally pretended to be shocked by exaggerating his surprise. When you came out of the room, you winked at me. Unless I was blind, how could I not understand that this was a hint for me to follow you? Stop beating around the bush. Is there something you need to tell me? I really need to get back. Li Feiyu turned his body and left, preventing Han Li from being able to tell whether or not his attitude was a bluff. Han Li did not plan to continue teasing his friend. His expression suddenly changed as he sternly told Li Feiyu, "Don't blame me for being meddlesome. As your friend, I want to confirm something. Does Xianxia know that you are taking the essence extraction pill, and that you only have a few years left to live?" Upon hearing these words, Li Feiyu turned silent. His face became deadly pale, without a visible hint of blood. Han Li sighed softly, knowing that he did not need to ask any further. The answer was evident in Li Feiyu's expression alone. Why must you interfere with my affairs? Li Feiyu's expression was extremely sorrowful, finally speaking after a long, agonizing pause. Han Li did not reply to Li Feiyu's question. Instead, he softly patted the other's shoulder, trying to console him. You must have heard before that if you invest too much in this kind of relationship, your sorrows will only grow. Han Li finally spoke what was on his mind after Li Feiyu had somewhat calmed down. He phrased this with a wise tone, making Li Feiyu pause for a moment. I am trying to pull you out of the trap before you fall too deep so that you will suffer less pain in the future, Han Li warmly said, supplementing his words. Li Feiyu looked at Han Li with a strange look in his eyes. What? Do you have a problem? Asked Han Li. He was disturbed by Li Feiyu's gaze and hurriedly looked at him up and down. You little brat. How old are you that you can speak this way? Why do you speak as if you were an old, rosy hand when it comes to relationships? Don't tell me that you have already experienced the love of a woman. Li Feiyu suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Of course not, these words come from reading books. I think they are very reasonable, so I use them to explain things to you. Oh, so it's like that, I say. How can a presentable man with an unrestrained and natural appearance like no less about matters of the heart? Do I need your lengthy criticism? Our relationship exists only in my mind. Li Feiyu released a lengthy sigh, continuously patting his own chest, as if he had received a big scare. Han Li was speechless. Wasn't this fool's recovery way too quick? He was just talking about living and dying, and in the blink of an eye he was once again laughing like an idiot, still an emotional person. But Han Li was stubborn as a mule and asked, Are you really giving up on Xianxia? You won't take action when you see her in another's embrace. Li Feiyu's giddy appearance immediately turned extremely cold. Filled with killing intent, he declared, I will chop off the hand of anyone who dares to touch Xianxia. I don't care about the things that happen after I die. But as long as I'm alive, Lady Xianxia belongs to me. The tone of his words could turn anyone into solid ice. Han Li looked at Li Feiyu's domineering face with respect and remained silent, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Li Feiyu's imposing air was abruptly retracted, returning him back to his jovial self. He suddenly winked his eye at Han Li and loudly said, What do you think? Wasn't my imposing air realistic? Wasn't it overflowing with such an air of dominance, a formidable quality, that it made you admire me to the point of prostrating yourself in admiration, immediately resolving your heart to vow your loyalty and devotion to me? Hearing these arrogant words, Han Li couldn't help but laugh bitterly because he was actually moved by the Li Feiyu's resolute words. However, Li Feiyu's last words immediately reverted him to his true colors. Han Li harshly stared at him for a short moment and gnashed his teeth together before saying, Formidable character? I see you're more like a coward. Li Feiyu did not mind this harsh criticism. Instead, he started laughing loudly in a very carefree manner, apparently very happy that he could manipulate Han Li in this way. However, Han Li slowly recovered his composure, and while Li Feiyu was still laughing, he indifferently said, I have already reminded about your predicament, which you clearly understood. Now I will solemnly ask you once again. Would you be willing to dispel your martial arts? If you do, I might still be able to prolong your life for a few more years, enabling you to live with Xianxia for a longer period of time. Will you truly not consider this option? Li Feiyu's laughter suddenly choked to a stop. His face deepened and his eyes fiercely pierced into Han Li, who closed his mouth. But Han Li's expression remained the same and did not falter in returning his gaze. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Li Feiyu retracted the penetrative gaze from his eyes. His complexion returned to a much better state. Han Li, I have already told you that I will definitely not consider voluntarily discarding my martial arts. I know that you are looking out for me, but don't mention this again, all right? He said with an unyielding attitude, his words containing a beseeching tone. Moreover, do you think that Zhang Xiaoer will be able to look up to me if I became a mediocre person without the strength to even win against a chicken? Li Feiyu asked with a mocking tone. Han Li was speechless. He turned his head to one side, and his eyes followed the small road that Li Feiyu had come from. After calmly looking around for a moment, he opened his mouth to say, Since you have already made your decision, then I will no longer try to persuade you otherwise. Hurry up, you should leave right now. Hopefully you and Lady Zhang Xiaoer can become a happy couple. At Han Li's words, Li Feiyu's face was immediately covered in a smile. He strongly patted Han Li's shoulder several times. Good brother, these are the kinds of words that I love to hear. As of today, they are also the words that make me the happiest. I will be leaving first. With a few leaps, he disappeared down a small road, his silhouette vanishing without a trace. Oh, how it aches! Han Li quickly grabbed at his shoulder. Li Feiyu's multiple slaps had secretly contained inner strength, making his shoulder immediately swell until it looked like a small red bun. This time, his suffering was not small. This fool actually used inner strength to retaliate just because I poked at his sore spot, Han Li thought, grimacing in pain while fishing out a medicinal paste. He took off his upper garment to spread the paste across his shoulder to heal his injury. Sigh. It is with great difficulty that I finally do a good deed. But this is how I end up. I really am not suited to doing good deeds. I should probably get back to comprehending my magic techniques. The next time I see him, I'll get my revenge for this incident. Han Li thought with a hint of annoyance. After a long stretch of time had passed, Han Li turned 18 years old. In this period of time, the Seven Mysteries sect and the Feral Wolf Gang had continued fighting until they finally declared war on each other. Since then, several small skirmishes and big clashes had broken out at the border between the two powerhouses. All of the disciples, including Han Li, were affected by these battles, making Han Li feel endless sorrow and grief. The large clock outside the valley rang out more frequently than usual as a result of the increased number of injuries, giving Han Li the opportunity to practice quite a few difficult medicinal techniques, causing him to have great progress in his medicinal expertise. But even with Han Li's magical hands that seemed able to bring the dead back to life, there were still quite a few high-ranking sect members who had succumbed to their injuries. They either died in the battlefield or on the way back from the front lines, not even giving Han Li the slightest opportunity to save their lives. It was also because of this that both sides revealed their young prodigies, who assumed the positions of their fallen comrades. These talented youths included Wuxia Sanying Erbao from the Feral Wolf Gang and Jie Shuangxiong from the Seven Mysteries sect. Li Feiyu was also included among these talented youths because he had personally beheaded Zi Yizhang, thus obtaining the revered position of division head of the External Blade Division. Li Feiyu could already be considered as a person of high authority. His relationship with Zhang Xiaoer was also progressing rapidly, already to the point where marriage discussions were held. Aware of the upcoming marriage, Han Li could only sigh. Who could know whether what Li Feiyu was doing was right? After all, he was not Li Feiyu nor had Han Li walked in his shoes. Thus, Han Li was incapable of making a decision regarding Li Feiyu's course of actions, but thinking back, Han Li would not have had the courage to seek for his loved one's hand in marriage while knowing that his death was imminent. As a result, Han Li could only pretend to be deaf and mute. He was aware that no matter how close he was to Li Feiyu, there were some lines he could not cross. Li Feiyu was his good friend, so of course Han Li had to be considerate of his choices. Additionally, an extremely important matter recently occurred, forcing him to divert a large portion of his attention. Through countless failures, Han Li finally learned how to use the Imperial Flight technique. The Imperial Flight technique was similar to Heaven's Eye technique. Both of them were supplementary techniques and could only be performed on one's own body instead of on others. However, its practical use was better than Heaven's Eye technique by a substantial amount. After using Imperial Flight technique, Han Li felt his body become as light as a swallow. Just by lightly tapping his toe on the ground, he was able to flash by several tens of feet without expending the slightest effort. In addition, the high-speed sensation of rushing through the air was so addicting that Han Li would wildly run around the valley 5 or 6 times on a daily basis. Aside from his small addiction, he became an expert of Qigong. Of course, this acceleration was different from acceleration achieved by using the technique, shifting smoke steps. Shifting smoke steps was the sect's secret technique that made the impossible possible by using a copious amount of power to increase speed within a short distance. This kind of movement technique could only reveal its greatest potential in narrow spaces. In contrast, Imperial Flight technique gradually used magic power in small amounts throughout its execution, minimizing the burden on the body. Han Li was capable of running wildly at will without developing any of the symptoms that were normally exhibited when the body was undergoing extreme stress. Moreover, this technique would continue until he ran out of magic power or until he willingly stopped supplying magic power. As a result, Imperial Flight technique was an essential technique commonly used by low-level cultivators while traveling across the land. Since mastering the Imperial Flight technique, Han Li had become even more intrigued by the potential of the other 2 magic techniques, Solok Talisman and Telekinesis technique, so he spent large amounts of time and energy, hoping that one day he could make a sudden breakthrough like he did with the Imperial Flight technique and gain a flash of insight. But after spending some time on valuable research, Han Li discovered that he was unable to use these 2 techniques. It wasn't because of an inherent defect in Han Li's constitution, but rather because his body wasn't strong enough for either technique. As described in the book, the Solok Talisman was a type of charm that one had to prepare beforehand. Han Li used yellow paper that he bought from a nearby small town and followed the book's instructions, drawing the pattern with a writing brush. Even though the book did not describe what materials should be used to create the talisman, he kept thinking back to Dr. Mo's silver-colored talisman. He naturally adopted the use of this precious and luxurious silver powder. Whether this material was effective or not, Han Li did not know, but his homemade talisman soon looked exactly like the illustrations found in the book. What a shame! Even though the talisman's appearance was identical, it was still not enough. Whenever Han Li performed the activation incantation, the writing on the magical talisman would not emit a dazzling silvery light that had appeared back when Dr. Mo used the Solok talisman. Nothing strange or out of the ordinary occurred either. It was an utter failure, causing him to fall into a predicament with no room for improving it. He didn't know whether his failure was due to an error in chanting the incantation, his inability to grasp how to do it, or a mistake in creating the talisman. But after a more recent investigation, a different result was revealed. After an intensive series of studies about materials, folklore, and magic techniques, Han Li finally discovered that the talismans used by cultivators were not objects that ordinary mortals would recognize. They were not made of ordinary papers and materials, but rather materials that only cultivators would know how to process into talismans. These materials could only be found in special areas accessible only to cultivators. Because of this, even though he had performed the incantation gesture perfectly, he never succeeded. Telekinesis technique also followed the same logic. Han Li used to believe that he could cast the telekinesis technique on whatever item he casually picked. He practiced on common household items such as knives, blades, etc., but failed in every attempt. But now that Han Li was more informed, He finally understood that the telekinesis technique could only control objects that had been specially crafted for cultivators. It would not work on ordinary items. As a result, Hanli took the weird and bizarre items he gained from Dr. Mo, including the soul-luring clock and the 7 silver knives used in the 7 soul-devouring technique, and used them as a medium for the telekinesis technique. After some experimenting, however, not a single item could be used to perform the technique. This made Han Li be extremely disappointed. None of these items could be used with the telekinesis technique. He had no choice but to stop until he found a suitable object. Since he knew that his problem was a lack of suitable objects for the Soul Lock Talisman and the telekinesis technique, Han Li could only shift his attention elsewhere. He intended to take the other secret martial arts skills and magic techniques in order to combine them and increase his own strength, raising him to new levels in a relatively short period of time. After entertaining this wild fantasy, Han Li once again resumed his bitter and difficult training. He quickly completed several small achievements. After several attempts, he successfully fused together the shifting smoke steps technique and the imperial flight technique. Although he thought of it as a fusion, it was actually just imperial flight technique followed by shifting smoke steps. The harmony and compatibility of the two techniques had to be carefully controlled. Otherwise, mistakes would easily occur. For this reason, Han Li devoted quite a bit of energy and attention to these aspects. But just with this, he was able to remove the disadvantages of the imperial flight technique and the heavy energy consumption of the shifting smoke steps, gradually perfecting both techniques. He appeared as a mixture of lightning and fire whenever he unpredictably shifted to the next location, appearing and disappearing in different spots. Not long after, Han Li also gained a novel insight on a different application of the fireball technique. Normally, the user would use their own magic to launch the small fireball towards the enemy. Although this was the technique's original function, Han Li thought that this was not the technique's limit. A movement expert would be able to easily avoid the small fireball, which depended on one's magic power to fly slowly, thus restricting Han Li's ability to fight at close quarters against the cultivators of Jianghu. He might as well use only half of the energy he originally needed to cast the flashy fireball technique. When the fireball appeared, instead of shooting it out directly, he would first control it with his hands like a small blade, taking advantage of its destructive, unstoppable power. Han Li was confident that he could easily kill any skilled opponent with his heavily modified technique. With his new trump cards to rely on, Han Li could finally relax, no longer having to worry about his own ability. He could finally be confident enough to travel to the Lan province to get the antidote for the poison within Han Li's body. In addition to perfecting his techniques, Han Li had been treating precious herbs as if they were snacks, eating them to break through to the 8th layer of the eternal spring arts, and thus allowing his magic power to greatly increase. Simply based on the current density of his magic power, Han Li surpassed Yu Zhitong in his original corporeal form. But in terms of techniques, Han Li could not compare himself to him. Back when Yu Zhitong was cultivating in his clan, he had received pointers from his seniors and exchanged notes with his peers. He was much stronger than Han Li, half a bottle of vinegar. Han Li was not aware of this, but even if he were, he would not have been concerned. He was not arrogant enough to believe that learning 1 or 2 basic magic techniques would allow him to compete and stand on even ground with other cultivators. His current enemies were still the mortals of the secular world, not the cultivators of Jianghu. As a result, Han Li was not arrogant. Instead, he was merely enjoying his own success. Just as he was preparing to find an excuse to leave the 7 Mysteries sect, the Feral Wolf Gang suddenly suggested holding peace talks. When the news spread, it caused the 7 Mysteries sect to be in an uproar. In recent battles, it had been the Feral Wolf Gang who had the upper hand, constantly pressuring the 7 Mysteries sect. Under such circumstances, why would the Feral Wolf Gang want to engage in peace talks? Was it possible that there was a hidden trick? This raised suspicions within several people. In a short period of time, calls for accepting and rejecting the peace talks rang out in succession within the 7 Mysteries sect. All of the elite members had their own views. Li Feiyu was among those who stubbornly refused. Those who opposed the peace talks and those who supported the talks voiced their opinions in equal clamors. Neither side could come out from the argument as a clear winner. In the end, sect leader Wang had to put his foot down and make a decision. He declared that the Seven Mysteries sect would hold the peace talks, and if the conditions weren't too ridiculous, then the two powerhouses would shake hands. If the conditions were too extravagant, they would continue fighting. Even though this kind of filthy decision was unable to satisfy either party, it was the only compromise available. The Seven Mysteries sect was forced to proceed in this manner. After several discussions between the Seven Mysteries sect and the Feral Wolf Gang, the two agreed to meet and discuss at a place called Falling Sand Slope, located between their two borders. As for the members of the delegate teams who will participate in the discussions, the Feral Wolf Gang adamantly proposed that both sides must have one figure of high authority as an expression of good faith. Otherwise, there was no need to hold this discussion. When this condition was brought forth, it did not cause an uproar within the Seven Mysteries sect, since this was a very normal condition for negotiations. Of course, neither side was willing to send their highest-ranking elite to such a dangerous situation. The Seven Mysteries sect would at most send out an auxiliary sect leader, while the Feral Wolf Gang would send out an auxiliary member of a similar status to maintain their reputation. Hence, this condition was not a problem. As a result, both sides agreed on a set date for the negotiations, and when that day came around, both groups sent out 100 or so members to join the meeting. In order to prepare for any possible ambush the Feral Wolf Gang may set during the negotiations, the members of the Seven Mysteries sect participating in the negotiations had made a meticulous backup plan. In addition to the delegate team, which consisted of 5 members, the remaining 100 sect members formed a large squadron led by Vice Sect Leader Wu, the sect's second strongest member. The 100 sect members were all high-level experts within the sect. These members were all known protectors and were worshipped as core sect members. Among them included several elders, division heads, high-ranked members, and the like. A squadron formed by such esteemed members was truly worth of being considered a grand battle formation, with so many experts forming the procession. Even if the Feral Wolf Gang's entire elite troops attacked at once, they would probably not be able to block the sect's advance. Each member of the Seven Mysteries sect, from the highest to the lowest member, felt great deal of confidence. For this reason, if there was anything that hinted foul play, the negotiators could depend on these highly skilled martial artists to quickly kill their way out of the entrapment and return to their own territory, where there would be countless numbers of sect brothers responsible for receiving them, assuring them a safe retreat. Li Feiyu also volunteered to join. For him, who did not have much time to live, the more dangerous the place, the more his thirst to would grow. Once the negotiation date approached, the procession that took up nearly half of the Seven Mysteries sect's top experts set out on their journey. To them, this journey would take at least half a month's time and would be slow and arduous. Han Li did not hold this matter with much importance. Whether or not the negotiations succeeded did not matter to him. He was getting ready to leave this place for the outside world to temper himself, so what did the rise and fall of the Seven Mysteries sect have to do with him? As long as they did not involve him, he too lazy to care about the matter. So during the days before the squadron would leave for the negotiation, he remained calm and leisurely about accelerating the growth of the medicinal herbs he might require in the future. Moreover, he started to collect a few precious seeds of herbs in preparation for future uses. Han Li already decided that once the delegate team returned to the mountain, he would officially say his farewells to a few members of the sect. If the sect's elite members were unwilling to let him leave, he did not mind revealing a bit of his true power in front of them for them to witness his might and completely give up on holding him back. In reality, secretly leaving would be the most convenient option, but Han Li was worried that when they couldn't find him, they would cause trouble for his family. He decided that conspicuously bidding the sect's elite members farewell while revealing a bit of his power to intimidate them was necessary. As for his excuse for leaving, Han Li had already spent a long time thinking it through. All he needed to say was that he missed Dr. Mo and wanted to search for his master. As for whether the other believed him or not, Han Li did not care at all. With his power supporting him, how could he be worried about what they thought? Whenever Han Li thought of this, he couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth and reveal a hint of a cold smile. The current Han Li could extinguish the lives of a few sect members if he wanted, and it would be as easy as turning a palm. Of course, these was all just thoughts. He would not do anything drastic like killing sect members. But Han Li would have never imagined that 4 nights after the negotiating team left, a shabbily dressed person with long and unruly hair and covered from head to toe in dust would suddenly barge into his house. His eyes completely bloodshot, and with white lips, he hoarsely said to him a single breath, "The negotiation team is finished. Sect Master Wu, the protectors, the consecrated elders, the elders, they're all dead." Han Li was dumbstruck upon hearing this. But before he even opened his mouth to ask, suddenly from somewhere in the mountain range, a sharp and penetrating sentry warning rang through the air. Bang bang. It was followed by another wave of muffled sentry warnings. Dong, dong, ding ding, pung pung. All sorts of warning sounds rang out in the same manner, followed closely by countless cries of battle rising and falling in succession throughout the mountain. Among the noise was the faint sounds of weapons clashing against each other. In that one moment, the entire mountain area, which had been covered with serene clouds tinged with sunset hues, became a giant battleground where members were massacred. Han Li's face changed. He was unable to continue listening to the man talking in front of him, and with a flash of his body, Han Li appeared outside of his residence. He quickly looked in all 4 directions, found the highest building, and slightly stamped his foot, his body appearing on top of the building. He then looked into the distance outside of the valley. His visage became very unsightly and gloomy. Not far within his vision, the mountains seemed to be filled with flames that reached the skies, people rushing around, and sword flashes gleaming non-stop. Moreover, there were sounds of close combat everywhere. The warning sounds that rang out merged with angry shouts in a frenzied mass of noise. Hearing the wind moving behind his back, he asked without turning his head, "Li Feiyu, is it the feral wolf gang?" "Yes." Who would have thought that they had planned so meticulously? After practically annihilating the negotiation team, they immediately moved up the mountain to slaughter the remaining survivors. The dusty informant with long and unruly hair was precisely Li Feiyu, who had left 4 days prior. His current voice was dripping with pent-up rage, unwilling to accept the feral wolf gang's actions. But what is strange is how they broke through the sentry outposts surrounding mountains. When we retreated back up the mountain, we clearly called out to the sentries to be on high alert. Li Feiyu said to himself, full of doubt. There is nothing strange about this. The feral wolf gang already made plans for this massive assault a long time ago. Secretly inserting spies within the sentries is an easy matter. It would be normal for the undiscovered spies to silently take over the sentry posts, Han Li lightly said. But if the feral wolf gang wanted to easily take over the different divisions, that would be impossible. I reckon that they plan to surround all the division halls on the mountain but not attack them. Then, they will gather all their experts to concentrate their attacks on the main division located at Setting Sun Summit. They only need to capture or kill the sect leader, and the rest will follow suit. So what should we do now? Should we go to Setting Sun Summit? Li Feiyu's questions impatiently followed one another. Han Li was speechless. After quite some time, he suddenly turned his body towards Li Feiyu and gravely said, "You still haven't told me something crucial. The negotiation team had so many highly skilled experts, so how could they be completely wiped out? Logically speaking, the feral wolf gang shouldn't have that much strength." Upon hearing these words, Li Feiyu's facial muscles tensed for a moment, and he couldn't help but stick out his tongue to lick his cracked lips. Revealing a hint of a bitter smiling expression, he said, "They fired large quantities of crossbows in rapid succession. These crossbows happened to be military grade." Military grade rapid fire crossbows? That's correct. It was our second day since we left the mountain. We were walking in a field, and since we were still in our own territory, everyone was pretty relaxed. In that moment, countless feral wolf gang members appeared from all sides, and in each of their hand was a stiff crossbow. Soon, the sky was covered by a rain of crossbow bolts. The sneak attack caused those disciples with lacking martial art skills to die on the spot amidst the chaotic rain of bolts. Only a few martial art experts or the extremely lucky ones were able to dodge this first wave, but many carried injuries which weakened their martial art skill by quite a bit. I am also one of those who were lucky. Otherwise, I would not have made it back. Speaking up to this point, Li Feiyu still had some lingering fears, his eyes unconsciously revealing traces of dread. It seems like the image of a volley of crossbow bolts provoked quite a big reaction from Li Feiyu. After the volley of arrows, the others' experts appeared, and everyone took part in a bitter battle. The remainder of our forces decided break apart our formation, going in separate ways in order to increase our chances of survival. My luck was also good. In the enemy's eyes, I was not high on their kill list, so only a few people followed me, and their martial arts skills were not very profound, allowing me to slaughter my way out. But as I was rushing back, I discovered that the feral wolf gang had overrun our checkpoints one by one in quick succession. They were waiting for those who escaped the ambush to walk into their trap. After falling for the trap 2 times, I no longer dared to go seek help, because I wanted to know about the situation of other sect members. I later steeled my resolve and straightforwardly ambushed a feral wolf gang law enforcer wearing blue clothes. From him, I found out that sect leader Wu and several other elders have all died in battle at the hands of the countless experts that surrounded them, leaving only those who fled like me, who was not considered neither too important nor too weak. After learning of this news, I did not dare to dally any longer and rushed back up the mountain with all the strength I could muster. Halfway up, I coincidentally met 2 other people who, like me, had managed to escape death. Together, we continued to escape for 1 day and 1 night, finally returning back to the mountain. Once we returned, the other 2 left for Setting Sun Summit to notify sect leader Wang that the negotiation team had been completely wiped out. I fabricated an excuse that I had to heal my wound and secretly came to meet with you in order to discuss our counterattack. Although sect leader Wu and countless others died during the ambush, a few disciples managed to escape. Our status within the sect is neither high nor low. Who knows if the higher-ups will be driven by fury and place all the blame on us, making us scapegoats. Even though I have not finished telling you everything, the feral wolf gang is slaughtering its way up the mountain. You must tell me what we should do right now. Li Feiyu said all this in a single breath with a helpless expression. Hearing this, Han Li wrinkled his eyebrow and tilted his head to think. At this moment, the sounds of slaughter became all the more intense, and from time to time, the mournful sound of people dying would ring out, making those who hear it do nothing but tremble. Do you still have subordinates on the mountain? Han Li asked, his voice becoming extremely solemn. Yes, I still have 20-some subordinates located in several houses near Elder Li's residence. I originally planned to take them out to settle some matters after the negotiation team returned. Okay then, we'll first go to Elder Li's residence to gather the others, as well as to take the opportunity to meet up with Lady Xianxia and Elder Li. As for our next step, we will make a decision after we learn more about the situation, Han Li calmly said, appearing to be extremely rational. All right, I'll listen to you. Right now it's chaos outside. I am very worried about Xiao'er, Li Feiyu exclaimed with a bit of worry. Han Li glanced at Li Feiyu, completely at a loss regarding his thoughts. On one hand, Li Feiyu was extremely worried about Zhang Xiao'er, but on the other hand, he clearly understood that he did not have long to live yet. He still adamantly wanted to marry her, clearly knowing that she would become a widow. This contradictory fellow. Han Li secretly gave his good friend a not-so-pleasant evaluation. Han Li lightly jumped and descended from the rooftop. Shortly afterwards, Li Feiyu followed him down. Let me go gather some things. Then we will leave immediately. All right, but you have to hurry. I'm really worried about Xiao'er's safety. Hearing this, Han Li could only remain speechless. The other was constantly muttering Xiao'er, sounding extremely sappy and making Han Li feel a bit of despise mixed with jealousy. Han Li no longer continued to pay attention to the love-stricken Li Feiyu. He minded his own business and proceeded to enter his own house, starting to swiftly collect all sorts of different yet essential items. Are you done? Unable to hold himself back, Li Feiyu hurriedly asked Han Li upon seeing him walking out from his residence. Han Li glared at Li Feiyu before walking to another smaller residence, closing the door, and coldly stating, "Crooked soul, come out. Tonight will all depend on you." Even before the sound of Han Li's voice faded away, a pong sound rang out. The wooden door was like a piece of paper, disintegrating into dust as the shadow of a huge body walked out. Both of Li Feiyu's eyes somewhat straightened as he froze. He gazed at that huge giant in front of him that was emitting a demonic aura. However, a hood was wrapped around its head, obscuring its features. The huge giant silently walked behind Han Li. "Let's go!" Han Li smiled. Now it was his turn to urge Li Feiyu along. "Oh!" Li Feiyu gasped, as if he just awoken from shock. He had a strange expression as he gazed from Han Li to the giant before closing his mouth and silently leading the way out of the valley. Han Li stared at the back of Li Feiyu and he snickered before walking faster, catching up with his friend. The giant Crooked Soul followed closely behind. Han Li was extremely pleased with Li Feiyu's discreetness. This was because the both of them had mutual respect of their privacy. This was also one of the reasons why they became such close friends. Their walking speed was extremely quick, and in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the entrance of the valley. Just as Li Feiyu raised his leg to step into the forest, Han Li abruptly extended his right hand and caught Li Feiyu's shoulder, stopping him from moving any further. "What are you doing?" Li Feiyu asked, bewildered and dissatisfied. One must know that his heart was very anxious, akin to a raging fire. "There's someone coming, and there's more than just one of them," Han Li gently explained. Li Feiyu was shocked and immediately focused his senses to listen. But even after a long while, there was nothing to be heard. Suspicion apparent in his eyes, he stared at Han Li, but Han Li disregarded his gaze and did not provide an explanation to him. "You?" Just as Li Feiyu opened his mouth, Han Li abruptly raised a finger, placing it upon his lips and signaling for Li Feiyu's silence. Li Feiyu furrowed his brows. Although he was extremely unwilling, because of force of habit, he decided to listen to Han Li and stayed silent. Quite a while passed by. This time around, Li Feiyu's expression grew heavy as he turned his head in amazement to gaze at Han Li. He had finally heard the sound of many footsteps ringing out. It seemed like there truly was a group of people. Enforcer Sun. Beside this forest, there's both a huge bell-shaped valley and a small road. Seems like this is the God Hand Valley that the vice commander informed us of. A brash-sounding voice rang out from the direction of the forest. Right? According to the map and this huge bell-shaped valley, there's no mistake. This is the place. You all better remember, the commander has issued an absolute order. We are to abduct the divine doctor alive. No one is allowed to hurt him. Otherwise, that person will be dealt with according to rules of the gang. Understood. Another sharp-sounding voice rang out, akin to that of a mother hen commanding her little chicks. Yes. Yes. A series of confirmations sounded out at the same moment, and judging from the voices that replied out loud, there should have been over 10 people. Their breath control seemed pretty strong, making them all seem like martial arts experts. Other than that blue-robed enforcer, the rest of the feral wolf gang are all elites. The blue-robed enforcer is akin to the protectors from our sect, while the elites were akin to the inner disciples. Li Feiyu mumbled in a low voice, explaining to Han Li. Li Feiyu knew that his good friend had never once shown the inclination to care about their sex matters, so he couldn't be bothered to continue asking Han Li how he was able to notice the sound of the footsteps that far away. Instead, he opted to use the time to explain the situation and what their identities were to Han Li, intending to warn Han Li not to be careless. The moment Han Li heard Li Feiyu speak, he instantly understood what Li Feiyu was trying to convey. He lightly smiled and said nothing. From the look on his face, it appeared that Han Li was extremely unconcerned. Li Feiyu was growing increasingly more anxious. Based on my current strength, there's no way to clash directly in a one-on-one fight with that blue-robed enforcer, not to mention their elites surrounding him. I know that you would usually have a lot of cunning plans, so quickly list whatever ideas you have. If not, it will soon be too late to take action. Li Feiyu's sentence was enunciated extremely quickly because the group of people had already entered into the forest and started to walk towards them. If not, let us temporarily hide first, evading the vanguard of our enemies. Li Feiyu suggested a seemingly excellent idea, but what was lamentable to Li Feiyu was that Han Li had no intention to heed his advice. Crooked Soul. other than that blue-robed enforcer. I want you to annihilate everyone in that forest. Han Li turned his head, looking at the giant man as he commanded in a cold tone. What? Li Feiyu was thunderstruck after he heard the words that Han Li had uttered. But even before he recovered, that huge giant behind Han Li moved with the speed of a hurricane, rapidly dashing away in the pitch-dark forest. Almost immediately, the voices of the feral wolf gang members cried out. Aiya! Ah! Who is it? Shit! There's an ambush. This? What is this monster? Arg! Run quickly! Arg! Mournful cries of shock rang out in the forest, turning into a cacophony of miserable shrieks before they slowly faded away. Before long, there was only silence. Li Feiyu blankly stared in the direction of the forest with a face full of disbelief. Similar to grabbing hold of a little chick, the huge giant carried the blue-robed man with a single hand and rapidly walked out of the forest. Its body, covered with blood stains coupled with the sight of its green robes, was similar to the brilliance of a blossoming peach flower. Li Feiyu sucked in a breath of cold air. As the huge giant walked in front of the two, it tossed the blue-robed man onto the ground. Shortly after, Li Feiyu could smell an acrid smell of blood wafting towards him. Li Feiyu's expression underwent a tremendous change as he unconsciously stepped backwards, making a warding gesture with his hands. The huge giant did not concern itself with Li Feiyu's actions. Instead, it strode forward and stood behind Han Li, becoming silent and motionless as if it had never left that spot. Only then did Li Feiyu let out a breath of air. He suddenly let out a laugh as he looked at the blue-robed man on the ground while surreptitiously stealing glances at the calm Han Li. I say, how can you still be so calm and collected? So the reason was because of the expert behind your back. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You caused me to panic this whole time. Although appearing very relaxed on the surface, Li Feiyu's heart was wildly trembling as he started to guess at the relationship between the green-robed giant and Han Li. Han Li could tell what Li Feiyu was thinking, but he had no intention to explain anything to him. An enigmatic smile broke out on Han Li's visage as he calmly said, This blue-robed enforcer should know plenty of information. Who among us is going to interrogate him? I feel that you, Division Head Deputy Li, should have more experience in this than me. Shall I leave him to you? Noting how Han Li dodged the question, he knew that Han Li had no intention of introducing the huge giant to him. As such, he couldn't help but feel worried in his heart. However, regarding the interrogation of the enforcer, he was extremely interested. After he heard Han Li's suggestion, he swiftly accepted the proposition like a boat flowing along with the current. Li Feiyu lifted the blue-robed man, lightly dashed into the forest, and started his interrogation while Han Li leisurely sat down on a nearby grass patch. After a while, Li Feiyu came out of the forest with a gloomy look on his face. Why are you so fast? Is there any news that we could use? Han Li didn't stand up. He merely twitched his brows as he asked. Humph, that craven coward. I haven't even done anything to him, and he already told me everything. As for news, there are two pieces of information. One good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear about first? Li Feiyu replied in a depressed manner. Give me the good news first. At least we would be happier after hearing it. Han Li indifferently said. The good news is that your guess regarding the feral wolf gang's plan was right. The auxiliary forces have no intention of initiating the attack, instead want to surround the valley by taking possession of the other mountain peaks. Meanwhile, their main force is mobilizing towards the setting sun summit to launch an aggressive attack. He said that they have already gained control of many important outposts. Li Feiyu sounded calm, as though he did not care about the safety of those with high level of authority. If that was the good news, there's no need to ask. The bad news must be truly terrible. Han Li rubbed his nose as he said this with confidence. Crowmouth, you are spot on. The bad news is that several small sects, such as the Metal Spear Association and the Broken Water Sect, have joined the feral wolf gang's attack against the Celestial Rainbow Mountains. It seems like our Seven Mysteries sect is going to face an imminent catastrophe. Han Li froze in shock after hearing the news. This was outside of his expectations. We shouldn't care about the number of attackers. It would be best to meet up your young beloved and underlings and leave here under the cover provided by the chaotic battle. Han Li was quite collected as he made a rational suggestion. Li Feiyu quickly indicated his consent, as this plan suited his needs. And that fellow, how did you handle him? Han Li suddenly asked. I killed him. Are you saying that we should have brought him along? Li Feiyu coldly replied. After hearing this, Han Li let out a small smile as he put one hand on the ground and sprung up from his sitting position. Let's go. We should try to avoid any enemies. If we are unable to do so, kill all those who discover us. There is no need to show mercy. Han Li had spoken lightly, but his words contained boundless killing intent and bloodlust. A few li away from Godhand Valley, Elder Li's courtyard was currently swamped with people. There were males and females, all young and old. They appeared to know not the slightest bit of martial arts and were discussing something in low voices with frightened expressions on their faces. Two black-robed figures, equipped with swords and sabers, were nearby the courtyard, guarding vigilantly. Compared to the people inside the courtyard, they were extremely eye-catching. In the living room of one of the residences, two people were in the middle of a discussion. I object to sending people outside. Our defensive position here is not that strong. If I still send people out, wouldn't our position weaken further? No, absolutely not. A middle-aged fatty with a huge pot belly sprayed saliva all over the place as he shook his head rapidly, objecting with determination. But we have no idea what's going on out there. If we don't send people to scout, wouldn't that be akin to blinding ourselves? This is too passive. The person who was arguing against the fatty was none other than Ma Rong, Elder Li's cherished disciple. Passive? So be it. The things that happen out there have nothing to do with me, and to me, safety is most important. This is the best place to be in this situation. Don't tell me you are going to defy my orders. The fatty blinked his small eyes and suddenly took out a golden yellow tablet from his robes, shaking the command medallion in front of Ma Rong as a look of insufferable arrogance appeared on his face. Ma Rong glanced at the fatty before looking at the command medallion. Sighing, he cupped his hands and replied, The little me does not dare. I shall follow your esteemed orders. This command medallion was equivalent to having sect leader Wang's personal authority. To possess the medallion enabled one to command all the disciples with a rank lower than an elder. This fatty happened to be sect leader Wang's trusted aide, who was rumored to be sect leader Wang's close cousin. Therefore, any orders or messages that sect leader Wang had would be communicated through this man. Not long ago, sect leader Wang had granted this command medallion in a hurry, relying on the fatty to ask Elder Li, who was up on the mountaintop, to discuss certain matters. However, after this fatty finished relaying orders, he felt that immediately hurrying back after sunset would be too exhausting. By taking advantage of the dutiful trust bestowed on him, he stayed at Elder Li's mansion to take a moment of rest before returning down the mountain. Elder Li helplessly accommodated him because he did not dare to offend him. He arranged for Xianxia and several other disciples to take him down the mountain as soon the sun set. After a short amount of time, however, momentous changes occurred on the mountaintop due to the feral wolf gang's assault. This fatty's cowardice was incomparable, so naturally, he was unwilling to return alone. However, the people in the courtyard were the many family members of the disciples belonging to the Seven Mystery Sect. Most of them did not know any martial arts, and because of their inability, they lost their heads from fear once the sound of chaos reached them. What could they possibly do? Fortunately, Ma Rong was quite decisive. He promptly requested help from the 20 disciples that Li Feiyu left under his control and gathered all of them together. Since they were all rounded up, they were prevented from running amok in the night and encountering any mishaps. Because this place was quite remote and built on the mountain pass, these people would not understand anything that was going on. Even if they had heard the alarm and the loud battle cries, in the end, all the noise belonged to affairs that happened outside. They wouldn't understand what was happening. Thus, after Ma Rong had quickly finished analyzing the situation, he planned to dispatch a few people to go outside and ask around for news. At this time, the fatty, who was incapable of even the slightest ability in martial arts, acted under false pretenses. Not only did he prevent them from scouting for information, he also relied on the command medallion to snatch away Ma Rong's authority over these outer sect junior disciples. After that, he planned to secure the location and bury his head in the sand. Ma Rong knew the importance of having accurate information about the enemy. He tried discussing this matter of importance several times with the fatty, but the fatty was too scared to care. Because the fatty was abusing the authority of sect leader Wang's command medallion, Ma Rong wasn't even allowed to personally scout around. It seemed apparent that the fatty thought Ma Rong was his personal guard for the preservation of his life. As such, Ma Rong was inside the living room, as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, and walked around in circles. Nevertheless, he still followed this ignorant fatty. In the Seven Mysteries sect, harsh discipline was given to those who disobeyed orders and took actions without permission. Light offenses were punished by the destruction of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. However, it would be difficult to preserve one's life if he or she had committed a heavy offense, because the only punishment available was beheading the offender. Ma Rong was fully aware that the world-shaking events occurring outside could likely be a matter of life or death for the sect, but he was unable to move a single step. At this moment, Ma Rong wished that he could slap this so-called superior to death. Meanwhile, Han Li and Li Feiyu did not have the slightest knowledge about what was happening, so they were hurrying to Elder Lil's residence as a result. On the journey there, they met several bandits and had to either avoid or dodge around their enemies. They also hid their tracks as frequently as possible. When they were only a li away, half a kilometer, from Elder Li's residence, they ran directly into a group of black-clothed people and thus were unable to conceal their presence. This was their first encounter with the enemy. Currently, there were over 10 black-clothed people holding steel sabers. They surrounded Han Li, Li Feiyu, and Crooked Soul from every direction. From examining their footwork, it seemed to Han Li that those who had a single line of white embroidery on their sleeves were the weakest of the group as well as the majority of the members. The martial artists with 2 white lines embroidered on their sleeves were a little stronger, but the strongest opponents were the ones with 3 white lines. It was clear that the man with scars on his face was the leader of this group. As the scar-faced leader carefully sized up the men whom he had surrounded, he secretly felt somewhat baffled. It was not surprising that the scar-faced leader felt this way. Standing in the middle of the trio, Li Feiyu had disheveled hair, and his appearance was dirty and worn. He looked as if he were a cook from the mountains. Han Li's eyes were emotionless, while his skin was dark like a farmer who did not know martial arts. However, their lofty builds had produced greater pressure. They also wore bamboo hats. Besides them was a blood-stained Crooked Soul. Standing together, these 3 seemed out of place as they stood together. Even though the scar-faced leader had plenty of experience in Jianghu, he was somewhat puzzled. He sent a gaze toward his subordinates, signaling at them to not let their guard down. He then loudly yelled toward the opposing party, "Regardless of who you are, the Seven Mysteries sect has already fallen. Surrender and your lives will be spared." Han Li smiled, turned his head to Li Feiyu, and said, "Who will handle this? Or would you rather have Crooked Soul take care of this?" As Li Feiyu heard his words, his eyes flashed with an ominous glint. He sternly replied, "From these people's clothes, they should be low-level disciples of the Broken Water sect. I've hunted and killed bandits from the Feral Wolf gang for a long time. Let me vent my resentments onto them. Besides, it just so happens that I have a use for their weapons." By the time Li Feiyu had finished talking, the enemy forces were fanned out like a rainbow. In a blink of an eye, Li Feiyu was already in front of the closest man dressed in black. The man in black was surprised and almost forgot about flourishing his steel saber. However, he found that the saber in his hands were suddenly in the hands of his enemy. He hastily recoiled in panic, but it was already too late. A line of light flashed, separating his head from his body. With a series of movements that were neat, nimble, and as quick as lightning, Li Feiyu had already killed many of the Broken Water sect disciples with the stolen saber before they could react against him. The complexions of the people who remained began to greatly change, especially the leader with the disfigured face. Because his martial arts were far greater than the others, his heart had sunk the furthest. He clearly remembered encountering disastrous experts in the past. Back then, he couldn't contend against them in the least. Therefore he decisively commanded, "Everyone, retreat, scatter. Quickly send out the signal and call the experts for reinforcements." This sentence caught the attention of the other men in black clothes, and they quickly fell back. Because of their original positioning in a circle, they scattered in all directions, fleeing rapidly. Some had run to the side, grabbing something from their bosom. They seemed to have fished out the so-called signal. A black-clothed man with 2 embroidered lines ran the fastest. With just a few steps, he had already fled several zhang. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that there was some hope in fleeing for his life. However, he failed to notice a cool feeling on the back of his neck. A half-inch point pierced through his Adam's apple and then immediately disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. He wanted to yell at the top of his lungs, but suddenly he couldn't feel his body. Losing all his strength, he stared helplessly at his body as he slowly collapsed, his back limp on the floor. He was no longer capable of moving even a single step. At this moment, he realized that a sword had unexpectedly penetrated his throat. This black-clothed person felt unresigned. He had obviously escaped the furthest, so how could he have died so quickly? With great effort, he turned his head to the side. Facing death's door, he saw in his final moments an intermittent shadow that had appeared behind the second furthermost distant black-clothed man. With a slash as light as a feather, the shadow flashed and faded away. After that, another fellow sect disciple appeared, and a similar white light flashed. The sword pierced the throat of a fellow sect disciple yet again. Like him, their bodies fell onto the meadow with blood leaking from their throats. After witnessing the shadow's assassinations, this black-clothed man smiled and accepted his death because he knew he would not die alone. Soon he would be accompanied by many others. That shadow was like a demon, and it was unlikely that a single one of the black-clothed disciples could slip away from this demon's grasp. At this moment, Golden Wolf Jia Tianlong appeared smug. Because of the excitement, his normally pale and gloomy face had a slight flush. It was no wonder that he had such an expression. After all, the Seven Mysteries sect was Feral Wolf Gang's archenemy. Under his elaborate scheme, all those who were still alive would fall before him. As the commander of Feral Wolf Gang, he had the right to be arrogant. He stood halfway between the base of the mountain and setting sun summit. As it turned out, there were around 50 to 60 red-clothed members of the Feral Wolf Gang's Iron Guard surrounding the sentry post on the border of Seven Mysteries sect. Jia Tianlong had spent a substantial amount of painstaking effort to meticulously groom his army. Not only were they all highly capable in martial arts, they also had undying loyalty to Jia Tianlong. He had always regarded this army as a precious asset and would not normally utilize it in ordinary battles. However, at this moment, he brought the entire army with him just to completely intimidate the small and mid-sized gangs that were beginning to stir up trouble. The chiefs of Metal Spear Association and Broken Water Sect, who had been planning to rebel, were forced to obediently listen to his orders. After all, the smaller gangs did not wish to see Feral Wolf Gang standing alone. They all hoped that the two great powers would forever be in the midst of a struggle, creating cracks in which the smaller gangs could exist. Jia Tianlong did not have a decisive personality. Had it not been for the fact that Jia Tianlong had kidnapped the children of the gang chiefs as well as promised the smaller gangs a profit for helping the Feral Wolf Gang in this endeavor, the smaller gangs would have changed sides a long time ago. At this thought, Jia Tianlong involuntarily turned his head back to glance at several of the gang chiefs that were standing nearby. All of the people present were downcast. Seeing Jia Tianlong gaze towards them, they either glared back at him or avoided looking at him in the face. Looking at this situation, Jia Tianlong laughed coldly in his heart. Returning his attention to his front, he started thinking of a plan to annex all these small gangs after he took down the Seven Mysteries sect. In front of Jia Tianlong, there were close to 1,000 men present, all wearing different kinds of clothes and holding different weapons. They attacked the Seven Mysteries sect's sentry posts like a swarm of bees. Because there was no formation due to the neglect of cooperation between these people, there were a lot of casualties. However, Jia Tianlong did not care because the people who were currently attacking were not from his feral wolf gang. They were people that belonged to the Metal Spear Association and the Broken Water sect. In the first place, he did not place any hope in their ability to take over Setting Sun Summit. He only wanted them to waste the sentry's energies, so that his elite troops and crossbows could easily pick off the remaining exhausted sentries. Thinking of those military-grade rapid-fire crossbows, Jia Tianlong's calm expression revealed a trace of delight. This time, the feral wolf gang easily gained a winning advantage through the killing machines that were used by the gang's troops. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to annihilate the opponent's troops. Even if a dozen of the Setting Sun Summit sentry posts were taken down, the feral wolf gang's troops would suffer a great loss in strength, making it very detrimental for his future plan to annex the smaller gangs. Jia Tianlong did not spend a slightest bit of effort on the military-grade crossbows. Instead, they appeared out of nowhere in his home. Every time Jia Tianlong recalled that matter, he would immediately feel at ease. This happened 3 months ago when he was at his headquarters, planning an assault on the Seven Mysteries sect. Out of the blue, there was an officer claiming to be his relative who wanted to see him. Jia Tianlong felt somewhat astonished and met with that person. It turned out that the person was truly his older cousin from his father's side. Apparently, around 10 years ago, when Feral Wolf Gang was still a group of horse-mounted bandits, a portion of the gang had been ordered by the Jing province's imperial court to enlist in the army in return for amnesty. This cousin was among that group of men. As years went by, his cousin was unexpectedly landed the position of deputy general in the army. Coincidentally, when his cousin was on the road escorting some goods across Jing province, he had heard of Jia Tianlong, commander of Feral Wolf Gang. He naturally had to come and visit this cousin of his. When the two people had met, they exchanged some rueful greetings. Then, they both had talked about their experiences over the years. As Jia Tianlong mentioned the recent skirmishes against the Seven Mysteries sect, his cousin offhandedly proclaimed that their resistance would quickly fall if he provided Jia Tianlong with 100 rapid-fire crossbows of good quality. Jia Tianlong would be able to kill everyone in the Seven Mysteries sect until there was no one left. Though his cousin might have mentioned it casually, Jia Tianlong listened with intent as his heart skipped a beat. He tried asking his cousin if it was possible to give him the 100 crossbows. His cousin slightly laughed and told Jia Tianlong honestly that the goods he was transporting were exactly these rapid-fire crossbows. It was not that he could not give Jia Tianlong any, but rather that he could not give away too many. He only had to bribe the government officials receiving the goods with a few taels of silver. Jia Tianlong rejoiced at what his cousin said and spent the 2 silvers at once, exchanging them for 300 rapid-fire crossbows from his cousin. Jia Tianlong entrusted them to his trusted subordinates to utilize them well, resulting in the recent series of victories. Their defense has been broken. There's a breach. A burst of earth-shaking sounds rang out, startling Jia Tianlong from his thoughts. He was somewhat shocked and hastily raised his head to look towards the mountain peak, only to see that the Seven Mysteries sect's sentry posts had really been breached and were jam-packed with people from the smaller gangs. Jia Tianlong wrinkled his brows as he felt that something was a bit strange. According to the strength of the defending guards, it was reasonable to say that the last stretch ought to be even more difficult to attack. How could it be taken down by some miscellaneous troops? Perhaps there was some other conspiracy in play? A gloomy expression appeared on his face. Anyone that was familiar with Commander Jia Tianlong would know that this was a sign that he was not pleased in his heart. If anyone provoked him during this time, that person would wish he or she was dead. Since it has been breached, why are we not moving? A voice sounding like a broken gong rang out. There was no hint of respect for Commander Jia Tianlong contained in that sentence. Commander Jia Tianlong would have been extremely angry, but instead, he turned around and respectfully said, "Master Zhang, I feel that there is something fishy about this breach. I'm afraid there might be a trap located inside. It's better to be a bit more cautious. What are you afraid of? With me by your side, how can these ordinary people even be able to hurt you? Let's go. Let's go. I've been here for close to an entire night. I'm extremely tired. The faster we dispose of these 7 mysteries sect bastards, the faster I can rest my old bones. This voice did not sound old at all, but he let out an overflowing archaic tone that was very irritating to the ear. The person who spoke was a 3 feet tall dwarf standing beside Jia Tianlong. The dwarf was 40 years old and had a thin body frame that was covered by a red robe embroidered with gold thread. On his finger and around his neck were, respectively, a gold ring and an extremely thick gold chain. Around his waist, several gold bells hung from his belt. Even his gold teeth reflected a golden light whenever he opened his mouth. This was a look that only the rich could afford to have. At this moment, impatience clouded his features. Evidently, he was extremely unsatisfied with Jia Tianlong's cautiousness. Disguised as a wealthy merchant from a village, the dwarf actually dared to show such disrespect towards Jia Tianlong. This caused the loyal iron guards standing nearby to glare at the dwarf with extreme rage smoldering in their eyes. This dwarf could obviously see the rage within the eyes of Jia Tianlong's loyal iron guards, and he coldly laughed, as if he did not put them in his eyes at all. He even arrogantly stated, "Commander Jia, you spent 3,000 taels of gold to invite me over. Surely the money you spent was not just for me to passively stare in vain for an entire night. Correct. Whoever you need me to deal with, just tell me directly. However, you don't need me to deal with the sect leader of the 7 Mysteries sect, right? Against such a weak person, you can just settle it yourself. Why do you still need to spend money and hire me for assistance? Just a mere sect leader of the 7 Mysteries sect truly does not warrant the attention of Immortal Master. The reason why I invited Immortal Master was because the sect leader of the 7 Mysteries sect still has 3 senior martial uncles. On the surface, these 3 people have been declared dead, but in reality, they have been undergoing closed-door cultivation inside a hidden chamber on Setting Sun Summit. I'm afraid that their current cultivation bases have already broken through to the transformation realm. Against these martial uncles, ordinary experts would not be a match for them. These 3 people are the strongest pillars of the 7 Mysteries sect. Thus, I have no choice but to humbly beseech Immortal Master to deal with them for us." Jia Tianlong sounded extremely pathetic, without a hint of anger in his voice. Jia Tianlong had coincidentally met this red-robed dwarf in a Taoist temple near the border of the Savage Lands. A self-proclaimed monk Golden Light, this martial arts expert was equipped with immense magical powers, and he had demonstrated techniques for controlling flying swords and cultivating an invulnerable steel body. After Jia Tianlong personally witnessed this, he was deeply mesmerized by the might displayed by the 2 techniques. When he suspected that the dwarf was most likely someone who had walked the fabled path of immortals, he decided to establish a relationship with him. After knowing that the dwarf had an extreme obsession with gold, Jia Tianlong immediately gifted a huge amount of gold to the dwarf. With this, he had finally moved the dwarf's heart, obtaining a promise that the dwarf would help him with his problems just once. Thus, Jia Tianlong acted meek and humble like someone from the junior generation whenever he was in the dwarf's presence, not daring to reveal the slightest bit of disrespect. He was very clear in his heart. This monk Golden Light was someone that his tiny feral wolf gang was unable to contend with. After monk Golden Light heard his request, he let out a crazed laughter. Once his laughter subsided, he exclaimed arrogantly, "Just a few mortals? Leave them to me. No matter how high their cultivation bases have reached, no matter how strong their martial arts are, they would definitely not be a match for my flying sword technique. You can just relax. Then I will have to trouble Immortal Master. The rewards I promised will definitely be delivered. And what's more, I've decided that after the matter is settled, the reward will be increased by 2,000 taels of gold." Jia Tianlong appeared overjoyed as he increased the reward without hesitation. After all, he knew that his helper was certainly not amiable. It was better if he directly used gold to speak. After monk Golden Light heard this, traces of a smile broke out on his wizened face. He nodded his head in satisfaction, obviously happy with the increased reward. After obtaining the guarantee of such a powerful figure, monk Golden Light Jia Tianlong no longer remained cautious and commanded his forces from the feral wolf gang to rush to the top of the setting sun summit to prepare to attack the main division of the Seven Mysteries sect, the Seven Supreme Division. Because there were so many people rushing up the summit, Jia Tianlong and the rest of the Iron Guard had to expend tremendous effort to finally arrive at the entrance of the division. Staring at the main division of his most hated enemy, Commander Jia was still taken aback by the majesty of the Seven Supreme Division Hall. He felt that the main hall of his feral wolf gang was nothing but a dog tunnel, unbearable to be looked upon when compared to this place. Looking at the empty acres of land on top of Setting Sun Summit, there were quite a number of halls constructed from bluestone, one large building, followed by 6 smaller ones. Although the dim light from the torches was insufficient to fully see the details of the buildings in the dark of the night, the imposing and majestic aura of the bluestone halls was still capable of astonishing the members of Feral Wolf Gang and the other small sects. The attackers did not immediately start their attack, but rather surrounded the bluestone halls, with the intent to not even allow a single fly pass through. Indeed, our opponent is a sect that has existed for over 200 years. This level of wealth simply could not be matched by the clans and sects that have only existed for a decade. How extravagant! Jia Tianlong silently exclaimed in his heart. He had already decided that once the Seven Mysteries sect was eliminated, he would immediately move over to the main Bluestone Hall and designate it as his center of command. Such a majestic building would only benefit a status such as his own. Jia Tianlong glanced at the main hall's pitch-black entrance. After observing his surroundings, he slowly raised his right hand into the air. In that moment, silence descended upon the people surrounding the setting sun summit as the gazes of the crowd turned to Jia Tianlong's hand. They knew that once the arm was swung down, it would signal the start of the attack. Wait! Suddenly, a cold voice drifted over from the pitch-black main hall. Pada! Pada! A wave of footsteps rang out from within as the sound grew clearer and clearer. Finally, a white-robed, middle-aged man emerged. This figure had a wooden hairpin on, and the only equipment he had on his body was a long sword in a white scabbard. His face was incomparably pale, but his eyes were bright. Wherever he looked, those who met his gaze felt as if sharp swords had cut into their hearts, causing them to shiver despite the warm air. After leaving the hall and walking 10 meters away, he stopped as he slowly contemplated the crowd standing in front of him, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Finally, his vision landed upon Jia Tianlong's right hand that was raised up in the air. His gaze moved from Jia Tianlong's right arm to Jia Tianlong's face. Jia Tianlong. This middle-aged man shouted out the name of Commander Jia. Wang Juechu. Not wanting to appear weak, Jia Tianlong also shouted out the name of his adversary. Speaking of which, this is the first time that we've met face-to-face as the respective leaders of our individual camps. Is it not? My dear sect leader Wang. Jia Tianlong used a leisurely tone as traces of a mocking smile hung upon his lips. He slowly retracted his extended right arm from the air. Wang Juechu stared expressionlessly at Jia Tianlong without saying anything. The atmosphere began to grow increasingly tense. Sect leader Wang came to this place alone. Could it be that you intend to surrender? Smiling, Jia Tianlong asked this question with a hint of ridicule. You are correct. I wanted to discuss with you matters regarding a surrender. The Seven Mysteries sect's sect leader, Wang Juechu, replied icily, similar to a sculpture made of frigid snow. A huge pitfall? Do you truly plan to surrender? Jia Tianlong felt somewhat surprised. To surrender is to surrender. However, which side will surrender to whom? That has not yet been decided. Saying this slowly, sect leader Wang narrowed his eyes and consciously brought his hand to the longsword's hilt. What is the meaning behind your words? Jia Tianlong's face sank, but soon after, he waved his hand, signaling his men to surround sect leader Wang. Immediately, his iron guards rushed forth from behind him and surrounded Wang Juechu in a semicircle. At the same time, they took out powerful crossbows. With flashes of green light, the iron guards pointed their crossbow bolts at him. It seemed that with a single command from Jia Tianlong, they would indiscriminately release a barrage of arrows without hesitation, immediately shooting at Wang Juechu on the spot. You believe that just because we moved the sect's lower-ranked disciples to Setting Sun Summit, we had never thought of an external enemy invasion and thus were incapable of resisting. Sect leader Wang's voice contained a somewhat menacing and sinister tone, as he seemed to have turned a blind eye to the crossbow bolts. Hearing these words, Jia Tianlong's heart slightly sunk. His mind felt a trace of obscure foreboding. He didn't interrupt the sect leader Wang's words, and instead continued to have a gloomy expression on his face. Jia Tianlong wanted to hear what his enemy ultimately had to say. The one who migrated the sect to this location was the 7th-generation sect leader Li. Not only did that person have great skill and strategies, he was also an expert in construction and machinery. He was named the top genius of his generation. With this said, sect leader Wang shortly paused, expressing a hint of admiration. He opened his mouth and continued. Sect leader Li selected Setting Sun Summit as the sect's main hall. There were 2 reasons for this. One reason is that the mountain peak is dangerous. Because it is easy to guard and hard to attack, it is an exceptional defensive location strategically. The second reason is that within the center of this mountain peak lies a vast natural stalactite cave. This cave is wonderful beyond compare. It occupies nearly 2/3 of the Setting Sun Summit. Seeing this marvel, sect leader Li made plans in his mind to integrate of all the construction techniques he possessed with the terrain of the stalactite cave, and he turned the entire mountain peak into a huge natural pitfall. So long as there were people to activate the mechanism, the entire mountain peak would immediately collapse, burying all the people on the summit. After sect leader Wang finished talking, he stayed silent. He swept his eyes over the crowd before him with a cold gaze that one would use on a corpse. After Jia Tianlong finished hearing this, he stood in amazement. He naturally did not believe the opposition's words, but after a few moments, he did not know how he would refute sect leader Wang's menacing words. The others on the mountain clearly heard these words. They all couldn't help but become restless and talk about it softly. A few of the somewhat clever ones had even begun to slowly draw closer to the only road off the mountain. They were prepared to wildly rush off the mountain the moment something went wrong. Silence! Those clamoring or flailing about will be killed mercilessly. Jia Tianlong quickly regained his calm. Seeing his own men turn disorderly on just a bluff, he couldn't help but become irritated. He knew that if he did not immediately put a stop to their restlessness, the situation would become a lot harder to control. He soon acted without thinking and loudly issued a stern command. Jia Tianlong's order was well executed by his loyal subordinates. After they beheaded a few of the cowards that had attempted to escape, the rest were intimidated and quelled, their roars suppressed. However, Jia Tianlong understood that this suppression was only superficial and temporary. If he could not confirm what the opponent had said were lies, regardless of what gang or faction the men belonged to, they would all be unable to stay here at ease. He feared that this rumor would spread and cause all of them to flee. You can't convince us that your words are true on the mere basis that you said them. Jia Tianlong strongly restrained the anger in his heart, intending to personally expose sect leader Wang's fabrication. Of course not. I have plenty of proof. Just stay here and see it for yourself. Regardless of whether or not you heard properly, if someone were to see my proof and intends to escape or possibly continue their assault, I would activate the entire mechanism and end us all. Wang Juechu's words were filled with desire to kill, as his menacing intentions were undoubtedly revealed. Jia Tianlong carefully examined his enemy's expression, trying to find some mistake or gap in his state of mind. Unfortunately, Wang Juechu's face was ice-cold through and through. No indication of falsehood had appeared, nor was the slightest degree of false confidence shown. Jia Tianlong couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Don't tell me that sect leader Wang's words were not a deception, but rather an actual scheme to destroy anyone on the summit, including the sect. Activate the second mechanism." Wang Juechu suddenly turned his head to the sect hall and loudly commanded. He then turned his head to the side and began staring at the comparatively small stone hall, no longer paying attention to Jia Tianlong. Seeing his opponent look down on him in such way, Jia Tianlong couldn't help but be angry. With great difficulty, he resisted the anger in his heart and inwardly resolved himself. So long as the opponent's evidence did not satisfy him, he would immediately give the order to turn this sect leader Wang into a human-shaped hedgehog. However, Wang Juechu's strange stare towards the stone hall had aroused the attention of the feral wolf gang members. They couldn't help but turn their gazes as well, wanting to see if anything strange would occur. The feral wolf gang members were all restless. None of them took notice of two people wearing broken water sect clothing lowering their heads and whispering, "Han Li, do you think what our sect leader said was true? Don't tell me that this huge setting sun summit is truly hollow? I have come here several times before and never felt anything amiss in this place. Could it be that sect leader Wang is trying to deceive them in order to stall for time? Maybe." A young man was talking to a taciturn youth in the midst of the crowd, discussing the offensive. It seemed that they had great doubts regarding Wang Juechu's explanation. These two people were not bystanders, but were in fact Han Li and Li Feiyu, who had rushed to Elder Li's residence in disguise. Earlier, Han Li was afraid that the broken water sect's disciples would escape and alert the other enemies, so he had to personally get involved. Using shifting smoke steps and imperial flight technique in unison, he easily killed all the enemies in a short span of time. Li Feiyu, who was thinking of continuing his attack, was dumbstruck. Only then did he realize Han Li's true strength. After recovering from his dazed state, Li Feiyu was shocked that Han Li was able to possess such astonishing skill. Han Li's battle prowess was a result of cultivating blinking sword art. This kind of thinking caused him to panic the moment he stepped up into the arena and immediately disturb his own inner strength, wishing he had cultivated in the blinking sword art. Luckily, he knew the bitter truth, regardless of time or aptitude. It was too late for him to switch to a different sword art. Further down the road, Li Feiyu continuously threw up his heart's grief and sighed heavily at the lucky bastard, Han Li, for being able to learn such a terrifying skill. Han Li was not in the mood to comprehend his good friend's sour mood. Instead, he started to ruthlessly kill all the enemies he met, intending to reveal his true strength. All the enemies that encountered Han Li's strange technique were neither able to withstand nor receive a single blow. They all breathed their last breath of air, and even the high-ranked experts were no exception. With Han Li's exhibition of might, the two of them easily reached Elder Li's residence and saw Ma Rong. They received news from Ma Rong that Elder Li and Xianxia had already ascended Setting Sun Summit. Upon hearing this grievous news, Li Feiyu's face turned green. He knew that the current Setting Sun Summit was an extremely dangerous place. Xianxia entering that area was like setting a foot into the gates of hell. With the lack of a better option, the two of them discussed for a moment and came out of Elder Li's residence, hurriedly heading towards to the direction of Setting Sun Summit. But upon their departure, there was a minor disturbance. When the two of them were about to leave, that loathsome fatty, the trusted aide of sect leader Wang, took out the command medallion and ordered them threateningly to stay behind or else he would deal with them according to sect's rules. Currently, Li Feiyu was very impatient as he was only concerned with Xianxia's safety. He could care less about the sect rules, so he extended his hand and knocked the long-winded fatty unconscious to the ground. Then, he ordered his subordinates to continue protecting everyone while he and Han Li turned and left quickly. When they reached the vicinity of Setting Sun Summit, the two of them were frightened by the sheer numbers of enemies. Knowing that it was impossible to charge forward, Han Li and Li Feiyu discussed with each other and came up with a brilliant plan. They knocked out two disciples of Broken Water Sect and changed into their clothes. Then, they took advantage of the dark sky and the crowd's confusion to stealthily mix in with those who were about to attack the mountain, follow the stream of traffic, and easily reach Setting Sun Summit. There, Han Li and Li Feiyu had heard everything that sect leader Wang had said. Because Crooked Soul's body was too conspicuous, they found an area at the bottom of the mountain in which they could hide him and left him there. After hearing that the Setting Sun Summit had kept such a deadly trump card that enabled it to perish with its enemies, Li Feiyu could not conceal his doubts and started to repeatedly ask Han Li, hoping that his good friend might set his heart at ease. Regardless whether this is true or fake, The most important thing to us right now is to quickly enter the main hall and meet with your young beloved and secretly slip away. You must be aware that regardless whether the information is authentic or not, staying here is too dangerous. Han Li finally replied in a low voice. This is all true, but under the watchful eye of the crowd, how it is possible to go in secretly? Li Feiyu asked, with a worried look on his face as he lowered his head. Sigh. We can only wait and see if any opportunities arise later on. Han Li was also feeling quite helpless. Just as the two of them hiding at the back of the crowd started to get agitated, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled. At first, it was just a slight tremor, but subsequently, it became quite violent. A lot of people were unable to stand and began to tumble one by one onto the ground. Following the summit's trembling, there were also several mountain boulders that began to roll down. Not good. The mountain peak is about to collapse. That surnamed Wang wants to bring us down along with him. Some reckless person within the group shouted in a panic. When people heard this, the majority of them became even more panic-stricken. Some even disregarded previous Wang Juechu's warning and frantically tried to escape towards the road's intersection in an attempt to flee the mountain peak that they believed was about to collapse. Boom! A rumble of explosions rang out as the surrounding area started to collapse. The ground also shook more intensely. Hearing the loud noises, everyone thought that this was the start of the collapse of the mountain peak and couldn't help but to give up all hope. At this moment, Jia Tianlong was alarmed and furious. Even though he was escorted by the loyal Iron Guards, he was at a loss in his heart, unsure of what to do. He couldn't help but to look towards Monk Golden Light. Jia Tianlong smiled wryly after he clearly saw the look of panic on Monk Golden Light's face. So this person was also unable to protect himself. Jia Tianlong's initial admiration for this figure was immediately reduced. Hee. And here I thought people from Feral Wolfgang were all fearless heroes. Turns out you are all a mob. At this moment, Wang Juchen suddenly ridiculed. Despite the confusion at the summit, Wang Juchen's words transmitted to everyone's ears, clearly caused by pure skill. Following his words, the ground miraculously stopped trembling. It was as if the mountain peak had suppressed its anger in a split second, recovering its former tranquility. At this moment, the crowd discovered that the small stone hall had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind an astonishingly large hole. A few courageous people took 2 paces forward and looked down from the edge. They couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the large, pitch-black hole. Since it was impossible to see the bottom of the hole, they knew that its depth was unfathomable. Commander Jia, can this evidence be considered proof of what I have to say? Wang Juchen coldly asked. Jia Tianlong's face paled slightly. He did not reply immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, only to see that everyone beside him had panicked and uncertain looks on their faces. In addition to the ordinary gang members and other gangs members, even the Iron Guards by his side had unsightly looks. Looking back, Jia Tianlong understood that he would be unable to accomplish his goal of completely annihilating 7 mysterious sects within a single night. It seemed that he needed to retreat first and consider the matter carefully once more before making a decision. Whatever conditions you have, you can state them, but you should be well aware of the situation. Even though it's like this, we are both tied, so don't go overboard, he exclaimed, not willing to accept the current outcome. As he turned his head around, there was a slight hint of extreme fury within his words. I only have 2 conditions and they are simple, Wang Juechu expressionlessly said. First, your men have to evacuate outside of my sect's sphere of influence, and they have to do so in groups under the supervision of my sect's disciples. His tone hardened considerably. Sure, that's not a problem, Jia Tianlong replied without hesitation. Seeing how his opponent answered so steadfastly, Wang Juechu coldly laughed as he directly told Jia Tianlong his second condition. Second, both you and I have to sign a death contract and fight in a duel before you all can leave. Death contract? Are you serious? Has he gone mad? As Wang Juechu's sentence left his mouth, it caused a huge ruckus to break out among the crowd. All those who heard the sentence had varied expressions on their faces. Some were excited, some were ashen, while some were eager to see the outcome of the duel. After hearing sect leader Wang's conditions, Jia Tianlong's expression flickered before swiftly reverting back to its normal state. Did I hear that condition incorrectly? Both of us sign a death contract and fight until there is only one survivor. After his seemingly nonchalant question, Jia Tianlong broke out into a laugh. No, your ears are fine. This is to collect the blood debt for vice sect leader Wu and the others who died. Thus, I have no choice but to propose this. A death contract between you and me? Wang Juechu stated coldly, staring directly at Jia Tianlong with his hand on his sword. Jia Tianlong laughed but did not give an immediate reply. His eyes flashed while he pondered. It appeared that he did not dare to treat this lightly and would only answer after deep contemplation. Voices broke out in discussion among the crowd. Even the oblivious Han Li couldn't take it anymore and chose to question Li Feiyu, who was standing by his side. Instead, what is a death contract? Seems like it's something incredible. What? You don't even know about death contracts? This is too inconceivable. Of all the ways to settle the disputes of Jiang, this is, by far, the most famous and bloody method. Stunned with amazement, Li Feiyu explained with a facial expression akin to the fascination of meeting a ghost. You don't say. You should know that I barely know anything beyond God Hand Valley and have no interest regarding matters of Jiang. Is it really so strange that I did not know? Han Li replied in a low tone, seemingly in a bad mood. Oh, right, true enough, I almost forgot. Li Feiyu scratched his head in embarrassment. The death contract is often used by two parties who have great hatred and enmity towards each other. Before their battle, they would sign a life-death statement, stating that after they enter the battle, they would battle until there would only be a single survivor. If someone left halfway, not only would that person's reputation plummet and face everyone's disdain, anyone in the entirety of Jiang who would have the right to kill him. Because all the people of Jiang who believe that death contracts are extremely sacred, those who destroy or taint the essence of this contract will be annihilated as a warning to others. What's more is that most of these battles are staged in arenas where people have often fought to death, consequently appearing even more bloody and cruel than normal. In recent years, the number of people using this method to resolve their disputes has lessened. Li Feiyu slowly and elaborately explained. After hearing the explanation, Han Li furrowed his brows as he understood the true meaning of death contracts. He seemed to disapprove of sect leader Wang's decision to enter into a death contract with Jia Tianlong. From his perspective, this would only end with one dead and one grievously injured. In the first place, if there was to be such an ending, it might as well not be started at all. Sect leader Wang might as well just let the enemy go free or just kill the enemy straight away, saving himself from all this unnecessary trouble. Fine, I agree. Let's enter into a death contract. After repeatedly deliberating, Jia Tianlong's gaze roaming about before riveting on the figure of monk Golden Light. Then, he made his final decision. Since Jia Tianlong's opponent wanted to use this as an excuse to kill him, wasn't this a good opportunity for him to remove the roots of the troublesome Seven Mysteries sect? Jia Tianlong was very clear about what Wang Juechu was thinking. He obviously wanted the support of his three hidden martial uncles. But what a pity! He had already knew of their existences through reports from his spies and had already prepared countermeasures against them. With the immortal cultivator and his flying swords techniques by his side, his chances of winning the battle was definitely more than 90%. As long as he killed Wang Juechu as well as the remaining experts of the Seven Mysteries sect during the deathmatch, it would be worth it. Even if his attack failed this time around, there was no cause for concern, because the next time he attacked, the Seven Mysteries sect would no longer have any strength to resist. After all, nurturing an expert was not something that could be done within a single year. Thus, this was the reason why the cautious Jia Tianlong would now choose to take such a risk and agree to sign the death contract. Sect leader Wang. According to rules of the death contract, you should be the one to select the time and location of the battle. I will have no objections, but as for the number of fighters and methods of battle, I should be the one to decide. Am I right? An enigmatic smile spread on Jia Tianlong's face. HMMP. You are right. Wang Juechu answered somewhat unwillingly. Okay then, I want the number of people fighting to be 100. 50 men from each party in a battle royal. With no signs of being courteous, Jia Tianlong directly stated his request. 50 people? Battle royal. Sect leader Wang's cold face actually revealed a hint of surprise. Death contract battles allowed multiple people to take part to prevent one side's strength to be greatly depleted. However, 20 or 30 people was already considered excessive, and Jia Tianlong's proposed method of battle royal was rarely used in comparison to one-on-one battles. However, since it was Wang Juechu himself who requested the death contract battle, there was no way he could take back his words. Moreover, he was extremely confident in the battle prowess of his 3 senior martial uncles. Even if it was a battle royal, victory would most assuredly belong to his side. Moreover, as long as he was able to kill Jia Tianlong, it would be worth it no matter how great a price he had to pay. As long as this scheming Jia Tianlong died, he was sure that the forces under him would almost immediately try to fight to be the next gang leader, resulting in the gangs splintering into different groups as they vied for power and authority. This would no longer make them a threat to Wang Juechu's 7 Mysteries sect. As he thought of this, sect leader Wang nodded his head, agreeing to his opponent's request. Men, go prepare the arena and the death contract, Wang Juechu commanded in a stern voice to the people standing behind him. Following his orders, 30 brightly dressed disciples rushed from the sect hall. None of these people uttered even a single word. In front of the hall, they wordlessly used wooden stakes and ropes to create the arena for the death fight. From their swift movements, it was evident that these people were proficient in martial arts. Unlike the common low-ranking disciples of the 7 Mysteries sect witnessing the sight of the duel being created, Li Feiyu asked Han Li in distraught, "Don't tell me that we're going to hide here the whole time. Are we going to do nothing and idly watch their duel? This isn't right. This isn't right? Your young lover is currently not in danger and is actually quite safe. We'll wait for the duel to finish. Once the feral wolf gang evacuates, we'll take advantage of the disorder and stealthily make our way to young Lady Zhang. Since the survivors of the 7 Mysteries sect will most likely want to use you as a scapegoat and place all the blame on you, the 2 of you have to escape to a faraway place where they can't find you," Han Li said indifferently. It seemed that he didn't have a deep sense of belonging towards the 7 Mysteries sect. "Wouldn't that be eloping? That won't do. Xiao'er wouldn't agree to it." Li Feiyu shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it. "Then knock her out and take her away by force. By the time she wakes up, it would be too late to change anything. Isn't that good enough?" Han Li replied nonchalantly. "You!" Li Feiyu angrily glared at Han Li, unable to speak another word. While these 2 individuals were completely engaged in a conversation with each other, sect leader Wang solemnly received 2 blood-red scrolls. These were the death contracts. He took one for himself and ordered someone to bring the other to Jia Tianlong, who was across from him. As Jia Tianlong accepted the document, his expression changed to one of solemnness. He carefully opened the document and cautiously skimmed through it. Once he verified that there was no problem, he nodded his head and closed the document. He then began selecting soldiers to fight in the deathmatch. After filtering through his available men, he selected 13 elite experts from the feral wolf gang. In addition, he selected tens of martial artists with acceptable talents from the smaller gangs in order to lessen his own losses. In any case, once they signed their names on the death contract, these martial artists would have to fight with all their might in order to preserve their insignificant lives, regardless of whether or not they were willing. As for the remaining candidates, Jia Tianlong picked some of his capable iron guards. Of course, Monk Golden Light was certain to take the stage. Jia Tianlong was completely counting on the great martial prowess of this immortal cultivator's flying sword technique. While Jia Tianlong was busy, he did not notice that Wang Juechu had returned to the stone hall. Until now, Jia Tianlong still hadn't seen sect leader Wang return, making Jia Tianlong think that Wang Juechu was probably having difficulty deciding the candidates for the deathmatch. When the deathmatch stage had been thoroughly completed, sect leader Wang brought out 300 to 400 people out from the hall. Within this crowd was a mixture of young and old disciples of both genders. However, Each and every one of them had a spirited light in their eyes and walked with steady steps. It was evident they were the 7 Mysteries sect's elites. The ones Jia Tianlong was most cautious of were the 3 figures following behind Wang Juechu. The first individual wore a fluttering scholar's jacket, and his face appeared intellectual and scholarly-like. The second was tall and sturdy with his chest bare. His full beard, resembling steel needles, gave him a valiant appearance that was incomparable. Last was a person wearing gray clothes. He carried a long sword on his back and had a cold expression. At first glance, these people seemed to be middle-aged men, 30 to 40 years old. However, close examination revealed that they released an aura that exuded the passage of time, an aura equivalent to that of an elderly man of 70 to 80 years. It made onlookers feel like the ages of these middle-aged men did not match their young external appearances. Jia Tianlong's mind was clear. These 3 were definitely Wang Juechu's 3 martial uncles. It seemed that the 7 Mysteries sect would not hold anything back, even going as far as summoning its reserves. Thinking of this, Jia Tianlong leaned to the side and pointed his finger at those 3 martial uncles for the dwarf mink golden light. He asked, "Monk, I don't know how you feel about those 3, but can you take them down? They are nothing more than ordinary folk. With a wave of my flying swords, their small lives will be finished. What is there to be worried about? Do you not trust me?" Monk Golden Light said this with a somewhat dismissive tone and gave Jia Tianlong a dissatisfied glare. I wouldn't dare. I merely asked without thinking. Please do not take it to heart, monk." Jia Tianlong promptly responded with a smiling face, fearing that he might have offended the person on whom he was currently most relying. Humph! After the dwarf heard these words, his anger gradually vanished. Only after seeing this did Jia Tianlong's heart calm down. This great immortal cultivator was truly not easy to please. He bitterly smiled to himself and hastily turned his body before shouting loudly, "Are you not ready? Begin signing the death contract." Following this berating voice, those from the feral wolf gang that were participating in the deathmatch started to solemnly write down their names on the death contract. After they signed their names, their fighting spirit burst forth. Not to be outdone, Wang Juechu commanded with a cold voice, "Sign the death contract." Immediately, tens of warriors who had been chosen to participate emerged from the crowd of 7 Mysteries sect members and walked forward to sign the death contract. Han Li's gaze naturally fell on those who marched out as he tried to see if there were any acquaintances among them. He also saw sect leader Wang's 3 martial uncles. However, he didn't take them to mind. He skimmed the crowd with a hurried glance until an elderly man with a blue-green jacket entered his line of sight. With a single look at this old man's appearance, Han Li could not help but exhale in a low voice, "Elder Li." This was the man whose life Han Li had actually saved before, Ma Rong's master, Elder Li. He was unexpectedly a participant of the death match. This was far beyond Han Li's expectations. Han Li retracted his gaze and hastily turned his face. Slapping Li Feiyu's shoulder with all his strength, he said, "Did you see that? Elder Li is there, and wants to sign the death contract." Li Feiyu expressionlessly stood there, motionless, as he surveyed the distance from an elevated view. As if he hadn't heard his friend, Li Feiyu had an extremely stupefied expression. "Hey, what's the matter?" Han Li was somewhat surprised. Even if Elder Li wants to sign the death contract, it's not like he's going to die, right? He strangely asked. Once Li Feiyu heard those words, his vision finally returned. He blankly gazed at Han Li and uttered a sentence that instantly stunned Han Li. Show her, she is also there. She also wants to participate in the death contract battle." Upon uttering these words, Li Feiyu's face instantly became extremely unsightly. "Where?" Han Li hastily asked after he came to his senses. "There." Following Li Feiyu's gaze, Han Li finally found a pale-faced Zhang Xiu'er within the corner of the crowd. At this moment, she was standing with 2 other girls who were also participating in the death match. Wearing thin white clothing, she slightly bit her almond lips, making her whole figure seem like a white-colored flower, lovely and fragile. How could weak women like Lady Zhang participate in such a bloody battle? Did that one surnamed Wang make a mistake? Han Li, who was still unwilling to believe his eyes, questioned incredulously. Xiao'er is also an inner disciple of the Seven Supreme Division. Did I not tell you before? Li Feiyu replied, smiling bitterly as he said something that Han Li felt was unexpected. Han Li remained silent and speechless. It was clearly evident that the seven mystery sect's remaining experts were few in number, and that sect leader Wang did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. In order to prevail in this dire situation, he even sent out a girl like Zhang Xiao'er, almost as if he was planning to stake everything on this one move. Brother, I'll get straight to the point. I want to be with Zhang Xiao'er. Take care of yourself, Li Feiyu lightly said, placing his hand onto Han Li's shoulder. He then turned his body and walked towards the arena. He hadn't even walked 2 steps before he heard a light sigh from behind him, followed closely by a fluctuation in the air. Instantly, another person appeared by his side. Han Li. What's so big about this? Isn't it only a death contract battle? This small situation is not difficult for me to handle. Since we are friends, I can help you with this small matter, Han Li said with a hint of a smile. Having heard this, Li Feiyu did not say anything further and exerted his strength to pat Han Li's chest, quietly saying, "Good brother, thank you so much." Han Li kept a smile on his face, not saying another word. It was just as he said. The reason why he followed was partly because he knew Li Feiyu for quite a long time, so their relationship was quite close. As such, Han Li was unwilling to look on helplessly as Li Feiyu ventured off by himself. On the other hand, Han Li was a highly skilled and bold individual. He did not believe that the feral wolf gang's so-called experts could pose much of a threat to him with his fireball and imperial flight technique. On top of this, he also was a bit eager to test his own strength. The 2 men strode forward, squeezing through the crowd and heading straight for Wang Juechu's side. Halfway, the 2 ripped off their Broken Water sect uniforms, revealing their 7 Mysteries sect attires. Han Li and Li Feiyu's sudden appearance and change in identity caused both sides to stare at them foolishly. No one tried to prevent their movements, allowing them to easily arrive in front of Wang Juechu. Division Head Li, Dr. Han. Upon seeing Li Feiyu, Zhang Xiao'er was pleased beyond expectation. Her coquettish face revealed her to be pleasantly surprised, and if the area wasn't filled with so many people, she might have thrown herself in her lover's embrace, pouring her heart out. Sect leader Wang also recognized the 2 individuals, his eyes revealing a trace of surprise. To him, their sudden appearance was very unexpected. External Blade Division's Division Head Deputy Li Feiyu pays his respects to the sect leader. Li Feiyu spoke loudly. The 2 of us wish to sign the death contract and join the deathmatch. He directly stated his request, not waiting for the others to question him about his appearance. Meanwhile, Han Li stood to the side without making a sound, maintaining an appearance similar to that of Li Feiyu and sect leader Ma. Hearing Li Feiyu speak, sect leader Wang swallowed down the words he was originally obligated to ask. The cold look on his face revealed a hint of a smile as he warmly said, "Very well, as expected of our 7 Mysteries sect's loyal disciples. With Division Head Li joining the battle, the sect will surely receive a better chance at victory. However, I think it would be better if Dr. Han does not join. After all, his medical expertise is very crucial to our sect. If something were to happen to him in the deathmatch, it would be a fatal loss." Hearing these words, Han Li gave a faint smile. Instead of waiting for Li Feiyu's explanation, he shifted slightly, causing his body to disappear right in front of sect leader Wang. Sect leader Wang was surprised, and just as he was about to look in all 4 sides, he heard Han Li's lazy voice drift over from behind him. "I don't know if my own skill is worthy of sect leader Ma's attention, but if I were to enter the deathmatch, I believe that I would be able to protect myself. Therefore, I hope that sect leader will accept my loyalty." Sect leader Ma's heart was overwhelmed with shock. He would have never thought that Han Li, who was renowned in the sect for his medical expertise, would also possess such a terrifying martial skill. Unexpectedly, Han Li was able to soundlessly penetrate Wang Juechu's defense and approach his back without attracting Wang Juechu's attention. Such terrifying skill. Just who exactly is this person? Hidden within our sect. Just what is his purpose? A train of fearful ideas sprang forth in quick succession within Wang Juechu's mind. He turned his body and looked at the seemingly harmless Han Li. Sect leader Wang couldn't help but draw his gaze to his own three martial uncles, only to see that the three martial uncles' facial expressions had also changed slightly. Their eyes revealed a hint of shock, making it evident that Dr. Han's skill caused them to feel unrestrained fear. A series of different thoughts rushed around in sect leader Wang's mind, but he finally made a decision. He abruptly laughed loudly before cordially saying, Dr. Han's heart must have been wholly devoted to the sect. As the sect leader, how could I possibly refuse? He then used his finger to point at the two disciples whose skills were the weakest out of all of them. They stepped out of the lineup, allowing Han Li and Li Feiyu to take their places. Sect leader Wang also allowed Han Li and Li Feiyu to use black ink to write their names in the blood-red death contract, permitting them to become members of the deathmatch. The commotion within the Seven Mysteries sect was naturally witnessed by Jia Tianlong, and even though he felt that the adding of two experts was a bit unexpected, he did not put it within his heart. After all, he believed that the fleshy body of mortals would be unable to stop Monk Golden Light's flying sword technique. Therefore, both sides finished signing their respective death contracts and exchanging them, thus signaling the start of the death match. Only one side would be able to leave alive. Monk Golden Light had a prideful expression on his face as he stood in the middle of the arena with the members of the Feral Wolf Gang standing behind him. Before he emerged, he had already guaranteed Jia Tianlong that he alone would be sufficient to face all the challengers from the Seven Mysteries sect. But of course, the price for his services would have to be adjusted accordingly from the previously agreed amount of 5,000 taels of gold to 8,000 taels of gold. The moment when Monk Golden Light thought about the rewards he would be receiving after the battle, a fiery heat rose in his heart. He stared disdainfully at the crowd, straining himself to hold back from slaughtering all the members of the Seven Mysteries sect. Instead of being with Li Feiyu, Han Li stood at the other side of the crowd. Since Li Feiyu and Zhang Xiu'er were standing together, whispering sweet words of affection to each other, Han Li naturally would not be so rude as to intrude into the personal world of the two lovebirds. Seriously, what is he thinking about when he is with his young lover? To think that they could still talk about their emotions and love right now when we are about to fight for the sect's survival. Han Li felt a sour taste in his mouth. After he came back to his senses, Han Li, like the rest of the sect members, stared curiously at the dwarf standing in the arena. The Feral Wolf Gang's participants all hiding in the back. This is too incredible. They actually allowed such a dirty-looking dwarf to begin the fight? Could it be that the dwarf has some sort of strange and profound martial technique? Han Li blinked his eyes as he pondered in his heart. Sect leader Wang's thoughts flowed down the same path as Han Li's. Instead of rashly allowing his sect members to swamp the arena, he selected a protector wielding a saber to test the waters. It seemed like he intended to scout out his opponent first before making a decision so that there wouldn't be any accidental casualties. Although the battle format was supposed to be a battle royal, if one side only sent out a single man, it would unquestionably become a one-on-one fight. As sect leader Wang thought about this, he decided to act as such. When Monk Golden Light saw only a single man approaching him, he roughly knew in his heart what his opponent was thinking. Hee. The sound of a strange laughter emerged from his throat. His voice was capable of breaking apart drums, causing those who heard it to tremble uncontrollably. The protector that Wang Juechu sent out was a strong warrior more than 30 years old with an extremely valiant appearance. His hands, wielding the saber, were tightly clustered with visible green veins. One look was sufficient enough for one to know that he was extremely proficient with the saber. Even after hearing Monk Golden Light's strange laughter, his heart remained unshaken, which proved that he had experienced countless battles. As Monk Golden Light saw the strong warrior approaching him, he stopped his weird laughter and nonchalantly took out a piece of yellow paper from inside his robes. The yellow paper was inscribed with words and patterns that glowed with a golden light, and Han Li could tell with a single glance that this item was extremely valuable. The dwarf ignored the approaching warrior. Instead of moving forward, he held the yellow paper in one hand and started chanting an incantation. Although the strong warrior from the Seven Mysteries sect was unsure of what mad plot his opponent was hatching, his fighting experience was incomparably vast, and he understood that it would be best to finish off the dwarf before the dwarf completed the incantation, in case the battle became disadvantageous for him. As a result, he didn't even pause to think before his body vigorously leapt into the air, drawing close to the body of Mink Golden Light with a few steps. He raised the steel saber in his hand, and with a glint of cold light, he struck against the head of his opponent. The strike was swift, ferocious, and heavy, filled with all of his strength. As soon as his eyes witnessed the edge of the saber landing on Monk Golden Light's head, the incantation had already been completed. Before the steel saber could come into contact with his body, Monk Golden Light held the piece of yellow paper against his body. Abruptly, a piercing ray of golden light flashed, emanating from the hand that held the yellow paper. This extremely golden piercing ray of light blinded the strong warrior, but he did not have the slightest hint of panic, continuing to swing his steel saber downwards. Dang! The sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the entire arena. The strong warrior felt a wave of heat from web of skin between his thumb and index finger as the saber he was wielding almost flew out of his hands, causing him to be shocked. Although both his eyes had not managed to see clearly, he knew that the situation was perilous. He tiptoed as he backtracked a distance of several zhang before pausing. Brandishing his saber, he maintained his position. At this moment, he could hear the crowd in the arena letting out gasps of shock and astonishment. The strong warrior began to get worried after hearing the crowd's reaction. He desperately wanted to know what had happened and why was his clash with the dwarf so bizarre. Fortunately, his eyes had recovered his vision, and he hurriedly shifted his gaze forward, only to see the dwarf standing motionlessly several zhang ahead of him. His entire body seemed to emit an aura of golden light an inch wide around him. This golden light was akin to a thick armor, enveloping the dwarf and giving him a level of protection that was impervious to even the wind and rain. The protector's saber attack had struck the barrier of the golden light and did not manage to even wound the dwarf's body. The protector did not understand the origin of the golden light that was as tough as steel and iron. It had actually made his saber attack ineffective. Although the protector had vast amounts of experience, this was the first time he had seen such an incredible thing, causing him to be stunned. Wielding the steel saber, he was worried, not knowing whether he should advance or retreat. Not only was the protector stunned, the spectators in the crowd were astonished as well. Within Jianghu, the number of individuals who knew immortal cultivators were extremely sparse, especially within such a remote location like Stateview. As such, the golden light manifested by the yellow paper was extremely mysterious and unfathomable to the members of the Seven Mysteries sect. Jia Tianlong felt joy in his heart as he witnessed those from the Seven Mysteries sect looking at each other with dismay. Standing at the back of the crowd was Han Li, who was even more astonished than the others. Han Li knew that on this mountain peak, there was no one other than the dwarf who understood how to use magic techniques. It was obvious to him that the dwarf used an incantation similar to that of Solok Talisman. However, Han Li felt that this technique was even more powerful than the Solok Talisman. When no one was watching, Han Li quickly activated Heaven's Eye technique by reciting its incantations. Having activated it, he hurriedly turned his gaze in the dwarf's direction. He saw that beneath the golden aura, there was a flickering white light on the dwarf's body. When compared to the golden aura, this white light was too faint. If one was not looking for it, he or she would have most likely not been able to notice its existence. This dwarf was actually an immortal cultivator whose magic power was much lower than Han Li's. This caused Han Li to be delighted and anguished at the same time. He was delighted because, as a beginner, his magic power was richer when compared to the dwarf's, which signified that the dwarf had merely dabbled in immortal cultivation. Hanli also felt anguished because he did not know whether or not the dwarf knew any other magic techniques of which he was not aware. As such, he was not sure if he would be able to handle the dwarf. Hanli turned his head to look at sect leader Wang, who had a gloomy countenance. In that moment, the three men standing near sect leader Wang had a great change in expression and started talking amongst themselves. It seemed that the dwarf's golden light was not something to be trifled with. Covered by the golden light, the dwarf started laughing with his head facing the sky. Soon after, he domineeringly shouted, "This venerable master is standing here motionlessly and will allow you to attack as you please. If there is no one here capable of breaking this monk's gold barrier, then not a single one of your insignificant lives will be spared." After this was said, he gave an arrogant sneer. Monk Golden Light's speech had thoroughly changed the Seven Mysteries sect disciples' apprehension into rage. Immediately, many valiant martial artists wanted to rush out from the crowd and charge straight toward the dwarf. However, sect leader Wang stopped them. Wang Juechu waved his arm, signaling the protectors at the scene to return. Then, he said a few words to the tall and sturdy man, who nodded his head and walked step by step toward to the dwarf, upright and unafraid. As the dwarf saw the fully bearded man walking toward him, a malicious gaze flashed in his eyes. Because his natural body was deformed, he had been ridiculed since a young age. As a result, he especially detested bold individuals with tall and lofty figures. This man before him fell within his scope of resentment. He was already thinking of what cruel method he should use to torment him. The bare-chested man was one of Wang Juechu's three martial uncles. If one did not see his full bearded face, they would have thought him to be an oaf. However, his true age had already passed a cycle of 60 years. He used to be known as a valiant and brave individual in the Seven Mysteries sect, killing countless enemies for the sake of the sect. Confronted with this strange golden barrier, he naturally would not act rashly. This person examined the barrier and glanced at Monk Golden Light protected within. He cracked a smile, and with two extended fingers, he flicked the golden barrier, causing a clear dang sound. This frivolous act agitated Monk Golden Light. He sinisterly said, "Do you wish for this immortal master to send you to an early reincarnation?" As the martial uncle listened to these words, his expression changed. He unexpectedly strode forward a single step, arriving at the dwarf's side. Lifting his leg once more, he appeared behind the dwarf. In order to get to the mind of Monk Golden Light, the martial uncle circled around him with long strides and increasingly faster revolutions. In a blink of an eye, his figure became indistinct. Monk Golden Light was incapable of seeing him clearly. Monk Golden Light had become dizzy from the opponent's continuous rotations, causing the fury in his heart to intensify. Without taking the time to think, he brought his hand to the inside of his robe, seemingly with the intention to take something out. Just then, the circling bearded man naturally took notice of his opponent's actions. He suddenly let out a long whistle that resembled a dragon's cry and a tiger's hiss. The whistle was both strong and lengthy. It shook the ears of everyone on Setting Sun Summit with a droning noise that also affected leaves and branches of the trees nearby. After Monk Golden Light heard the whistle, his shaking hands were rendered powerless. His hand stretched toward his bosom, but unexpectedly, he did not withdraw it. Suddenly, the sharp, loud sounds of bursting joints came from the bearded man. They grew more and more hurried until finally the sounds were like the winds and rain of a torrential storm. The sounds had even covered the whistling. The bearded man had circled to the front of the dwarf and stopped. He then stopped whistling and the sound of his joints bursting had stopped. At this moment, those who were clear-headed discovered that the bearded man's body had changed dramatically since his revolutions. The muscles on his chest and arms were greatly bulging outwards and were pure black, as if cast in living iron. When compared to the dwarf, it was as if he were a giant. While Monk Golden Light was gasping for air, he took out a thin long box from his bosom. This wooden box was completely dark and was covered by a paper talisman that sealed the contents. Without waiting for the dwarf to tear off the paper talisman, the gigantic spirited man extended his huge hand like a palm leaf fan and without politeness, he ruthlessly smashed against the golden light. The strike rocked the barrier, deforming it and causing the dwarf to sway incessantly, making the unstable dwarf incapable of tearing off the paper talisman. Monk Golden Light's mind was overwhelmed with shock. He was fully aware of the might of the golden barrier surrounding him. This man was actually capable of striking and deforming it, which required a great amount of godly force. The contempt in his heart could not help but almost entirely vanish. His hands moved more quickly to tear off the paper talisman. With the sound of tearing paper, the talisman had finally been ripped off. Monk Golden Light's face showed an expression of joy. He then heard a thump as the bearded man unleashed strikes against the golden barrier in quick succession. The dwarf's body swayed accordingly and was unable to remain standing, causing his buttocks to fall to the floor. Only at this moment did he discover that the man had used both hands and legs to assault the golden barrier like a squall. His current golden barrier was the same as kneaded dough, with the opponent's punches and kicks creating new dents, bulges, and warped deformations on the barrier. It seemed that the layer of golden light could break at any moment underneath the martial uncle's fierce assault. Seeing this, Monk Golden Light's expression drastically changed. Flustered, he was no longer capable of maintaining the poise of an immortal master, and instead proceeded to chant an incantation. Unfortunately, he had made many errors in this hurried attempt, so there wasn't the slightest result. That black box hadn't moved even a jolt. In the back, Jia Tianlong saw everything and was somewhat amazed. On one hand, he was amazed by Monk Golden Light's idiotic actions and obliviousness. On the other hand, he felt awe as he witnessed the martial prowess belonging to Wang Juechu's martial uncle, who could test the power of the golden barrier belonging to Monk Golden Light. The barrier could truly be considered impervious to sword and spear. Water and fire couldn't penetrate it either, similar to its ineffectiveness against a diamond-hard shield. Unexpectedly, this golden barrier was trembling greatly under this person's punches and kicks, and accumulated deformations according to the martial uncle's wishes. This was truly inconceivable. This man's skill was a great and profound mystery. He recalled that there still existed two more similar experts in addition to the bearded man. For the first time since he had rashly agreed to the opponent's deathmatch, Jia Tianlong felt slightly regretful. He now understood why the opposition had requested a deathmatch with complete confidence. Wang Juechu actually had these three freakish experts to rely on. If Jia Tianlong were in his shoes, he would have also requested a bloody battle. Thinking of this, Jia Tianlong looked at the disadvantaged dwarf. He already considered whether or not he should send assistance to this self-proclaimed immortal master to avoid having this expert die such a muddle-headed death without even using his flying sword's technique. From the situation in the arena, it seemed that the violent man held an absolute advantage. However, no one knew that this particular person, who seemed to be incomparably mighty, was actually secretly grumbling to himself. Every fist he unleashed caused a portion of the barrier of golden light to cave in. The impacts fiercely vibrated the barrier. It would only be a matter of time before the barrier would be totally destroyed. But no one knew that every time the man's fists had come into contact with the golden light, the man could feel a sharp wave of rebound energy that seemed to reciprocate the strength he used. Currently, all four of his limbs were grievously damaged. He knew that once the effects of his skill faded, all of his limbs would probably be immensely swollen. In addition, the barrier of golden light had an insane recovery rate. After a short while, the portions that he caved in with his attacks would immediately return back to their original shapes, as if the barrier was never damaged in the first place. Moreover, his previous attacks were aimed randomly at the barrier of golden light, merely causing its shape to be distorted, but other than that, there seemed to be no other effect on the barrier whatsoever. The tall and sturdy man continued in this manner for a period of time, while the barrier of golden light vibrated intensely, as if it would break apart at any moment. Now, the thoughts of everyone present went in the opposite direction. They understood that this tall and sturdy man's attacks were unable to destroy the golden barrier. His immense strength would at most be able to create some dents on the barrier, but it would not able to completely destroy it. So not only did Jia Tianlong abolish the idea of sending reinforcements, but the dwarf also regained his former composure. But because he had embarrassed himself earlier, Monk Golden Light's features seemed to have a trace of embarrassment, and as he stared at the strong and sturdy man, his gaze became increasingly malevolent. But because he was suffering the barrage of attacks from his opponent, his body was unable to stand straight, and every magic technique he intended to cast misfired. As such, he stopped his incantations and stared intently at his opponent, while muttering a string of curses under his breath in an unknown language. As for the tall and sturdy man, he did not feel any changes, so he continued frenziedly attacking the golden barrier. The spectators all thought that this individual had boundless energy and would never need to rest. Clang, clang, clatter. Exerting his full strength, that ferocious man unleashed 2 strikes and a kick before turning his back in retreat. That massive frame of his did not seem to hinder his speed. The man's actions caused the spectators to be shocked. A commotion arose shortly after. Monk Golden Light was shocked as well, but he swiftly flew into a rage. He hurriedly sat down and crossed his legs. Placing a black box horizontally onto his lap, he began to mumble an incantation. Both his hands were extended in front of his chest in a strange position as he shivered forcefully, expending a seemingly tremendous amount of energy. Looking at the violent convulsions shaking the dwarf's body, everyone present thought it was as if all the fingers on his hands possessed the strength of 1,000 jin. At this moment, the tall and sturdy man had already left the area designated for the 7 Mysteries sect, as if he wanted to retreat back to the crowd. However, he suddenly heard a loud voice from behind his back. "Rise!" He saw the face of Wang Juechu, who was standing in front of him, fall drastically as the audience collectively shouted out, "Be careful!" The tall and sturdy man trembled as he hurriedly dodged to the left and cast a side glance at the dwarf, only to see a ray of gray light swiftly approaching his previous position, missing him by a narrow margin. His heart froze, but he relaxed, since he had managed to dodge this hidden weapon attack. He would be reunited with his 2 senior martial uncles soon and could then take a breather, but before he had even completed this thought, he felt an extreme pain in his right arm. As he turned his gaze, another exclamation of shock could be heard from the audience. Within that cacophony of noise, the voices of his 2 senior martial uncles were heard, filled with immense worry and apprehension. That man was slightly stunned, as if he did not understand what had happened. At this moment, he saw another ray of gray light appear in his line of sight, piercing through his chest. Looking at the shape of the weapon, it appeared to be the same hidden weapon that he had dodged earlier. The man was shocked and angered. He wanted to open his mouth to say something, but as the sound "Pu Tong" rang out, his body collapsed on the ground. It was only at this moment that the man realized that his right arm had already been broken without him being aware. Fresh blood flowed unceasingly from the wound. "What happened?" the man asked, his stomach full of confusion and unwillingness. But soon after, his vision went black as his consciousness faded into oblivion. Even until the point of death, he was not able to understand what had happened, but the members from both the Feral Wolf Gang and the 7 Mysteries sect were able to see clearly what had happened. From what they understood, after Monk Golden Light had finished his incantation and shouted "Rise," a ray of gray light shot forth from the black box, spiraling around the head of the dwarf before following the direction that his finger was pointing in and flying towards that tall and sturdy man. Although the man dodged out of reflex, avoiding the strike through his chest, he had no way to avoid the attack that was directed to the back of his arm. It seemed that the ray of gray light was incredibly sharp. Even after slicing his arm, the man still had no knowledge or realization that something had happened. Afterwards, the crowd was even more astounded. After the ray of gray light was avoided, it continued following the finger movements of the dwarf, flying far ahead in front of the warrior and abruptly changed directions. It pierced straight through the chest of the defenseless man and easily robbed him of his life. Everyone was stunned into silence by what had just occurred and instinctively fixed their gazes on the ray of gray light that had returned to the dwarf and was now spiraling above the dwarf's head. The words "flying sword" appeared involuntarily in the majority of the spectators' minds. Although these people did not know about the existence of immortal cultivators, even they had heard of the various legends and miraculous stories of flying swords. This ray of gray light was extremely similar to the rumored flying sword used by the legendary immortals. Could the unsightly dwarf be one of the fabled sword immortals? The majority of the crowd fixated their gazes, now filled with respect, at the dwarf. The title of Sword Immortal was enough to cause many mortals to be filled with fear. Monk Golden Light now held his head high with his chest out, considering himself to be unparalleled in this world. He manipulated the ray of gray light to soar above his head in a wild dance until it resembled a huge gray python, causing exclamations of awe to come out from the feral wolf gang. On the other hand, those representing the Seven Mysteries sect were speechless and downcast. Imminent defeat was apparent in their hearts. If one were to say that the morale of Jia Tianlong's men was greatly increased while that of the Seven Mysteries sect was greatly diminished, he or she would not be wrong. After all, Jia Tianlong had managed to enlist the aid of a sword immortal. Han Li was the only one in the crowd who felt extreme joy in his heart. Han Li realized that this Monk Golden Light's flying sword technique was exactly the same as the telekinesis technique that he himself had learned. Although he did not know if the ray of gray light was indeed a sword, he knew that telekinesis technique could only control tangible objects. This fact was undeniable. Currently, Han Li's heart surged with the intent to fight. It seemed that his interest towards this fellow immortal cultivator was growing increasingly high. While that dwarf was immensely satisfied with himself, Han Li was scheming in his mind. Two men quickly jumped out from the Seven Mysteries sect's side. After they jumped from the crowd, without saying anything, they rushed straight toward the dwarf as quick as lightning. They were Wang Juechu's two remaining martial uncles. These two men wore grieving expressions. It was obvious that the tall and sturdy man's death had greatly saddened them. As a result, they felt endless loathing for Monk Golden Light and paid no attention to his sword's transcendent movements. They were consumed by the thirst to kill the opponent and take revenge on behalf of their fallen comrade. Sect leader Wang had originally planned to block their reckless actions, but acknowledged that this dwarf, capable of mystic techniques, had to be confronted sooner or later. These two martial uncles were the only ones capable of threatening the dwarf. Rather than blocking them now, it would be better to take advantage of his martial uncle's desire for revenge and have them clash with the dwarf immediately. Thinking of this, Wang Juechu swallowed the words that he was about to say to call them back. Monk Golden Light had learned his lesson not long ago and did not dare to look down on these opponents. He propelled the gray light toward the two with one finger. The gray light immediately changed into a long beam of light and flew directly towards them. The uncle who resembled a scholar immediately suspected that the flying sword's gray light would fly toward them. He raised an eyebrow and raised his hand, launching a thin silver line from his sleeve. It collided against the gray streak of light head-on, stopping it for a second. However, the gray streak of light then rushed forward, as if nothing had happened. It seemed that the silver line did not have much of an effect. The others could not clearly discern the nature of the silver line, but with the extreme eyesight bestowed upon him by the eternal spring arts, Han Li was able to see it very clearly. It consisted of tens of silver needles fired off in succession in a straight line. However, he did not know what method the scholar had used. Such a powerful technique, capable of violently launching out many thin, feather-light needles, had greatly interested Han Li. Seeing that the silver needles had no effect, the scholar did not panic and instead began revolving his body like a spinning top. Immediately after, his revolving silhouette ejected countless cold beams of light varying in size that split into two parts. One portion turned into a silver stream that directly struck the gray light, producing a sharp crackling sound as they hit each other. Unfortunately, it was unable to destroy the gray streak of light. The other portion flew straight towards the dwarf, colliding against the golden barrier. Ding ding! The impact itself was a spectacular sight. The gray streak of light launched itself against the silver stream, causing an unending amount of debris fragments to fall. Because they were completely shattered, one could no longer make out their original appearance, but the objects that ricocheted off the golden barrier were intact. only taking minimal damage. These objects formed the silver stream and consisted of a few throwing knives, prayer beads, iron lotus seeds, metal coins, and a myriad of concealed weapons. There were even a few unfamiliar items that could not be named. Monk Golden Light was slightly surprised. However, he immediately curled his lips and thought that these mundane, common metal weapons could not possibly fend off his treasure for long. Tai! A huge shout like that of spring thunder resonated through the arena, shocking everyone present and leaving them in awe. At this moment, everyone discovered that the gray-clothed man, who had originally rushed out alongside the scholar, had drawn the precious sword from his back at an unknown moment and was steadily walking toward the gray light. About 2 inches of light emanated from the tip of the sword that he was holding. The light continuously grew and shrank, giving off a menacingly cold air. Sword point. It was unknown who had first shouted the name of this supreme sword skill that every swordsman would yearn for, even in their dreams. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Passion flared both from inside and outside the stage. If one were to say flying swords were but a rumor from legend, then Sword Point would be a legend of Jiang who that all swordmen would yearn for. Currently, not only did Sword Point and flying swords appear in succession, but also their immediate confrontation. How could anyone not burn with anger at being unable to witness such a scene? This was a moment that could make life feel worthwhile. At this moment, however, Jia Tianlong was not excited with the crowd. Instead, those around him felt a cold aura being released as he felt the flow of cold sweat. Only now did he understand what it felt like to be terrified in hindsight. Although he previously knew the Seven Mysteries sect was hiding 3 great experts, he did not anticipate that this expert would have a great enough skill that he would be able to use Sword Point. Had he not requested this monk Golden Light to act, Jia Tianlong feared that this gray-clothed person, capable of using Sword Point, could kill each and every person on his side. While Jia Tianlong's frightened expression paled, the gray-clothed man had already arrived below the gray streak of light. At this moment, it was unknown whether the scholar had exhausted his supply of hidden weapons or the scholar had deliberately stopped, but the scholar's bodily rotation halted all of a sudden, breaking the silver stream that was pushing against the gray light. No longer facing any resistance, the gray light naturally fell towards the head of the gray-clothed man. The gray-clothed man grasped his sword with both hands and fearlessly leaped high into the air. He waved the point of his sword and ferociously struck the gray light. A clear dang sound spread through the air. The gray-clothed man fell to the ground from midair and staggered back several steps. Soon after, he opened his mouth and spouted out a mouthful of blood, his expression becoming dispirited and listless. The first 3 inches of the long sword in his hand had disappeared and turned into a flat bulge. The gray streak suffered through the strike like a shot bird and fell from the sky. Even after landing in the dust, the gray light's brilliance did not wane. Instead, it continued pulsing incessantly, appearing intact and completely vigorous. Seeing this event, both crowds simultaneously cried out in surprise. However, the members of the Seven Mysteries sect's cries were brimming with joy, while Jian Tianlong's side was brimming with worry. The scholar was also elated, but he hesitated for a moment as he looked at the winded gray-clothed man and the eyes of the dwarf. Nevertheless, his body flew towards the dwarf, preparing to dispatch the enemy. Without waiting for the scholar to fly out even a few steps, the gray-clothed man suddenly yelled from behind, "Quick, dodge!" The scholar's mind was startled, but he immediately began to move. However, he felt a cool sensation from his neck and saw the gray light fly past him. He witnessed a headless body run forward a few steps that soon fell to the floor. The back of that body seemed exceedingly familiar. As the scholar thought of this, his consciousness quickly faded. Monk Golden Light was completely arrogant at this moment. He once again commanded the gray light on the ground to suddenly rise and fly towards the gray-clothed man, the sole survivor of the 3 experts. He was immensely proud of the small scheme he used to get rid of the scholar. Just as he planned to immediately kill what was left of the Seven Mysteries sect after killing this gray-clothed man, he suddenly heard a sentence from a figure within the crowd. "This thing of yours flying about, I've grown fond of it. How about you give it to me and let me play with it? Just as he heard this, he felt a formidable spiritual power approach his gray light and forcibly sever his connection with it, snatching it away from his control. The gray light that was originally flying toward the gray-clothed man turned in midair and flew into the crowd. Wherever the gray light went, people lost their heads in fear and were dodging it all over the place. Only a common-looking youth of only 17 to 18 years stood unmoving from his original spot. This youth smiled toward Monk Golden Light for a moment, exposing his pure white teeth that contrasted against his tan skin. He then pointed to the gray light, which obediently fell into his hand. An immortal cultivator. The dwarf's heart trembled and his complexion fell, becoming pale beyond comparison. Everyone who had seen this young man's actions all thought that their eyes must have failed them. Originally, when they saw the gray light turn and fly towards the crowd from the Seven Mysteries sect, they believed the midget had changed his mind, intending to first kill off the rest of the humble martial art disciples and then handle the gray-clothed person. Who would have imagined that the gray streak would fly into the crowd and actually land on the hand of a seemingly ordinary disciple, who effortlessly received it? This was far too much to believe. The Seven Mysteries sect side, including sect leader Wang and the gray-clothed man, felt both pleasantly surprised and relieved from the unexpected rescue. Wang Juechu was in ecstasy and was even more glad that he had the foresight to agree to let Han Li participate in the deathmatch. He knew that the survival of the participants in the deathmatch, as well as the survival of the Seven Mysteries sect, would henceforth depend entirely on this profoundly mysterious Dr. Han Li. Li Feiyu had understood what Han Li had stolen. At this moment, his mouth had dropped open and did not close for a while. Although he knew his close friend was somewhat outstanding, to be able to take away the immortal cultivator's flying sword was a feat Li Feiyu could only dream of, making him absolutely giddy. This actually went as far as to make Xianxia, Elder Li, and the opposing Jia Tianlong wide-eyed and speechless. Each of their facial expressions was very wonderful to behold. Numerous gazes were shot out, included fear, doubt, and pleasant surprise, but all of them fell onto Han Li. Han Li had a smooth expression and was smiling all along. It seemed that he did not have even the slightest care for the spectators' attentive gazes. However, no one knew that behind that calm appearance, his mind was filled with endless depression. Only the heavens knew that Han Li absolutely did not want to take action. His original plan was to wait for the dwarf to negligently drop his golden barrier and then mount a sneak attack. Until then, he would conceal himself in the rear and use very small fireballs to easily kill the opposition. But who would have thought that the plan of the heavens would supersede that of men? Han Li, from simply seeing the gray streak fly about, had stirred an uncomfortable irritation and unconsciously used a technique he had learned earlier through endless practice, telekinesis technique. The result was an easy seizure of the object. Such a simple seizure was greatly unexpected. Han Li simply extended his magic power towards the gray streak and easily erased the dwarf's spiritual power, establishing a connection between him and the gray light. On one hand, Han Li had effortlessly seized control of the opponent's treasure and was secretly delighted. On the other hand, he now had no choice but to confront the dwarf, making him somewhat uneasy. He clearly understood he did not possess enough force to break the opponent's tortoise shell. The only thing giving him comfort was that his magic power had exceeded his opponent's several times over. Of course, the slightest sign of unease could not be seen in Han Li's expression. That was because he was fully aware that if one held the psychological high ground, then they would possess a great advantage in a true confrontation and would somewhat increase the odds of success out of thin air. This was a trick he had learned from within the blinking sword art manuals. As a result, after recognizing the dwarf as a great enemy, Han Li showed the opposite and instead showed an expression of having a card up his sleeve. He leisurely moved the treasure he had just taken back and forth in his hands. The gray streak remained spirited, and its length was indeterminate, its true form still unclear. Han Li raised his head to take a glance at the somewhat pale dwarf and slightly smiled. He lightly rubbed the gray streak in between his hands. The gray streak's brilliance was immediately exhausted, revealing its true appearance. It was actually a Taoist paper talisman. In addition, a picture of a small gray sword was drawn on this peculiar talisman. The small gray sword on the paper talisman was drawn vividly and lifelike, as if it were real. In addition, there was no magic power urging the small sword to move, yet it emitted a faint flowing light on its own, as if it were an exceptionally sharp sword. Its cold aura was menacing. However, he had second thoughts regarding this Taoist talisman. Recalling the previous great display of its outstanding mysterious power, he felt somewhat satisfied. After all, its ferociousness was seen with his own eyes. He was certain it will be quite useful later on. Han Li easily pocketed the talisman in his bosom. He didn't dare to swaggeringly use this item in front of its previous owner. Who knows what tricks the opponent could do with the talisman. In addition, he was quite unfamiliar with the telekinesis technique, having never practiced it on a suitable object. He supposed that if he were to use this object now, it would be very difficult to injure his opponent with it. Across from him, Monk Golden Light stared helplessly as Han Li pocketed the treasure he had taken from him. He could not help but become furious, but he did not have the courage to step forward and tear it away from him. It should be known that since the opponent was able to easily erase his spiritual power from the talisman, his opponent's magic power should be several times deeper than his own. He truly did not have the courage to contest against him. Han Li saw that the dwarf was strained. Monk Golden Light was clearly angry but did not dare to speak, knowing that he was already subdued by his opponent. Not knowing who was superior, Han Li's nerves couldn't help but want to settle this matter even more. Finally, deciding to be a fox masquerading as a tiger, Han Li exerted the Imperial Flight technique on his body. His figure flashed several times until he arrived in front of the dwarf. Seeing Han Li move in the way that gods appeared and demons vanished, Monk Golden Light grew even more fearful. He could not help but recoil several steps, timidly saying in a soft voice, "What are you going to do? I'm not conquering this region's resources, nor did I take any spiritual herbs or immortal elixirs. I only received a few of these mortals' gold, nothing more. Furthermore, I didn't violate your local clan's interests. You have no reason to kill me." Hearing these words, Han Li was secretly delighted. He knew the opponent had mistaken him as a representative of some immortal cultivation clan. His confidence suddenly rose a bit. He deliberately gave a faint smile, and soon after, he feigned a mysterious identity and softly asked, "I don't know who your excellency is. Why have you taken the initiative to participate in mortal affairs and disturb the local order of the secular realm? This puts my clan in a difficult position." Hearing the opponent's mind town and thinking that Han Li lacked the intention to dispose of him, the dwarf immediately roused his spirit. His two small eyeballs spun around in several circles and he hastily said in an evasive manner, "I am a disciple of the Yi clan from the Qin mountain range. I was simply passing by. Because I was an old friend of the feral wolf gang's commander, I couldn't resist their plea and decided to help them out. By no means did I have any intention of deliberately offending your clan. Brother, I hope you'll forgive me. What is the name of your noble clan? In the future, this humble man will certainly visit your clan to apologize for this offense." After revealing the fact that he was someone from the Yi clan, the dwarf involuntarily puffed out his chest. As if he could draw support from the words he just spoke, the tone of his voice also got more bold. It seemed like he was extremely confident about the fame associated with the name Yi clan from the Qin mountain range. Seeing how courageous the dwarf became all of a sudden, Han Li knew that the Yi clan had to be a famous immortal clan. However, even though the dwarf had such an impressive backing, he had still panicked during the start of the fight and made mistakes that clearly showed that he did not lie. He was just a nobody within the immortal clan. His life or death held no significance to the clan, which would not stir even if he perished. Han Li made his judgment within a few short moments. In his heart, he had already decided to finish off his opponent, since he knew that there wouldn't be any future repercussions. This deduction destroyed the last thread of sympathy within Han Li, whose heart began to surge increasingly with a strong murderous intent. After all, his opponent's magic power could not be compared to Han Li's. Even the dwarf's movements and actions were that of an idiot, despite the dwarf being an immortal cultivator. However, how rare was it to find an immortal cultivator here? Even if there were no conditions of a deathmatch, Han Li would not give up this chance and reject this big gift. In addition, Han Li could easily deduce that the dwarf was not a kind-hearted being based on his mannerisms and speech. Thus, when Han Li moved into action, he did not have the slightest hesitation. Qin Yiling Yi clan? Could it be he's from that famous clan? Surprise appeared on Han Li's face as if he believed the dwarf's words. Since his opponent dared to use this name to intimidate him, Han Li silently guessed that this clan should be quite famous among immortal cultivators. It's exactly that Yi clan. Brother, you've actually heard of the Yi clan, so I believe you won't purposely make things difficult for me. Seeing how the great name of the Yi clan affected Han Li, the dwarf started to boast and speak in a loud voice. Yi clan? Han Li pretended to hesitate, as he scratched his head, displaying an expression of contemplation. Upon seeing this situation, joy bloomed in that dwarf's heart. He immediately rushed to the side and frenziedly hit the drum, creating a cacophony of noise. He was extremely afraid that the situation would turn out disadvantageous for him if this dragged on. How about this? I will bring you to see one of the clan's elders and will let the upper management decide how we should deal with this. How about it, brother? Han Li replied as if he was being put into a difficult position. No need for such troubles. This is just a small matter. If you want the elders to get involved in such a small affair, I'm afraid it would leave a bad impression in the eyes of the elder and would be greatly detrimental to your future progress. The moment the dwarf heard Han Li's reply, he couldn't help but jump in shock. He hurriedly put on a caring face, trying to dissuade Han Li. Monk Golden Light saw Han Li as an inexperienced young immortal cultivator who was traveling to gain worldly experience. He thought that Han Li had always been trapped inside his clan and made to cultivate. The only possible explanation for Han Li's youthful age and his profound magic power was that he had only recently come out to the secular world. Thank you, brother, for your reminder. Han Li appeared very touched, lowering his head as he pondered. Extending his arms, he took out the talisman with the picture of a small sword etched over it. This is the first time I met you, but brother has already shown such great care for me. I think I shall return this treasure to you, its original owner. Deceptively, Han Li spoke in a sincere tone, although there were some lingering traces of unwillingness in his expression. The dwarf was extremely happy. To think that the immortal cultivator in front of him was so naive that he would want to return the treasure that the dwarf had just lost. Afraid that any hesitation would cause Han Li to change his mind, the dwarf stopped thinking further about it and hurriedly decided. As he waved his hands, the golden barrier around him dissolved completely. He extended his hand to get back his talisman and rudely said, "Since brother is so sincere, I will no longer be polite." Seeing the dwarf had extended his hand in an attempt to grab the talisman, Han Li's expression abruptly underwent a huge change. He pointed to the back of the dwarf and excitedly called out, "Clan leader, why has this esteemed elder arrived at this place?" Upon hearing this, the dwarf froze, so frightened that he no longer cared about the treasure. He turned his head around, but there was no one there, only silence. Oh shit! No matter how stupid the dwarf was, he knew that he had fallen for Han Li's trap. Hurriedly turning back his head, he could only feel a hot sensation near his chest. Soon after, flames started rising up his body, covering him in a sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, the dwarf was incinerated into ashes. After this moment, Han Li let out a long sigh and retracted the hand that he had used to shoot out the fireball earlier. Using the small fireball technique and killing his opponent with a single move, the whole process seemed extremely simple, but he had actually expended a great deal of effort under a lot of pressure in order to come up with this plan. Now that his sneak attack had succeeded, a joyful smile broke out on his face, and he praised himself silently. Jia Tianlong and Wang Juechu had clearly seen what happened just now, but they did not understand what they saw. Because neither Han Li nor the dwarf was willing to let others listen in to their conversation, they had spoken in extremely low tones. The spectators were too far away and thus were unable to hear their voices. They only knew that upon seeing Han Li, the dwarf got extremely afraid, but after exchanging a few sentences, the dwarf appeared to be sincerely begging Han Li for something. During the final moments, they saw that when the dwarf's back was turned, Han Li had abruptly unleashed a fireball and incinerated the feral wolf gang's backer, easily disintegrating him into a layer of white dust. Jia Tianlong felt a bitter taste in his mouth, so bitter that it seeped deep into his heart. How could this have happened? Originally, the outcome was in their favor, but why did it end up like this? After this unremarkable disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect appeared, everything was suddenly turned upside down. Even Monk Golden Light, an immortal cultivator, was burned to a state where he couldn't be any more than dead. On the other hand, Wang Juechu's emotions were naturally opposite from that of his great enemy. He tightly gripped to the hilt of his long sword that was placed on his waist, and was looking over with an excited expression. Squatting in an ungraceful posture, he looked at Han Li, who easily swept away the dwarf, while showing a fervent expression on his face. The current Han Li was very excited. However, this was not just excitement from winning against the dwarf. From Monk Golden Light's ashes, he discovered a few items that had not been burned into ashes. There weren't many items, only a talisman, a command medallion, and a book. The talisman was the one that the dwarf had used to erect the golden barrier. Although Han Li did not know the incantation, it was still sufficient enough to drive him wild with joy. Currently, the thing that he needed most of all was a protective measure that could be used to save his life. The command medallion was a black, triangular-shape object. On one side, there were golden words carved upon it, Immortal Ascension, while on the other side, the word command was engraved in silver. The entire command medallion didn't seem to be made from metal, but it was heavy and solid to the touch. Han Li had no idea what it could be used for. And as for that book, Han Li knew that this had to be some extraordinary object, given the fact that it wasn't burned into a crisp after he unleashed his fireball technique. But after flipping through a few pages, he realized that this book was actually a genealogical record of some sort, a record of those that were surnamed Qin. Han Li did not know what this had to do with Monk Golden Light, nor why it was so important that the dwarf carried it in his possession. This dwarf said that he was a disciple from the Yi clan, but he brought along a genealogical record of those who were surnamed Qin. Could he be a bastard child of the Yi clan? Greatly disappointed, Han Li made a few malicious guesses. Although he had obtained these 3 items, he was not capable of immediately using any of them. However, Han Li still collected them without a trace of politeness. Han Li then stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. Using a smile that wasn't truly a smile, he looked toward Jia Tianlong and the rest of the feral wolf gang. Do you intend to break your own meridians, or would you rather have me personally send you off? Han Li's tone was very polite, but the meaning of his words did not give the feral wolf gang the slightest amount of leeway. Hearing these words, Jia Tianlong felt an extraordinary cold feeling permeating through his body and freezing his entire face. He constantly warned himself to remain calm and that there would be a method to deal with this man. However, he could not help but wipe his forehead that was covered by a layer of cold sweat. Jia Tianlong forced a bitter smile, knowing that he didn't need a mirror to know that his current complexion was, without a doubt, extremely unsightly. With great effort, he turned his head around to look at everyone from the feral wolf gang, only to find that the complexions of his men were also pale. All of them were frightened and wore expressions that foretold the imminent arrival of a great catastrophe. These people were at a loss, not knowing what to do. The slightest will to fight could not be seen in their panic-stricken eyes. Jia Tianlong was dispirited. Facing the Seven Mysteries sect, he looked at his archenemy, Wang Juechu, who was coldly gazing back with a look that could kill. For the most part, the rest of the crowd had hateful expressions and a thirst for revenge. Jia Tianlong was at a loss. As he unconsciously looked outside of the deathmatch arena, his gaze fell upon his originally loyal and devout subordinates. The previous feelings that they had had and what their expressions currently expressed had nothing in common with each other. There were some who were anxious and others who were aloof, but the majority of them had unexpectedly cheerful expressions. They were all whispering in each other's ears, evidently feeling pleasure from Jia Tianlong's misfortune. This will not do. We, ourselves, will decide whether or not we will die here. We will survive and continue to complete our hegemony. It was unknown whose expression it was that touched Jia Tianlong's nerve, but frenzy suddenly flashed through his eyes. Men, come. Iron guards, advance and prepare your crossbows. The rest of you, wait for your orders. All of a sudden, Jia Tianlong loudly bellowed with a great amount of inner strength. Jia Tianlong was worthy of being a commander, even though the men participating in the deathmatch were previously at their wits' end. His roar that contained inner strength roused all their spirits, making the men seem as if they had just woken from a dream. Regardless of whether they were from the feral wolf gang or just experts of a small faction, they all had a pillar of support. One after another, they wiped their fists and rubbed their palms, adopting a determination to fight to the death. Han Li slightly wrinkled his eyebrow and gave a light snort. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked towards Jia Tianlong. It seems like I still have to waste a few more movements, Han Li thought while laughing to himself. Fire the crossbows. Seeing his opponent enter into range, Jia Tianlong licked his dry lips and gave the order without hesitation. Immediately, hundreds of green steel crossbow bolts fiercely shot toward Han Li. They formed a large mass in front of Han Li, preventing even the wind and rain from passing through. An astonishing scene occurred. When Jia Tianlong saw the Han Li across from him face the oncoming crossbow bolts, the youth did not have the slightest amount of fear. Instead, he gave Jia Tianlong a strange smile before his body began to blur. Those approaching crossbow bolts passed through Han Li's figure without the slightest obstruction and flew off into the distance. In that split second, it was as if his body was incorporeal. Soon after, underneath the full light of day, his body shook several times and disappeared without a trace. Jia Tianlong's complexion ashened. Just as he instructed his subordinates to be careful, Han Li had suddenly appeared only a few dozen steps away from them. Without waiting for Jia Tianlong to give the order, the iron guards disorderly shot out arrows from their crossbows once more. This time, the bolts were followed by flying knives, sleeve-sprung bolts, and a number of other hidden weapons. Combined, they were like a swarm of bees shooting towards Han Li. The attack made these people look at each other in dismay. Their opponent was no longer in their sight, having disappeared without a trace. Just as Jia Tianlong became alarmed, he suddenly heard two miserable shrieks from behind him. He was taken aback and immediately turned around. He saw two iron guards near him turn into human fireballs. He also saw that the youth who had earlier disappeared now had his palms pressed against the guards' bodies. In the instant his palm left their bodies, the two iron guards had already turned to ash. As the youth's palms parted, Jia Tianlong faintly saw a flickering red light from the center of his hand. But he didn't know what astonishing technique Han Li had used. What Jia Tianlong saw was a demonstration of magic techniques and martial arts being perfectly used simultaneously. A red light glowed from both of his hands. Each glowing light was a small fireball from the fireball technique. Han Li slowly circulated magic power through his body, returning the small fireballs to their original size. Then, his figure disappeared once more and immediately reappeared at other end of the crowd. Once again, another feral wolf gang member was turned into a raging fireball. In this manner, Han Li intermittently disappeared and reappeared within the crowd. Each time he appeared, there was a victim. Regardless of where he touched the victim with his hand, that person would immediately combust and thoroughly disappear from the world. Jia Tianlong blankly looked ahead with eyes that lacked even the slightest spirit. His complexion turned ash-gray, like that of a corpse. In that short moment, more than half had died under Han Li's hand. Those remaining felt insecure, and one after another, they began to flee in every direction. However, in the face of the opponent's ghost-like body technique, these people were reduced to ash one after another. By the time he was down to his last subordinate, Jia Tianlong's fiery spirit was already smothered. The commander of the feral wolf gang had become completely numb. He knew that the fact that he was not touched by Han Li up until now was a meaningless facade. deliberately upheld by his opponent. However, he was the only one remaining now, so he reckoned that the deadly fire would eventually descend onto his own head soon. Han Li did not let Commander Jia Tianlong wait any longer. After he got rid of the commander's last subordinate, Han Li did not hesitate and immediately flashed behind Jia Tianlong. Han Li gave Jia Tianlong preferential treatment by sending him off with a complete fireball. After the great Jia Tianlong was delivered to the next world, Han Li clapped his hands and softly said to himself, "It seems that killing this many people is not too difficult of a matter. I told you earlier to settle it yourselves. That would have been much better. There would have been less suffering as well, but you made me settle this personally." The feeling of being on fire must have certainly been unpleasant. Han Li raised his head and stared at the arena. Regardless of whether they were members of the Seven Mysteries sect or the Feral Wolf Gang, all of them had no hint of color on their faces as they stared at each other with expressions of dread and fear. Whether it was retrieving the flying sword, killing Monk Golden Light, or instantly turning Jia Tianlong's 10 bodyguards into ashes, all of these actions indicated that not only was Han Li an immortal cultivator like Monk Golden Light, but he also lacked kindness or mercy. His methods were even more cold-blooded and ruthless than that of Monk Golden Light. Thus, wherever his gaze landed, the people in the direction of his glare would lower their heads and hide. Nobody dared to meet his gaze. The current Han Li was capable of invoking fear into everyone. Still not getting lost? Could it be that you want to stay on the mountain and have me send you off? Han Li coldly said in the direction of the Feral Wolf Gang members. The sound of his voice could not be considered loud, but the thousands of people currently at the mountain summit could hear him clearly, causing them to be terrified by his voice. "Quick, let's escape. If we linger here, he will burn us to death," an unknown person shouted. Simultaneously, the Feral Wolf Gang and the rest of the invaders from the smaller sects instantly became chaotic as they pushed one another, trying to be the first to run off the mountains. The stream of people rushing down caused the small mountain path to be extremely crowded. Along the way, many of them were grievously injured and even trampled to death. Shortly after, the setting sun summit was emptied. Other than the members from the Seven Mysteries sect, there was no one else. Wang Juechu was astonished and elated. Never would he have thought that the danger his sect faced would be so easily averted or that Jia Tianlong would be destroyed so forcefully. However, there were also traces of uneasiness in his heart despite his happiness. He knew that since Han Li could easily avert their disaster, he could also pressure the Seven Mysteries sect with ease or even destroy it, causing them to become the current Feral Wolf Gang. As sect leader Wang thought of this, traces of worry once again appeared in his initially relaxed heart. Involuntarily, his gaze shifted to the center of the arena. "AI! Where's Dr. Han?" The shocked sect leader Wang drew in a sharp breath. Earlier, that indeterminable expert, Han Li, had disappeared without a trace. "Did anyone see Dr. Han?" Wang Juechu hurriedly asked. "No idea. Didn't notice." Almost everyone in the crowd had no idea where Han Li went, but this was only to be expected. After all, their attention had been fixed on the method that Han Li used to burn his opponents. Who would dare to turn their gaze from that inhumane monster? Because of his ghostly body movements, if Han Li didn't want them to track his movements, it would be extremely simple to achieve. "There's no need to look for him anymore. I saw that he had mixed himself with the crowd and has already departed from Setting Sun Summit." Many gray-robed men opened their mouths and asserted this once their countenance recovered. "Already left? Where was he going?" Sect leader Wang had a complicated look on his face. He bitterly smiled, murmuring to himself. As he contemplated his surroundings, his gaze landed on to the uncertain corpse. Wang Juechu's eyes suddenly shined with a bright light as his lips curled into a smile, revealing the look of a crafty old cheater. At this moment, an incomparably excited Li Feiyu talking to Xianxia, because his good friend suddenly exposed himself as a powerful expert, Li Feiyu didn't notice that he became the focus of someone's attention. Just like this, the Feral Wolf Gang and the rest of the invaders retreated rapidly out of the Celestial Rainbow Mountains. They abused their horses, rushing through the night, in order to quickly leave the Seven Mysteries sect's territory. Because the power of the Seven Mysteries sect's upper echelon had been severely damaged, sect leader Wang did not send men to pursue the retreating invaders. That day was an extremely long day. Once the day had passed, both the Feral Wolf Gang and the Seven Mysteries sect laid down their flags and ceased their drum beats, entering a ceasefire to recuperate from their losses. This time around, the battle between both parties was a fight with many twists and turns. Before long, word spread of a legendary immortal, as well as a demonic figure. This legendary tale caused members of both good and evil sects to discuss this topic relentlessly, transforming the story into one that would echo endlessly through multiple generations. In the story, the great battle began with a supreme sword wielder, capable of unleashing sword beams from his sword, fighting against a sword immortal that could fly by stepping on his flying sword. In the end, the sword immortal's flying sword techniques were too mysterious, even mightier than the sword beams, and thus the sword immortal easily defeated the supreme sword user. Making use of this opportunity, a fiery demon suddenly appeared and killed the sword immortal right after the supreme sword user and the sword immortal had injured each other. The demon also went berserk, invoking his flames to kill over 1,000 spectators. One of the casualties was the unlucky Jia Tianlong, commander of the Feral Wolf Gang. He died without a corpse, disintegrating into dust. At the border of God Hand Valley, Han Li heard the story in which he became a fiery demon from Li Feiyu's mouth. He stood his ground in shock, speechless. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was cracking up and bending over in laughter to such an extent that he couldn't even straighten his back after half a day. It was noontime, the 5th day after the death match. That night, Han Li silently hid himself within the crowd and left Setting Sun Summit. Once he found Crooked Soul, they returned back to God Hand Valley. Once he was back, he hung a sign that stated that he would refuse to meet with anyone, even the Seven Mysteries sect's highest authority, because of seclusion training. Naturally, because of the fame behind Han Li's name, the top-level figures did not dare to show any sense of dissatisfaction, nor did they dare to intrude God Hand Valley without an invitation. They could only wait obediently outside the valley for a period of time and sigh as they returned back the way they came. During the following days, Han Li began using the dwarf's sword talisman to practice the telekinesis technique. Because he knew that he didn't have much time left, he would practice his telekinesis technique even before the sun rose. Every day, he made the glowing talisman soar through the valley and fly unhindered in a dance until his energy was depleted. Afterward, he would close his eyes to replenish his energy before resuming his practice. In this manner, Han Li repeatedly persisted his dry and dull training that lasted for 3 days until he had fully mastered the initial stage of the telekinesis technique. While practicing his control over the talisman's flight, Han Li discovered that using the telekinesis technique to propel the talisman would turn it into a gray streak of light. Although it was incomparably sharp, there were some major limitations when it was put into full use, even though it could cut through nearly everything and attacked according to his will. First of all, propelling this gray light cost too much magic power. Once Han Li cultivated to the 8th layer of Eternal Spring Arts, he could continuously use Fireball technique 100 times. However, when controlling the gray light, his magic power could only persist for a short quarter of an hour before it was completely exhausted. He currently remembered that earlier, Monk Golden Light had not immediately made use of the gray streak. His magic power was far too limited and could only control the talisman for a pitiful amount of time. This explained why he had put up such weak resistance when Han Li seized the gray streak. While the dwarf was controlling the gray streak, the dwarf had probably expended more than half of his magic power. In addition, Han Li's magic power was originally far greater than that of the dwarf's. When contesting in magic power with the dwarf, it was natural for the dwarf to be completely and utterly defeated. In addition, another problem with the gray streak was that its attacking distance was quite limited. The gray streak could only be easily controlled within a radius of about 70 meters. Outside of this range, his control would become rigid and sluggish. Occasionally, he would lose control. When flying outside the range of about 100 meters, the gray streak would completely change back to its true form as a talisman and drop to the ground. With regards to those two flaws, Han Li believed that once his magic power advanced, those problems would gradually be alleviated. However, there was one last problem: the talisman's fatal flaw. After using the talisman several times, Han Li became aware that the cold light emitted from drawing of the small gray sword slowly grew weaker the more he used it. It seemed that its lifespan was gradually reduced. In other words, this talisman had a limited number of uses. When the number of times it could be used passed the limit, it would be completely exhausted and die a ripe death. Once Han Li had somewhat learned to control this gray light, he immediately stopped practicing. After all, he wanted to be able to use this talisman during a crucial moment of dangerous situations. Perhaps in a later crisis, this item would be able to save his tiny life. In the same way, Han Li believed that the golden talisman that could transform into a golden barrier also had a similar restriction. However, for the time being, he didn't know the incantation to use it. He could only store it away and prepare it for future use. After Han Li had rested, he investigated the triangular command medallion and the Qin clan's manual. Unfortunately, he gained nothing from these objects. 5 days passed in this manner. The moment when Han Li removed the sign saying that he would not see others, Li Feiyu rushed in like a fart. When he saw Han Li, he told him about the rumor of him turning into a demon. These rumors left Han Li speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. He could only harden his face and give Li Feiyu an unhappy look. Li Feiyu was obviously making fun of him. Li Feiyu finally stopped laughing heartily and slowly restrained his smile. He said to Han Li with a solemn voice, "You should be able to guess the reason why I came here. And is it not because the sect's many elders did not feel at ease with me and sent you to scout out my attitude?" Han Li dully replied with indifference, "Hee, as long as you know." As if he were burdened by the elders' great trust, Li Feiyu let out a sigh. "However, what do you plan to have me, your close friend, report back to those fellows? In order to bribe me, they have already promised to promote me from my position as the External Blade Division's division head." Li Feiyu immediately smiled mischievously once more. Han Li wrinkled his brows. After thinking about it, he gently said, "It seems that the great sect leader Wang and those previously mentioned elders are uneasy. Let's clear up this matter. Otherwise, they won't be able to feel relieved. Then it will be like this. Return and tell sect leader Wang that at noon tomorrow I will personally go to Setting Sun Summit to see him. Let him know that he does not need to be uneasy." Han Li said with a smile. "Good. With these words, I can report back." Li Feiyu shrugged his shoulders with a non-committal answer. After that, Han Li and Li Feiyu wildly chatted for a moment. It had even gone as far as Han Li showing Li Feiyu the fireball technique at close range, greatly opening Li Feiyu's perspective and leaving him envious for the rest of the day. This continued for a short while more before Li Feiyu took his leave and left the valley to report back to Wang Juechu. Han Li stood at the room's doorway and gazed at Li Feiyu's departing figure from a distance, lost in thought for a long time. He suddenly smiled mysteriously and entered the room, closing the door behind him. The next morning, as the sky grew brighter, Han Li climbed Setting Sun's summit with the utmost secrecy. He continued stealthily until he had entered sect leader Wang's room. When Wang Juechu woke up, he saw the silhouette of a person standing upright next to his bed. His complexion became unsightly, but he managed to squeeze out a stiff smile. Somewhat unnaturally, he asked, "Dr. Han Li, why did you come? I hope you'll forgive me for not welcoming you, but didn't we agree to meet at noon? Why has your venerable self come so early?" Han Li coldly glanced at sect leader Wang. This glance made all the hairs on Wang Juechu's body stand on end. Sect leader Wang's face was as if had he suffered the pain from being cut with a knife. Seeing Wang Juechu look frightened, Han Li could not help but be secretly pleased with himself. He looked at Wang Juechu after executing the Heaven's Eye technique, giving himself some particular effects. A few days ago, his research discovered a new use for the Heaven's Eye technique. He could use the Heaven's Eye to cause the spirits of ordinary mortals to be in awe. There is no reason. I simply felt that if I were to come earlier, everyone's minds might be a bit more clear-headed. That way, they wouldn't force any unpleasant affairs upon the other party. The slightest expression could not be discerned from Han Li's face, although his tone seemed somewhat ill-intentioned. As soon as sect leader Wang heard this, his heart could not help but thump like a drum. Yesterday, he and the other elders had received Han Li's message from Li Feiyu that he would come to Setting Sun Summit tomorrow at noon. Some of these people had immediately felt that Han Li was far too dangerous and lost their reason, proposing during the meeting to take action and seize the opportunity to kill Han Li. However, this proposition suffered great opposition from a different group. They recognized that such actions were far too dangerous and that they were likely to suffer great retribution if they failed. Those wanting to take action immediately divulged rumors for quite a while and dreamed up many justifications during the night for the purpose of intense refutation. Actually, all of these people were well aware that the accusation that Han Li was far too dangerous was all but just a pretense. There were some people that were envious of his cultivation technique and had planned to conspire against him in order to reap gains from Dr. Han Li. Perhaps even those who opposed the accusations possessed similar intentions. It was just that they would use milder and more covert methods compared to the people who outright conspired against Han Li. In sect leader Wang's presence, both of these groups quarreled with anger and excitement. From the beginning of each meeting to its quick dispersion, no side had truly convinced the other. Instead, they continued to argue garrulously. Finally, when the surviving martial uncle, the gray-clothed man, saw that the conflict showed no signs of settling down, he coldly said a few words to immediately calm everyone down. Could it be you aren't afraid of his elders coming to find him after he's killed? The gray-clothed man's words were like a bucket of cold water, immediately sobering the elders' feverish minds. That's right. Han Li is so young, but he's already this ferocious. He must definitely have an immortal class elder behind him. Even if we cover up the nature of his death, when his elders come, wouldn't everyone here die a tragic death? When they understood that killing Dr. Han would be equivalent to killing themselves, those who originally advocated an attempt to poison Han Li had completely changed their minds. However, one or two of them were still blinded by greed and persisted, though they now suggested more moderate methods to deal with Han Li instead. Sect leader Wang had just heard Han Li speak some profound words. He felt somewhat guilty, and believed that Han Li possessed great magic power. Because Wang Juechu did not know how Han Li had learned the details of the dispute that occurred the day before, he grew even more cautious. However, Wang Juechu had been a sect leader for many years, so his experience and shrewdness were extraordinary. He quickly broke away from the effect of the Heaven Eyes technique and regained his normal expression. Medicinal god Han Li, why do you say these words? This entire sect couldn't possibly thank your venerable self enough. After Wang Juechu had examined the situation, he decided to explore the meaning behind Han Li's words. Then why did I hear that there were people who wanted to harm me? Han Li stated in a dull tone while laughing grimly. As sect leader Wang heard this, he was initially frightened, but after looking for signs of anger from Han Li, he soon calmed down slightly. Since Han Li did not speak with an angry tone and had come to see him by himself, he may have simply heard a few rumors without knowing specific details. It seemed that Wang Juechu still had some leeway to repair the relationship between Han Li and the Seven Mysteries sect. Medicinal god Han Li might have misunderstood. Yesterday, a few degenerates had indeed appeared in the sect in an attempt to forget favors and violate justice. However, please be relieved. These people have long been captured and are under strict observation. The great majority of the sect are nevertheless grateful towards you, Dr. Han. We absolutely wouldn't take actions that would harm our friends and benefit our enemies. After pondering for a moment, Wang Juechu spoke those words with an awe-inspiring righteousness. Hearing this, Han Li grimly laughed in his heart. Ever since he had revealed his strength and assisted the Seven Mysteries sect through this calamity, he had reminded himself to be careful of the proverbs, the birds are gone, the bow is put away, and to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. He did not believe that the others would have kindness and be thankful towards him, but the hearts of men were truly hard to fathom. He resigned himself to the words that the great men have once said. So long as there were benefits, forgetting favors to violate justice and not recognizing one's family were no less common than drinking water. This was also one of the reasons why he had refused to meet with the conspirators after Han Li had returned to the valley. He had deliberately made these elders cool their heads. Otherwise, the torch of greed would completely burn away their reason. Although he had told Li Feiyu to deliver a message that he would meet with the elders, Han Li did not plan to meet them on schedule. Even though his current strength was far greater than that of an ordinary expert from Jiang who, if the elders were to use a few shameful methods, there would be far too many methods capable of killing him. As a result, he intentionally arrived half a day earlier for the sake of his safety, stealthily meeting with sect leader Wang by himself. Just now, he had merely probed Wang Juechu a little. This great sect leader Wang had revealed all that he originally wished to conceal. It seemed that these 7 mystery sect elders had truly thought over such matters and wanted to act against him. However, this did not matter. Regardless of whether the other party truly wanted to act against him or were just contemplating about it, they would not elicit any anger from him. By the time he finished his business with the number 1 figure in the 7 Mysteries sect, he would have already gone far away. Thus, he would no longer have any relations with them. After looking at Wang Juechu for a moment, he mysteriously said, "I won't speak any more nonsense. I won't hide this from you, sect leader Wang. After this meeting between your venerable self and I will depart from this place and travel to a faraway land. It is very likely that I will not return to the Celestial Rainbow Mountains. Before I leave, I wish to make a deal with sect leader that would be beneficial to both parties." A deal? Hearing that Han Li would leave, sect leader Wang was stunned. However, after hearing that he wanted to make a deal with him, he was even more bewildered. What kind of deal can I do for medicinal god Han? He could not help but be somewhat perturbed. When noon arrived, Han Li did not appear at Setting Sun Summit Sect Hall at the time he had originally set. Instead, sect leader Wang arrived to the meeting place last, trembling with excitement. The great sect leader Wang proclaimed on the spot that they did not need to wait for Han Li because Han Li had already left the Celestial Rainbow Mountains. He did not know where he went, but he guessed that Han Li had departed the Jing province and even stayed of you. As a result, all their troubles had already faded away. When those who were present heard these words, they all widely opened their eyes and looked at each other in shock. The entire meeting room was absolutely silent. He isn't here anymore? Then haven't our plans turned to bullshit? Why? Why did he leave? These people had helpless thoughts circulating in their heads. Not long after Han Li had left the Celestial Rainbow Mountains, sect leader Wang announced that he had decided to accept Li Feiyu as his successor and had promoted him from division head deputy to division head of the External Blade Division. From then on, Wang Juechu had placed an immense amount of care and trust on him. Furthermore, Han Li's third uncle would make a careless blunder and break the sect rules in the future several years from now. When he should have been worrying for his life, sect leader Wang had intervened and defended him. And as for sect leader Wang himself, he became grievously injured after facing several formidable enemies in one of the sect's future conflicts and was drawn to the brink of death. But every time the sect members thought that he would finally succumb to his injuries, sect leader Wang would consume a medicinal pill from a jade bottle and somehow miraculously survive. Not only that, but he could also still prance about, full of vitality. This caused others to feel somewhat jealous, and they probed him for details about the origins of the medicine. But of course, Wang Juechu would never divulge the secret, instead, murmuring inconsequential words whenever they asked him. Thus, all those who wanted to know his secret returned empty-handed. After Wang Juechu passed away, he left behind a medicinal pill named Vitality Raising Pellet. By this time, there were only 3 pills left inside the jade bottle. These 3 pills caused a storm of blood and brought endless troubles for Wang Juechu's descendants. Nevertheless, these were all events that would take place in the future, so there was no point discussing them right now. As for the current Li Feiyu, he was holding a few bottles in his hand and a paper note. He had just returned back to his residence from Zhang Xiaoer's place and discovered several items that suddenly appeared in his house. The paper note was left by Han Li, and the information it contained was very simple. Han Li had left the 7 Mysteries sect and might never return. The note also mentioned that inside the bottles were medicinal pills that he had painstakingly concocted. They would be able to extend Li Feiyu's lifespan. so Han Li hoped that Li Feiyu wouldn't reject his gift. On the back of the paper, there was an impression of Han Li's smiling face near his signature. Adjacent to the smiling face was a sentence congratulating Li Feiyu and Xianxia, hoping that they would marry soon and have many babies together. After Li Feiyu recovered from his shock, he ran out of his residence and rushed up a small mountain peak that was close to his home. On the mountain peak, Li Feiyu gazed towards the main gate of the Seven Mysteries sect, only to see a field of green. He was unable to discover a single silhouette, but he waited motionlessly for half a day before drawing in a huge breath. Trembling as emotion showed on his face, he said in a low voice, "Take care of yourself. I wish you well on your future path." Only then did Li Feiyu slowly descend from the mountain peak. Depression emanated from his lonely back. At this moment, a horse-drawn carriage was trotting on the pathway, heading east. Han Li and Crooked Soul were sitting inside the carriage. Although this four-wheeled carriage was not that cramped, Han Li had spent 3 taels of silver and temporarily rented the vehicle so that only the two of them were within the carriage. This wooden carriage appeared worn and tattered on the surface, but the interior was actually extremely clean and tidy. Not only that, the 2 horses that were pulling the carriage were at the prime of their life, filled with strength and vitality. With vigorous strength, they pulled the carriage along with such swiftness that it could be comparable to flying. It was precisely because Han Li had noticed these 2 details that he was willing to spend 3 taels of silver to rent the carriage. Normally, only 1 tael of silver would be sufficient to rent this kind of carriage. The driver was a skinny-tanned, middle-aged commoner who refused to partake in conversation. Other than the time Han Li had initiated a conversation and asked for directions, he wouldn't speak any unnecessary words, making Han Li feel satisfied. Next to Han Li was Crooked Soul, who had an immense stature and a mask to cover its face, making it seem extremely mysterious. If the driver was a gossip, there would surely be many troubles. The intelligent yellow-feathered cloud-winged bird stood on Han Li's shoulder. Its eyes were half closed, as if it were resting. Crooked Soul, who was in the seat facing Han Li, carried a large package. Other than some clean clothes, the package contained gold, silver, and some bottles that were pretty heavy. As for the rest, such as Dr. Mo's will and certain small miscellaneous items, Han Li carried them on his body, out of fear that he would misplace them. Han Li sat quietly in the carriage, listening to the sounds the wooden wheels made as they turned, with no fluctuation in his expression. There was no reason for him to be downcast about leaving the Seven Mysteries sect. The only thing that he would not bear to leave behind was his intimate friend, Li Feiyu. But with the knowledge that his counterpart had received his note and the pills that he had concocted, Han Li hoped that these would be sufficient enough for Li Feiyu to carry out the second half of his life in peace. Thinking of this, he stretched this body, rested his back on the cushioned seats, and dozed off. As for his destination, he had already informed the driver earlier, the small village from which he had originated. Although he knew that it was impossible, he hoped beyond hope that, the moment he opened his eyes, he would be able to see the faces of his family surrounding him. He had left home for so many years that their faces had long blurred in his memory. Thus, before Han Li truly started on the next leg of his journey, he needed to see his family members one last time. If not, his heart would never be at ease. I wonder how my little sister is doing right now. She should already be 16 or 17, a grown woman. According to the letters that I received, it seems that she was betrothed to a good family and is currently preparing to get married. A weak and small figure appeared in Han Li's mind just as he was falling asleep. The owner of this figure was always behind him, calling out, "Fourth brother, fourth brother." Time truly passes by extremely fast. In this warm atmosphere with his own memories, Han Li fell asleep. This time he slept soundly and was at peace, similar to the times when he was young and his parents were beside him, protecting him from danger. After 5 days of traveling along the yellow earthen path, Han Li finally saw a village far off in the distance. There was the low wall made of mud, the rows of rice paddies, and that bumpy road full of potholes. All this had once captivated Han Li so the extent that he had dreamt about it daily. Now it finally appeared in front of his eyes. Han Li suppressed the excitement in his heart. He allowed the driver to stop the carriage far outside the village, while Crooked Soul remained in the carriage. Then Han Li walked towards the direction of the village. The closer he got, the faster his heart thumped. For a time, Han Li became overwhelmed with emotions he had felt only long before. Finally, Han Li entered the village, advancing step by step. As he walked through the village entrance, he heard a burst of joyous sounds from musical instruments. Strangely, not a single person could be seen as he walked through the village's small streets. Han Li's heart stirred. The empty streets and the joyous sounds were memories from his childhood that he couldn't be more familiar with. This was clearly someone's wedding celebration. Everyone in the village would celebrate and join in on the fun. Han Li lifted his spirits and slowly spread out his spiritual sense. By doing so, he discovered that both young and old had gathered together at the village center as he expected. However, the place they had gathered at felt so familiar to Han Li. Was this not the house where he had lived? Han Li was surprised by no small amount. Could it be? Han Li had a faint guess at last. He sped up his pace, hastily passing by many households and turning many corners until he saw the sight before him. Several hundred villagers were surrounding an earthen courtyard. Inside the courtyard, there were many tile-roofed houses that were in better condition than the houses nearby. A large banner with celebratory words hung from each entrance. In addition, there was a small group of instrumental performers that was making quite a bit of noise at the front of the courtyard. There were some villagers who stood, others who crouched, and a few who were not paying attention and simply sitting on the ground. Gathered into groups of 3 and 4, they whispered and sometimes engaged in heated arguments. Some continued to look at the courtyard with envy. In addition, there were many children joyfully chasing one another under adult supervision. Seeing this familiar scene, Han Li's mind was distracted for a time. In this split second, it was as if he had returned to his childhood from long ago and was with the other children, chasing them while making lots of noise. Z's. The Han family's 4th daughter truly has good fortune. I heard the husband is a state official from the city, a truly studious and scholarly individual. Truly? And she is going to be his legal wife? She's going to have the status of an official's wife. I heard that the Han family had delivered a frighteningly large dowry, several dozen taels of snowflake silver. They are truly wealthy. The village women's noisy gossiping roused Han Li from his stupor. The Han family's 4th daughter? Isn't that my little sister? Could it truly be the day of my little sister's wedding? Han Li felt a burst of vague emotions continuously surging inside him. Though what he thought remained a mystery, Han Li hid behind a large nearby tree several steps away, attentively and unwaveringly staring at the courtyard gate. Suddenly, someone shouted from a distance, "The sedan chair has arrived. The groom has come to receive the bride." Upon hearing these words, the villagers were in an uproar, instantly becoming a boiling cauldron of voices. "The bride has emerged. The bride has emerged. Quickly come and see." The clamoring even surpassed that of the shrilling children. Han Li's spirit shook as he fervently continued to watch the courtyard gate. Creak. The wooden courtyard gate opened. More than a dozen men and women came out, escorting a young woman wearing a red wedding dress in between them. This young woman's chin was sharp, and her appearance was graceful, belonging to a girl 16 or 17 years old. At this moment, her face was bashful. Han Li widely opened his eyes and attentively observed this young woman's appearance, trying to find some resemblance with the little sister from his memories. Aside from her general facial appearance and the corner of her eyes, he found no other trace of familiarity from his olden days. The rest of her appearance could no longer be associated with the little sister from his memories. Sigh. A girl changes 8 times from childhood to womanhood. These words truly make sense. Han Li bitterly smiled and then swept his gaze to the people at her side. This fatty is 3rd uncle. I can already tell who he is with a single look. He's just as fat as before. That large tanned person at the side is eldest brother Han Tai. That woman close to his side should be his wife. Han Li's mouth muttered as he called their names out one by one. This somehow made him relax a little. When his gaze fell upon an old gray-haired couple, Han Li ceased speaking. Motionless, he blankly stood behind the tree. His expression became extremely complicated. Among these emotions included happiness, timidness, and bewilderment. His parents had aged far greater than Han Li had anticipated. When he had gone up the mountains, he remembered that his mother's hair was jet black. However, all of her hair was now ash-colored. Furthermore, his father's originally straight back was now hunched over. Han Li remained speechless, while his mind became dizzy like a ball of paste. Because of everything that had occurred, he didn't notice that it was already dawn. By the time he cleared his head, his little sister had already sat in the red silk sedan chair and was carried off into the distance. Following closely behind was a scholar mounted on a large cyan horse. Han Li focused his sight to look at the sedan chair that was moving further away. He gazed at his parents in the crowd, and then closed his eyes. After he had deeply engraved the appearances of his parents and several kin into his heart, he turned around. His face expressed unwavering determination as he walked toward the village's exit with large strides. Han Li knew that if he were to walk across the village entrance once more, he would come across these people and spend the rest of his life here. He clearly knew that ever since he had gained insights in the eternal spring arts and learned about the existence of immortal cultivation, he had walked on a path completely different from that of ordinary mortals. Regardless of whether there would be misfortune or happiness, prosperity or hardship, he would never regret his choice. The Lan province is the 8th largest of the 13 provinces in the state of Yu. It is located in the southern region of the state of Yu. Despite its small size, it is said to be quite wealthy, second only to the Xian province. With fertile land, countless rivers, lakes, and canals running through the region, as well as constant favorable weather, the province was extremely suited to growing grain and rice. Thus, it became the state's largest producer of crops. Located in the center of Lan province was Jiayuan City. Although it wasn't the Lan province's capital, it was, without question, the largest city in its province. The Great Lu Canal, which spanned from the north to the south of the province, passed through the center of the city. In addition, several roads and waterways also ran through the city. As a result, the city's transportation was highly developed and could be considered the hub of water transportation, as well as the main road of trade and commerce in the region. Every year, an enormous amount of merchants and travelers passed through, spurring an enormous amount of trade at this location. Therefore, the fact that Jiayuan City became the largest city in the province was not strange in the least. In Jiayuan City there was traffic of all sorts. Docks and boatmen were numerous, and could be found anywhere in the city. Boatmen, cart drivers, and unskilled laborers were as many as number of the hairs on an ox. There were several tens of thousands of people, including Sun Ergu, who relied on the harbor to make a living. Like his name suggested, Sun Ergu had long, slanted eyebrows and crooked eyes. In addition, he had the appearance of a ruffian, a cross between a rotten pear and a spoiled jujube. However, because he was skilled in flattery and reading body language, he had actually been able to secure the position of minor gang leader. Managing several tens of unskilled porters, he made a living off the harbor transporting the goods and luggage of passing merchants. This was the reason why Sun Ergu's many subordinates had hastily gathered at early dawn and respectfully addressed him with, "Good morning, Grandpa Heir," and "Grandpa Heir has come." Hearing these greetings, Sun Ergu could not help but be somewhat smug. After all, being addressed as Grandpa indicated that here, he was someone of status. Consequently, he exhibited an air of arrogance. He finally responded to his subordinates' greetings after snorting from his nose. "Who is Grandpa Heir? Shouldn't it be Grandpa Ergu?" "It should. But here, there's only a two-legged dog imitating a man. Ha ha! Ha ha!" The burst of mocking and ridicule could not mask the words that entered Ergu's ear. After Sun Ergu had heard this, his face suddenly sunk, and his mood dropped in an instant. He slowly turned his head and looked to the several tens of people at the other side of the dock. He brought his gaze down to a large, burly, dark-skinned man as a hint of hate flashed in his eyes. Among all the people that Sun Ergu hated the most in the entire city of Jiayuan, this large, dark-skinned man would absolutely make it into his top 3. If someone were to tell him that he or she would use the wealth of Sun Ergu's entire family to thoroughly make this large, dark-skinned man disappear from the world, Sun Ergu might hesitate. But if he or she changed it to only half of Sun Ergu's wealth, he wouldn't hesitate to agree in the least. Naturally, this was because he led a life of decadence. The so-called entirety of his family's wealth wasn't much to begin with. No one had known what the dark-skinned man's name was for quite a long time. The people at the harbor either addressed him as Grandpa Black, or his nickname, Black Bear. He was the leader of the small gang Iron Fist Group, while Sun Ergu held a similar status in the 4th-level gang. As a result, these factions had arrived at this dock to supervise the porters of their respective sides. A mountain cannot hold 2 tigers, let alone this minuscule dock. As a result, the 2 gangs have had tense relations since. After several conflicts over merchant customers, their relationships grew even more vile. Whenever the 2 gangs saw each other, they would sneer in contempt and shove each other aside, falling short of a full-on conflict. If the subordinates acted in this manner, then what was there to say about the greatest beneficiaries of the business here, Sun Ergu and Black Bear? These 2 figures looked at each other with great dislike. However, as the young gang leaders, these 2 knew that the Iron Fist Group and the 4th-level gang were allied gangs. They had united to fend off the comparatively larger Poison Dragon gang. As a result, although the 2 had wanted to drive the other away from this place and monopolize the dock, they could only restrain themselves for the time being. However, they accumulated resentment and fury against one another and vented their feelings through their subordinates' verbal conflicts. Their exchange of insults had become a common occurrence that took place every morning. As a matter of fact, Sun Ergu's subordinates did not even wait to initiate a conflict. Many clever, eloquent subordinates struck back without a trace of politeness. Do you know what animal is the most stupid of them all? Bears. Which of bears are the most stupid? Black bears without a doubt. Ha! When Black Bear had originally heard his own subordinates ridicule the other party, his face wore a proud expression. However, his elated face darkened after hearing these words. Sun Ergu started to smile. Pleased, he patted the shoulders of several subordinates to further encourage them. Black Bear's subordinates were not to be outdone. Those on Sun Ergu's side were not polite either. A great deal of filthy words spurted out from both sides. Everyone became each other's old grandpa, and neither side feared the other. Naturally, the conflict at the dock was not pleasant to hear. Vulgar unpleasantries of all kinds were exchanged. As the leaders of their respective gangs, Sun Ergu and Black Bear coolly looked at each other. Since they were people with status, they naturally could not join in the abusive, quarrelsome racket. Just as these 2 sides' mouths and tongues were about to dry, saliva suddenly splattered. One of Sun Ergu's subordinates cried out in alarm, "A boat is drawing near." These words roused Black Bear's near 100 cursing subordinates, who all exhaled in surprise. They all stopped making noise and immediately turned their gazes toward the riverbank. After all, shining white silver was far more attractive than the fleeting verbal delight. However, when Black Bear's group looked toward the boat in the dock, they were somewhat disappointed. It was only a small flat boat. At best, it would only have 3 to 5 merchant customers, which was not a large amount of business at all. This was not surprising, given that this dock was rotten and small. In addition, its location was far from the city. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that no big boats would come here. However, during peak season for trade and commerce, other docks would have no space for large boats, so merchants would have no choice but to disembark here. After the small boat stopped at the dock, 2 people climbed off board. One appeared to be a common youngster about 17 to 18 years old. The other was a large man at least 2 heads taller than an ordinary person. The youngster wore a common azure garment, and a small yellow bird perched on his shoulder. Just as he stepped off board, he looked around. He had the appearance of a rural villager that had entered the city for the first time. The huge man wore a green gown and a mantle over his head. His facial appearances were unclear because he wore his clothes in a strange manner. The huge man followed close behind the youngster, refusing to fall even a step behind. Based on his appearance, it seemed that he was a servant. The huge man and the youngster were actually Han Li and Crooked Soul. They had traveled on the road for 3 consecutive months before arriving at Dr. Mo's homeland. Han Li had traveled in a southeastern direction from his hometown and rushed straight towards the Lan province. On the way, he had met with other travelers, but when they arrived at the bustling city streets, Han Li had left their company to take a shortcut on a path that ran through the desolate wilderness. He didn't face much danger even halfway through the journey. In fact, the only slightly dangerous incident he had encountered was when he had met several hungry wild wolves during his stay at some remote region in the vast wilderness. Although the wolves were the ones hunting Han Li, they ended up as Han Li's dinner instead. Han Li had traveled through 2 other provinces before finally arriving at Lan province with a body covered in dust. The moment he entered the Lan province, he was amazed by the massive water channels he saw, sprawling from one end to the other and accessible from all directions. After all, he came from a region where there was mostly just mountainous wilderness. There weren't many places to see small lakes, not to mention big lakes and canals. As for drinking water, they would usually obtain it from wells or small creeks. Thus, Han Li was extremely interested in the boats and crafts that were sailing on the water canals. In the end, because of his curiosity and obsession, he had spent some money and rented a small boat, savoring the taste of his virgin sailing experience. After 10 days of pleasant sailing, Han Li had arrived at Jiayuan City, which was mentioned in Dr. Mo's will, and sailed into an unremarkable dock. The first impression the dock gave Han Li was that it was far too decrepit. The dock was constructed entirely from simple wooden panels. Not only was the place narrow and crude, but rotten baskets and broken bags were also strewn about, making the dock incomparably dirty. Standing on the 2 bamboo piers at the sides of the dock were several tens of bare-chested men, who wore only short pants and emitted a strong odor from their sturdy builds. Currently, all these sturdy males were staring unblinkingly at him and Crooked Soul. Not only that, but there were also some who even revealed a fervent look in their eyes. Han Li was surprised for a moment, but he immediately smiled faintly. Before disembarking from his small boat and descending onto the dock, the boatman had warmly reminded him that inside Jiayuan City, the pier had an unwritten rule: no matter the amount of cargo that a passenger brought, he had to hire a porter from the pier to help him. If not, the passenger would face negative, unkind treatment from the harbor gangs and might even get beaten up. Since this was Han Li's first time here, he had no intentions to disrupt the social customs, so he honestly asked, "I need to hire a porter. Is there anyone available?" Sun Ergu retracted his sight. From his previous inspection, he could already tell that the youth who had just left the boat was a young master from some rich clan. Not only that, but also the giant man was most likely his bodyguard. This type of pair was frequently seen throughout the year whenever young masters from wealthy clans came to visit Jiayuan City. These young masters were often here to expand their horizons and spend their money before going back to boast. Thus, there wasn't much to be bothered about them. But these types of people, who loved to slap themselves until they were swollen in order to look imposing, made for perfect targets. As long as he used sweet words to flatter them, these country bumpkins would scatter their money about freely. As a result, they were a good source of business to the shopkeepers here. However, it wasn't the 4th-level gang's turn this time around. According to his prior agreement with Black Bear, the 2 gangs would take turns doing business with the unsuspecting tourists, and stealing customers would not be tolerated. As for the amount of money to be made, it depended on their luck. The day before, they had made a deal ensuring that today was the Black Bear gang's turn. Thinking of this, Sun Erga glanced over to the side only to see Black Bear's men discussing in a low voice. Shortly after, a man ran excitedly towards the direction of the youth. "Out of the question. It's impossible for you to carry my belongings alone. Call another person over." Han Li commanded as he looked at this robust man, glanced at the large amount of baggage on Crooked Soul's back, and lightly shook his head. "Young master, I'm strong enough to carry such a small luggage with just one hand. There's no need to look for others." The muscular man wasn't willing to split his earnings with the other porters. Not only that, He was sure that there was no way he wouldn't be able to carry the baggage unless it was filled with stones. After he finished speaking, the muscular man walked in front of Crooked Soul, with the intent to snatch the luggage away. Han Li sighed. Inside the luggage there was about 2,000 taels of silver, as well as an assortment of other random items. The total weight, which was not light at all, was impossible for ordinary humans to carry. But seeing how passionate the muscular man was, Han Li could only helplessly signal Crooked Soul to hand the baggage over to the muscular man before he tried to snatch it. As expected, once the baggage was in the muscular man's hands, his countenance underwent a drastic change. He expended his energy but could only walk a few steps before running out of breath. Embarrassed, the man had to put down the baggage and eventually called one more person for help. Han Li finally nodded his head in satisfaction upon seeing that the two of them were able to carry the baggage. He quickly left the harbor, walking on the path that led to the city. It wasn't that Han Li lacked knowledge about how the world functioned. Although his experience in Jianghu was limited, he could sense the pair staring at him through eyes filled with greed. Little did they know that they were about to invite trouble of a magnitude that they would not be able to handle. Seeing the youth's back moving further and further away, Sun Ergur retracted his covetous gaze. He suppressed the joy within his heart and locked his eyes with the eyes of Black Bear, who was on the opposite side of the dock. Both of them knew that within the baggage there was most likely an immense wealth. As expected, Black Bear was also filled with joy. He slightly hesitated before flashing a look over to Sun Ergu, who intuitively walked towards a nearby rubbish dump. Before this huge source of wealth, even if Black Bear was the one who killed Sun Ergu's father and stole his wife, he would also be willing to put aside all grievances and work together. After all, humans die for wealth, while birds die for food. 50 to 50, Sun Ergu said in a low voice. 30 to 70. This was originally our prey. Black Bear directly refuted. 40 to 60, and I can't lower it any further. Your explanation is not enough to make me concede. Sun Ergu stated in a sly manner, hitting the nail on the head. This? Black Bear hesitated. Naturally, he wanted to maximize his own profits. Humph. You can take your time to think all you want, but I'm afraid that people from the other gangs already have their eyes on this fat sheep. Sun Ergu coldly snorted. All right, we'll do it your way. Let's strike our palms to seal the deal. Black Bear was obviously agitated by Sun Ergu's words, but he quickly agreed to the offer. Pa. Sun Ergu and Black Bear spat on their palms and struck each other's palms 3 times, forming a temporary alliance. Okay, quick, we need to catch up to him before he disappears into the crowded areas. Sun Ergu hurriedly exclaimed. Hee. Don't you worry, I've already instructed the two whom he hired as porters to lead him into a backwater alley. Let's hurry over there now to intercept them. Considering himself quite crafty, Black Bear laughed. Excellent. What a cunning plan, my old brother. Sun Ergu's expression broke into joy, but inside his heart shuddered. He silently reminded himself to increase his guard when dealing with Black Bear. Walking away from the dock, Han Li had his 2 porters walk in front of him and lead him to a nearby inn. He planned to first have a proper rest and then think of his other affairs. These 2 men didn't hesitate to lead Han Li into the city. On the way, they turned 7 corners and changed directions 8 times. After they walked for a good while, he hadn't seen the slightest trace of an inn. Although Han Li continued to follow behind the 2 porters, he saw that with each passing road intersection, his surroundings became increasingly desolate. He wrinkled his brow. Although he hadn't lodged within a large city before, he still knew that it was impossible for an inn to be established in such a secluded place. What customers would possibly arrive here? Thus, when they brought him into a filthy, dark alley, Han Li bitterly smiled. He felt that he should immediately restrain the 2 and torture them into telling him what sort of scheme they were planning. Just as Han Li had thought to act, 10 large men suddenly appeared further up ahead in the alley. These men seemed somewhat familiar. Indeed, he had seen them earlier at the docks. These men held a variety of iron clubs and daggers. At this moment, they gazed at Han Li and Crooked Soul with malicious intent. In addition, those 2 porters who were carrying Han Li's luggage suddenly charged into the crowd and turned their heads, giving Han Li a sinister smile. Han Li sighed. It seemed he no longer needed to interrogate them because he realized their plan. He didn't expect that as soon as he stepped foot on Dr. Mo's hometown, he would come across a cheap plot to kill him for his money. Boy, don't blame our cruel hearts. You should blame whoever let you bring this much silver for your bad luck. A coarse voice spoke from behind him. Han Li turned to look, finding 7 to 8 robust men appear behind him. They were led by 2 men. One of them was tall and burly, and had black skin, while the other had a crooked head and rat eyes. They were Black Bear and Sun Ergu. This was not the first time these two had done this kind of shady business, plotting to kill and steal. They clearly understood that, so long as the job was done cleanly and no witnesses remained, the authorities would not take notice of it. After all, even if someone were to report a missing foreigner, the amount of people that went missing each year was far too great. It was impossible to expend the great amount of effort to look for them one after another. That was why, after Black Bear had finished talking, he did not hesitate to signal several men to charge. Those men brandished their deadly weapons and quickly surrounded Han Li and Crooked Soul. Seeing these large men's bloodthirsty, cruel appearances, Han Li could not help but feel a desire to kill flash through his eyes. He knew that these men had done such deplorable acts on more than one occasion, otherwise they wouldn't reek so strongly of blood. Kill them all. Do not hold back, Han Li coldly commanded Crooked Soul. Upon hearing Han Li, Crooked Soul let out several soft roars, each roar carrying a trace of excitement. It suddenly charged out, rushing directly into the crowd. Who? The giant let out a punch as fast as lightning, hitting a large man's head. That robust man became like a bag of sand, flying crookedly into a stone wall. His blood and brains streamed all over the ground. Only half of his head remained. At this time, one man wielding a dagger and another with a crude iron club took this opportunity to attack Crooked Soul's back. Crooked Soul didn't turn its head. Instead, it waved its arm behind its neck, slashing around in a semicircle. Pong pong! The pair's weapons flew into the air, along with the hands grasping them. Fresh blood dripped down between their thumbs and forefingers. Crooked Soul immediately stood on a single leg and swept the other leg behind him like a sickle as fast as the wind. The two assailants were immediately kicked in the abdomen and flew more than 3 meters away. They fell onto the ground, motionless. When the others saw these events, they sucked in a breath of cold air. A look of fear flashed in the faces of the men surrounding them. They became somewhat hesitant to attack. Even though they had stopped their hands, Crooked Soul shot its arms out without restraint, smashing the skulls of the 2 men who were at his side. Without Han Li's command, it would not stop its hand of its own accord. Sun Ergu and Black Bear's complexions were very unsightly. It was very clear that this large figure that they had mistaken as an ordinary bodyguard was actually a peerless expert. Kill this man. Each person who participates will be rewarded 20 taels of silver. Sun Ergu had an unclear premonition in his mind and hastily sent out the several experts at his side by issuing a great reward. As soon as the men beside Black Bear and Sun Ergu heard this, their faces showed an expression of joy. These shallow martial artists only knew some basic boxing skills and naturally couldn't tell that, against Crooked Soul, the difference in their strengths was like the distance between heaven and earth. They had merely believed that their opponent was simply a little stronger than them and slightly more skilled. Thus, they possessed no fear at all. Now, galvanized by the temptation of a great reward, they charged towards Crooked Soul one after another. After Black Bear heard Sun Ergu's words, his face twitched, but his face soon became calm. Without saying a single word, his gaze simply drifted erratically to and from Han Li. Currently, Black Bear was constantly complaining to himself. He and Sun Ergu were different. He was able to climb to his current position because he could rely on his strength in an exchange with real weapons. This was why, in addition to having an adequate physique and exceptional eyesight, he could enter the ranks of third-rank martial artists. As a result, when he saw Crooked Soul fight, his heart jumped like a spear. When his heart finally fell to the ground, he could see that Crooked Soul's skill was great profound. Even if the 2 gang leaders were to join the fray, their odds of success would not necessarily be high, let alone with their weak subordinates who were like kittens and puppies. However, he didn't dare to flee because this large man had clearly not exerted his full strength. If Crooked Soul were to see him attempting to escape, Black Bear feared that he would die a faster death. In order to live, it seemed that he could only attack that rustic youngster whose status was far greater than the large man's. Only by threatening this man with a hostage could Black Bear possibly escape from death. As for the silver, he wouldn't dare ask for it. With such a ferocious bodyguard, perhaps he was the young master of some wealthy provincial lord. He was clearly the son of some influential family and was disguising himself for a stroll. Today, Black Bear could escape death. Even if he had the blessing and protection of the gods, taking the heavy bundle was naturally an entirely different matter. Black Bear thought of this and decided to take advantage of his subordinate's charge. After he signaled Sun Ergu with his eyes, he stealthily approached the stage. Hanli had his back facing Black Bear, who was standing alongside the battling crowd. Although Black Bear tried his best to soften his footsteps, how could it possibly escape Hanli's notice? As the distance between Black Bear and Hanli shortened to just a few steps, Black Bear started to sprint, moving frenziedly like a demon. Hanli lightly shifted his body slightly and pivoted to directly face Black Bear, revealing a smile on his face. Black Bear was shocked out of his wits, but he could no longer stop his momentum. Helplessly, he could only roar as he extended his black hairy hands, grabbing ruthlessly towards Hanli. He estimated that Hanli was just someone without much battle experience, and should have been shocked immobile by his savage, demon-like rush, thus rendering him vulnerable upon seeing the black, burly man recklessly raise his hand against him. Hanli's expression suddenly sunk. His body flickered and disappeared right in front of Black Bear's eyes. Black Bear's roar became stuck in his throat as he quickly halted his steps, planning to run away. Suddenly, he felt the point of a sword that shone brilliantly like snow coming into contact with his throat before it disappeared once more. Black Bear rapidly covered the bleeding wound with his hands and attempted to speak. However, only some unintelligible grunts was heard before his corpse fell onto the ground. The color of Sun Ergu's face turned waxy yellow. He had witnessed the youth moving like a specter as he appeared behind Black Bear's back and easily sliced Black Bear's throat with a flexible sword he had drawn from his waist. Afterward, the youth took out a white cloth and wiped the blood off his sword. The young man raised his head and flashed a smile at Sun Ergu, almost as if he could sense Sun Ergu's gaze. As if he had seen a poisonous snake, Sun Ergu quickly retracted his gaze. His longtime enemy, Black Bear, had just died, but he felt not a hint of joy or excitement. On the contrary, he felt sad and mournful like a person in distress. He was completely awake now, and he knew full well that this young man was no fat sheep, but rather a king yen from hell who wanted his life. The only slight trace of hope that Sun Ergu had left was whether his subordinates were able to defeat Hanli's giant bodyguard. If that were the case, then he would still have a chance at surviving, enabling him to negotiate with the young man and thus saving his insignificant little life. But as soon as Sun Ergu saw the situation unfolding over there with the young man's giant bodyguard, he became dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. Lacking the strength to move even a single muscle, over 20 burly men were lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. The giant bodyguard glanced coldly in Sun Ergu's direction. Although a mantle was obscuring the giant's features, Sun Ergu could still feel a bestial, bloody aura emanating from the large figure, causing his waxy yellow face to turn pale white. Hanli observed the variation of expressions on Sun Ergu's face, and from his movements, Hanli determined that this person did not know martial arts. Looking at Sun Ergu's face of abject terror, Hanli disdained from dealing with Sun Ergu personally. "Crooked soul, kill him," Hanli commanded. "No. Please. I surrender. I'm willing to give up all my fortune to young master. I'm willing to work like a slave. And I know all the news floating around Jia Yuan City. I could be a good lapdog for young master." Sun Ergu walked over, step by step, towards the large man, whom he viewed as a demon. Begging for mercy in a panic, he frighteningly limped across the ground. "AI." Hanli originally wanted to ignore Sun Ergu's words, but as soon as he heard that Sun Ergu knew all the news regarding Jia Yuan City, his heart was moved. He became filled with joy. "Stay your hand for now," he commanded to Crooked Soul, who was about to twist Sun Ergu's neck. Hanli walked forward, stopping right in front of Sun Ergu. "Are you very familiar with Jia Yuan City?" Hanli smiled as he asked, taking on the very appearance of kindness. Just earlier, Sun Ergu had seen Han Li's ruthless side, so how would he dare to be slow to reply? Immediately, his voice quavered as he shouted, "Very familiar. Extremely familiar. I grew up here, so I know everything that happens here as if it were on the back of my hand." Now it was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving strand of grass. He couldn't help but wish he could make himself sound more useful by a tenfold so that Han Li would feel that he was still of use. Hearing Sun Ergu's reply, Han Li touched his own nose in consideration before pulling a bottle out from his robes. He took out a white, Longan-sized medicine from the bottle and handed it to Sun Ergu. "Either you consume this or you die," Han Li told him in straightforward manner. The hand that Sun Ergu extended to take the medicine trembled violently. He hesitated while looking at the white pill in his hands before shifting his eyes to meet Han Li's cold gaze. Coughing a few times, he had no choice but to ingest the pill. "Good. I can trust you now." Satisfied, Han Li nodded his head. "The name of this pill is Rotten Heart Pill, and it was personally concocted by me. Every month, you need to consume the antidote or else your inner organs will rot, causing you to die. I believe that you are an intelligent man, and you will serve me to the best of your abilities," Han Li coldly and threateningly stated. Sun Ergu was already prepared in his heart, but upon hearing the effects of the pill he had just consumed, he couldn't help but to wail pitifully, appearing extremely depressed. "Relax. As long as you help me settle what I need to do in the Jia Yuan city, I will neutralize the poison and return your freedom back to you. Based on your martial skills, I can't really put you to good use anywhere else." Han Li used both the stick and carrot, giving Sun Ergu the assurance that as long as he completed his task well, there was still some hope that he would be freed. "Truly, young master?" Sun Ergu's expression slightly trembled upon hearing this news. "Take these tails of silver with you and clean up this place. I don't wish for this matter to spread, do you understand?" Han Li commanded as he tossed a bag of silver over to him. After catching the bag, Sun Ergu weighed it in his hand. It was heavy as if there were about 200 taels of silver inside. An expression of joy appeared on his face. He realized that if he could work for such a man with riches and authority, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. "Young master, please leave this to me. I will handle this well, without creating any trouble for you." He laughed as he patted his chest proudly. "Okay, I shall leave first to find an inn. Tomorrow morning, come look for me. Since you yourself claim to be the local head in Jiayuan City, you should be able to find out which inn I will stay in." Han Li commanded again, without a trace of politeness in his voice. Yes. Tomorrow morning I will be there waiting for young master's commands." At this stage, Sun Ergu could only be described as eager to become Han Li's lackey. Han Li smiled as he gestured to Crooked Soul, who picked up the baggage and left the alley. After walking a distance, Han Li turned back and glanced at Sun Ergu only to find him obediently standing there at the same spot. Sun Ergu was using his eyes to respectfully send Han Li off, showing an expression of fear and loyalty. Interesting. Han Li suddenly felt that this person was extremely interesting and intelligent. Perhaps he could really put him to good use in a sticky situation. The gang I founded, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association, possesses 64,000 common gang members. Core gang members include more than 7,000 people. It is also one of the 3 great overlords of the Lan province. Its main branch is set up in Jiayuan City, and its side branches are. Throughout my life, I married 5 women and witnessed the birth of 2 daughters. My apprentices. First wife Jean, she had a gentle disposition. She was the sole daughter of the Golden Lion Escort Company's head escort chief, Jean Can. She has already passed away, leaving behind her daughter, Mo Yuju. Second wife Li was educated and well-balanced. She was the daughter of some rich household. Unfortunately, she did not have any children. Third wife Lu has a bold disposition, but she is rather ambitious. She is the younger sister of Xiuling City's lord and Wind sect leader Lu Feng. She bore no children. Pay great attention to her. Fourth wife Yen is my younger female cousin from my mother's side. She has a calm disposition, excels in scheming, and has great ingenuity. She raised 1 daughter, Mo Saihuan. Before I departed, I bestowed most of my authority over Fearsome Flood Dragon Association to her. You can trust her. Fifth wife Wang is taciturn. She was infatuated with me and was previously first wife Jin's personal maid. She did not bear children, and she secretly grasped hidden strength. You can trust her unconditionally. Adopted daughter Mo Fengwu is the daughter of my confidant and subordinate. After her parents died, I received her as an adopted daughter. Before I left, she had just turned 7 and was exceptionally intelligent. Yengu, eldest disciple. His aptitude is common. I have already passed on the cultivation methods for demonic silver handover to him. Before I left, he was 12 years old. His temperament is average. Zhao Kuan, second disciple. I already passed on the sleeping dragon arts to him. Before my departure, he was 10 years old. His temperament is indiscernible. Ma Kongtian, my sworn little brother. He serves as a protector for the fearsome Flood Dragon Association. His temperament. Han Li held in his hand a paper filled with handwriting. Dr. Mo's will. Currently, he was inside Hui Yuanin's top room, walking to and fro repeatedly as he remained lost in thought. The will was written attentively. Not only did it clearly explain the powerhouse that Dr. Mo had established, the fearsome Flood Dragon Association, but it also crudely described the temperament of his wives thoroughly. This caused Han Li's heart to sink slightly. What was mentioned in his will were matters from 10 years ago. The present state of affairs were sure to have had undergone an absolutely earth-shaking change. How should this be done? Should he contact Dr. Mo's wives or steal the Yang jaded treasure and escape without a trace? These decisions required Han Li to fully understand the current state of affairs. Thus, the local thug he subdued yesterday, Sun Ergur, was of great use to him. Han Li could probably acquire a lot of useful information from him. After Han Li carefully read through the will, he put it away into his bosom. Then, lost in thought, he raised his head, walked to the bed, and sat down. He spread his legs and raised his palms to the sky before setting them on his knees. Afterwards, he shut his eyes and began to inspect his body's condition. The thread of cold-in poison inside his dantian had started spreading outward a month ago. It was originally just a trace of an indistinct shadow, but it had currently condensed into a black pea-sized sphere. In addition, it's slowly beginning to grow in size. According to Han Li's estimates, he would have 2 months at most before this in poison thoroughly broke out. When that time came, he feared that he would truly be hard-pressed to escape death. Just as Han Li was worried sick as he secretly resolved himself to acquire the warm yang precious jade, someone knocked on his door. "Come in," Han Li coldly said as he opened his eyes. The room door softly opened and Sun Erga walked in with his head lowered. As soon as he saw Han Li, he acted with the greatest of courtesy, declaring respectfully, "Greetings, young master. Sun Ergu has come to hear young master's assignments. Not bad, you found me quite quickly. You truly do have some skill," Han Li said in satisfaction. He then stood up from the bed, and then, with his hands behind his back, he walked in front of Sun Ergu. "I am indebted by young master's praise. If I could not perform such a small, trivial task, then for what reason would young master have spared my humble life?" Sun Ergu's happy face showed a great loyalty. When Sun Ergu had returned that day, it wasn't as if he hadn't thought of informing his superiors of the matter regarding Han Li and have experts come to take revenge. But when he thought of the rotten heart pill that he had consumed, his courage thoroughly disappeared. After a night of great consideration, he couldn't think of any other options and was left with no choice but to obediently pay Han Li a visit. He only wished that when he provided his assistance in the future, he would be given the antidote to this frightening rotten heart pill. "First tell me your status. From your appearance that day, it would seem that you're a small chief," Han Li indifferently said. "I am a dock overseer for the Western City District's 4th-level gang. I have about 450 subordinates and could be considered a minor gang leader." Sun Erga replied respectfully. "4th-level gang?" Han Li dully asked. "That's right. 4th-level gang is one of the 33 small gangs in the western part of Jiayuan City. It has about 1,000 gang members, but most of them are dock coolies. The gang head is the ape, Shinjongshan. He has 3 great protectors as subordinates." Sun Ergu immediately gave the complete details discreetly. Although he had revealed information about his gang to an outsider, his face didn't have the slightest amount of shame. That large dark-skinned man I took care of yesterday, was he also part of the 4th-level gang? He was not. That person was called Black Bear, and he was a gang leader of the Iron Fist Group, another one of the 33 gangs. We were not on good terms with one another. Sun Erga replied with a flattering smile. Even though this is just the western part of the city, there are already so many small gangs. Thus, in the entire Jia Yuan city, the total number must be quite large, right? With his hands behind his back, Han Li unhurriedly returned to the front of the bed. Of course, in the entire Jiayun city, there are more than 40 small gangs with 1,000 members or less. There are 7 to 8 medium-sized gangs with 3 to 4,000 members. With regards to the large gangs that have over 10,000 members, there are only 3. Sun Ergu stood there, speaking with absolute honesty. Tell me about the state of affairs in both the large and medium-sized gangs. You don't need to tell me about the small gangs. Han Li pulled up his sleeves and sat down on the bed. Afterwards, the calm Sun Ergu started talking. The 3 largest gangs in Jia Yuan City are the Brothers Union, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association, and the Heavenly Tyrant Sect. The smaller gangs are the Iron Spear Association, the Sworn Brotherhood, the Azure Clothed Gang, the Spring Rain Building, the Gold Sword Sect, the Dark Riverboat Gang, the Diamond Sect, the Setting Sun School, and several other sections. Sun Erga named all these gangs in one breath. Panting, he continued, the strongest of the 3 large factions is the Heavenly Tyrant Sect. It is allied with the Gold Sword Sect and Azure Clothed Gang, and they occupy the Eastern City District, which is the most prosperous district. The Brothers Union, which is slightly weaker, is allied with the Iron Spear Association, the Dark Riverboat Gang, and the Sworn Brotherhood occupies the Northern City District. The weakest, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association, rules over the Southern City District, alongside the Spring Rain Building, the Diamond Sect, and the Setting Sun School. Lastly, the chaotic Western City District is divided amongst numerous smaller gangs. Although these small gangs are constantly involved in power struggles, if a larger power wanted to invade the Western City District, then the smaller gangs would cease fighting and face the external attackers. Thus, the entire Jia Yuan city could be considered a 4-sided confrontation. Sun Erga's words came out like a torrent from his mouth, never-ending. Without even pausing to think, he had explained the general state of affairs of every power within the city. After Han Li heard the explanation, he muttered to himself for a moment before thoughtfully asking, I've heard people say that the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association was one of the Lan Province's 3 overlords, and that Jia Yuan City was where it originally established its headquarters. How did it become the weakest of the 3 large gangs of the city? Young master, what you said is ancient history. Many years ago, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association was truly ferocious, and its power nearly encompassed the entire Lan Province. As a superpower during that time, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association had its headquarters located in Jia Yuan City. It was originally intolerant of other gangs stepping in, and as a result, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association controlled the entire city by itself. Back then, the other gangs didn't even dare to show their shadow under the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association's intimidation. However, for an unknown reason, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association suddenly decayed in power overnight. Not only did it lose some of its territories, the power of its headquarters in Jia Yuan City greatly waned in power. Thus, gangs of all sizes took advantage of this opportunity and emerged from hiding. After several bloody battles, the situation we have today took shape. Sun Ergu explained this while remaining extremely politely. Do you know why the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association suddenly weakened? Han Li slowly asked Sun Ergu, furrowing his eyebrows. To tell you the truth, this humble person's status in his gang isn't very high. I truly do not know much about this, and the few things that I do know were told to me by other people. It seemed that the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association had an internal conflict that led to a civil war. Its decline can also be attributed to other large powers that suppressed them from behind. Slightly embarrassed at himself for not knowing enough information, Sun Ergu gave Han Li a vague answer. Oh, so it was like that. Han Li slightly smiled. It seemed he had guessed this was the situation earlier. Who is currently in charge of the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association? You should at least know who. Han Li asked. I do know who. The person in charge of the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association is Lady Yen, the widow of the former Fearsome Flood Dragon Association's leader, Mo Jurin. Sun Ergu hastily replied. Widow. Han Li was astonished. That's right. The original founder of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association, Master Mo, died. Does his wife not become a widow? Sun Ergu blinked and grew somewhat hesitant. He did not know if he said something wrong. Who said that the association's Master Mo died? As his complexion turned colder, Han Li sensed that something was out of place. Everyone in Jia Yuan City knows about this. A year ago, Ghost Hand Mo Jiren's last disciple revealed that he had obtained Association Master Mo's will and keepsakes. With these in his possession, he announced Master Mo's death at the Missouri estate. Last disciple? What was his name? Han Li calmly asked, raising his eyebrow. He is Wu Jianming, a 20-year-old pretty face. Rumors have it that he has already inherited Mo Jiren's teachings, and his martial arts are incomparably high. Sun Ergu carefully told Han Li. At this moment he already realized something. He was certain that this person was somehow related to the fearsome Flood Dragon Association, and seemed to be paying close attention to that young Master Wu. In addition, Sun Ergu seemed as if he wanted to say something, but didn't dare to. If you have something to say, then speak frankly. Don't hold back. If this information is true, I will bestow upon you great rewards. I have heard people say that this young Master Wu is intimate with the Master Mo's daughter, Mo Yuju. I have also heard that they will soon marry each other. Hearing that there would be compensation, Sun Ergu spoke the truth freely, with a smile on his face. Marriage! Han Li chuckled and suddenly stood up. He paced back and forth several times in the room. Afterwards, he looked up to the ceiling and stopped. He seemed to be thinking of something. Hear this well. Your mission is quite simple. From today on, you will secretly gather information for me regarding the Missouri estate. As for young Master Wu, the more details about him, the better. Take this silver. If this affair goes well, there will be even more rewards. Go handle it. Han Li casually tossed Sun Ergu a pouch of silver. I will follow your orders. Esteemed young master, please be at ease, for I will handle this matter well. This humble man will no longer trouble you and shall take his leave. Sun Ergu clutched the silver in his hands and walked out, beaming with joy. Before leaving, he had even took the time to politely close the door. This esteemed young master is truly generous with his money. All he wants me to do is a trivial task of gathering information. It seems that choosing to follow this person on that day was truly the right choice. Sun Ergu excitedly thought. At this moment, the matter of the rotten heart pill had been pushed to the back of his head. After seeing Sun Ergu's happy face as he walked out, Han Li lightly sighed. He suddenly felt somewhat regretful. He had been here for a mere 2 days and had already given away so much silver. This made him feel like a money squanderer. It is no matter. This silver could be considered as silver from Dr. Mo's account, even with the addition of a bit of interest. Han Li thought, finding joy in his sorrow. However, this young Master Wu Jianming is truly a clever person for actually trying to be the first to use his own identity to infiltrate the Missouri estate, effectively acquiring power and wealth simultaneously. His courage is certainly admirable. Han Li stroked his nose with a cold smile. It seems that a visit to the Missouri estate is inevitable. Otherwise, the precious warm yang jade will not be included in the dowry, and instead will lie in that person's hand. Han Li thought, somewhat regretfully. On Southern District's busiest street, South Hill Street, there was a huge residence the size of several acres. The residence's courtyard had a large black gate from which a hanging sign revealed 2 words: Missouri Estate. Beneath the sign, 8 large, imposing men were stationed evenly on both sides of the gate. Each of these formidable men held his head high and chest out with complete concentration. With just a glance, people would never dare to look down upon their well-trained and valiant appearances. The 3-story fragrant restaurant was just across the street from the Missouri estate. The popularity of this large restaurant resounded in the entire Jia Yuan city. In addition, its signature drink, 100 cents, was famous for being a great wine, and it attracted many famous customers who passed by. It was currently time for the midday meal. As a result, the fragrant restaurant was packed with people. All the tables from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor were packed with eating patrons. On the road, those who were about to pass by restaurant would smell the strong aroma of food and drool with hunger. completely captivated by the smell. On the second story, a youth sat next to the window watching the street. There were quite a few tasty side dishes on his table, along with a bottle of the famous 100 cents. Behind the youth stood a large, intimidating man. This youth was none other than Han Li, who was scouting for information. At this moment, Han Li gazed down at something from the window. He turned a small wine cup that was filled to the brim in his hand, but his food sat on the table untouched. Overall, he seemed absent-minded and careless. Han Li shot a tilted glance at the nearby Missouri estate before looking down to the streets below him. His face's expression didn't change in the slightest. Raising his head to drink the cup of wine, he continued to look outside mysteriously. Han Li had already asked about Dr. Mo's 2 biological daughters and his adopted daughter. They had all grown up to become as delicate as a flower, as refined as a precious jade, beautiful and charming. They were known as Jia Yuan City's 3 great beauties. As a result, they were often referred to as the 3 prides of the Missouri estate. Because of their beauty's great fame, they have been wooed by far too many young masters and heroic elites to count. Among these women was Mo Yuzhu, a peerless beauty. Amongst the 3, she was the one who was the most pursued. Thus, the news of her betrothal roused a great ruckus and broke the hearts of the men who were trying to woo her. There were a few martial artists that had challenged this young master Wu one after another. Wu Jianming ended up defeating 16 of these rivals of love in succession, thus consolidating his reputation as a peerless martial artist and causing him to be inseparable and closely intimate with Mo Yuzhu. Han Li thought that this matter was truly somewhat amusing and ridiculous. Others didn't know that this young master Wu had some sort of inside information. However, Han Li was aware of the entire situation. Wu Jianming was sure to have been dispatched from Dr. Mo's enemy school. It seemed that the Dr. Mo's long absence had caused his enemies to grow suspicious. This young master Wu had probably arrived to scout out the situation. Han Li did not know by what means he had been able to obtain the trust of the Missouri estate, but the letter alone probably shouldn't have been enough to easily convince Dr. Mo's wives. Han Li used his finger to lightly tap the table as he contemplated about the matter. "Young master, please sit here. The dishes you ordered should arrive at once." The waiter, wearing a short, white jacket, hurriedly led a blue-clothed man, who was 27 to 28 years old, to the second floor. In addition, the waiter had the man sit at an empty table next to Han Li. He then hastily returned to the first floor to take care of the other customers. This blue-clothed man was handsome. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and somewhat of a heroic air about him. After he sat down, he took a quick glimpse around his surroundings and just happened to meet Han Li's gaze. Han Li felt a profound, indescribable valiance from within the man's gaze that made him feel as if his very being was being absorbed. After a moment of shock, Han Li quickly turned his head away as his complexion faintly changed. This person was also greatly surprised. However, after giving Han Li a cold glance, he immediately turned his head. No longer paying any heed to Han Li's complexion turned somewhat pale. Just a moment ago, a glimpse at that person had given him a feeling like that of having one's guts seen from inside out, overwhelming him with great shock. This was Han Li's first time experiencing such a glance, the kind of glance that made him feel as if his entire being had been completely exposed. After the blue-clothed man waited for his dishes to fill the table, he began to eat. Not only did he eat quite heartily, he also ate as if there were no one else there. At this moment, the frustrated Han Li was somewhat restless and worried. Although he currently didn't use the Heaven's Eye technique to observe the man, he felt quite a large amount of spiritual energy faintly emitting from the man's body, making Han Li stiff from awe. He clearly understood from this person's magic power that the man's cultivation no doubt was far deeper than his own. Back when he looked at the cultivators Yu Zhitong and Monk Golden Light, he had only seen feeble, pathetic magic powers that completely lacked the fundamental essence of life. Upon his encounters with them, he had been able to easily get rid of them both. Thus, Han Li still didn't understand a lot about cultivators. In his mind, cultivators were a mysterious existence. He truly didn't know how he should respond to another cultivator stronger than himself. Could I not treat this blue-clothed man like Monk Golden Light and unceremoniously eliminate him with my own hand? Han Li's mind could not help but think in the worst direction. While Han Li's thoughts were in turmoil and fear, the blue-clothed man had finished eating. He wiped his mouth with a hand towel, dropped a silver ingot on the table, and left like a breeze. From the beginning until the end, he never looked at Han Li again after their initial glance. It seemed that the man had completely forgotten about Han Li. Han Li waited until after this person had completely left the restaurant before exhaling deeply and lying down on his chair, paralyzed. Although the time during which the blue-clothed man ate was short, Han Li felt as if an entire day had passed by. The stress placed upon his mind was far too great. He felt as if he had just fought a battle of life and death. At this moment, the blue-clothed person appeared at the corner of the street. A 30-year-old man wearing a yellow jacket was waiting there for him. "Old Fourth, why have you come so late? We still have to meet up with eldest brother and the others." The yellow-jacketed man had some discontent in his voice. "Hee. Second eldest brother. Don't be angry. It's just that I haven't had mortal food for several years. I just want to have a taste," the blue-clothed person said with a joyful smile. "You glutton. How many times do I have to say this? We immortal cultivators should cleanse our heart of desires and abstain from gluttony. But you never listen. Your consumption will, at the very least, damage your nature greatly." The yellow-jacketed man glared at the blue-clothed person and sourly lectured him. "Hee. I know, you don't have to tell me that again. Oh yeah. Back at the restaurant, I saw another cultivator." The blue-clothed person tried to change the topic, hastily mentioning his encounter with Han Li. "Oh, really? Was his magic power deep or shallow?" Sure enough, this had captured the yellow-jacketed man's attention. His magic power was quite light. It seemed as if his cultivation base had just reached the 7th or 8th layer. He barely has the qualifications to participate in the Immortal Ascension assembly. This truly does not make sense. With such shallow magic power, did he come to the Lan province to exploit some sort of opportunity? Could it be that he truly believes that he will come across unexpected success and obtain the final victory at the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly? The blue-clothed man flung these words from his mouth. Is he young or old? He looked to be 17 to 18 years old. If that is the case, he definitely followed his elders here in order to increase his experience and broaden his horizons. I reckon that, in the Immortal Ascension Assembly 10 years from now, this talent would genuinely be able to participate. The yellow-jacketed man said with a smile. "I say, when you say it like that, his talent can be considered decent. If he comes back in 10 years, he could reach my level." The blue-clothed man said proudly. "Stop boasting. Your cultivation base has merely reached the 10th layer. Every year the Immortal Ascension Assembly produces many cultivators at this level. Once you've trained to the 11th or 12th layer, then you will be given the qualifications to boast," the yellow-jacketed man said while laughing cheerfully. "Truly, if I hadn't used the Foundation Establishment Pill, I could have trained to a level higher than the 10th layer, but then what Immortal Ascension Assembly could I have participated in? I wouldn't have been able to find a master." The blue-clothed man pouted and murmured before following the yellow-jacketed man and leaving the area. Han Li naturally did not know about the conversation between the blue-clothed man and the yellow-jacketed man. He was still celebrating the fact that he had just escaped from a calamity. Although he was angered by the blue-clothed man's disregard for him, Han Li was extremely clear about the disparity in their strengths. Now that he had escaped, he felt as though he had just escaped death. So Han Li became extremely relaxed. After his encounter with the blue-clothed man, Han Li's heart couldn't calm down, so he could not recover his initially peaceful state of mind. Sighing, Han Li stood up and prepared to leave the inn. At this moment, the sounds of horses galloping suddenly rang out in the large street outside of the inn. The sound was getting closer and closer as the horses galloped into the vicinity. He was just about to stand up, but his attention was piqued. He sat back down and cast his gaze once again to the large street. According to the report by Sun Ergu, the sounds that the incoming horses were making was the sign that the Most Estate's eldest daughter, Mo Yuju, was returning back to the city from her travels outside. Rumors had it that this precious lady from the Missouri estate didn't enjoy doing what other girls her age did. Ever since she was young, She only showed interest in wielding the spear and becoming the leader of a gang. Thus, her elders organized an expert from the fearsome flood dragon to teach her martial arts. What was truly shocking was that this Miss Mo especially loved hunting, a sport that was supposed to be an activity exclusive to males. Every 2 to 3 days, Miss Mo would travel to the forest outside the city to hunt. This incited the various clans' young masters who wanted to woo her to go hunting with her, chasing after eagles and hounds in hopes of obtaining her goodwill. Naturally, after young Master Wu had arrived, he too joined in this activity. After Han Li had heard the news, he was also curious about this eldest daughter from the Missouri estate. After all, a girl with such a character was rarely seen. He hoped that such a lady wouldn't disappoint him. Now, there were over 10 horse riders galloping from the end of the street. The frontmost riders consisted of a man and a woman. The male had a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows, a bright gaze, a lanky figure, and the look of a handsome, heroic youth. The female was wearing a fiery red hunting suit, along with a purple-colored veil to cover her face, hiding her facial features. In the blink of an eye, the group of hunters passed the front of the inn, past Han Li's sight, and finally stopped at the gate of the Missouri estate. The 2 burly guards who were originally standing there immediately greeted them. One of the guards, a man with a face full of pockmarks, respectfully greeted, "Eldest Miss and Master Wu, both of you are back. How was today's harvest?" "Not too bad. Tang Air, lead the horse away and help me take care of this wild game," the female wearing the hunting suit ordered. Before she dismounted her horse, she extended her hand to take off the veil that had been covering her face, revealing a face that could startle hearts and move souls. "Roger that, miss." The one named Tang Air showed that he dared not to even gaze upon the enchanting visage of this female as he hurriedly took over the reins and led the horse away, walking towards a side gate. Although the inn and the Missouri estate were a distance away, Han Li could still see about 70 to 80% of the girl's features as he involuntarily drew in a huge breath. That shining snow-white skin, that dainty little nose, those black, sparkling eyes, and those ruby-red lips were all capable of sinking fishes and causing geese to fall from the skies. This lady is none other than Mo Yuju. No wonder she's capable of causing all the young masters in Jiayuan City to go crazy for her. For such a supreme beauty, even toppling over empires wouldn't be strange. Han Li could not help but to think of her in such a way. By this time, the other hunters behind the handsome youth had all dismounted. Servants came forth and led their horses away. The youth smiled as he walked in front of Mo Yuju and whispered something to her, causing Miss Mo's face to redden. She gently hammered the shoulder of the male youth before shyly glancing at him and eventually running through the gate. The youth laughed as he walked inside with an elegant demeanor. This person was Wu Jianming? He really does know how to coax a girl. In any case, his looks are still passable, Han Li sourly stated in his heart. He knew that if they were to compete based on looks, there was no way for him to win against the handsome youth. It seems that Mo Yuju and this handsome young master have a deep relationship. He furrowed his brows, feeling slightly pressured. It seemed to him that this matter would not be settled as easily as he had imagined. No matter what, I must obtain and secure the precious warm yang jade. After all, there is an extraordinary poison in my body that might explode earlier than the predicted date. Han Li was deeply worried and anxious. He contemplated about the Missouri estate again before summoning the waiter, settling his bill, and returning to the inn that he was staying at. After he pondered long and hard, Han Li decided to use the most direct and effective method. He planned to infiltrate the estate in the middle of the night and visit Lady Yin, the wife of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association's former leader. He intended to use the items that Dr. Mo had left for him and expose that imposter in the Missouri estate. As for how he was going to get the precious jade, he could only wait and see, moving step by step. Since he had already made up his mind, Han Li no longer concerned himself regarding the consequences of his decision. He shut his eyes and began to prepare himself mentally for his nighttime activities. However, Mo Yuju's beautiful face kept surfacing in his mind during this span of time. No matter what he did, he wasn't able to banish his thoughts about her. Did I fall in love with that girl? Han Li asked himself, somewhat unnaturally. He consoled himself, saying, "Such a ravishing beauty. It's only normal that I would be attracted to her. I may not like her for certain. As someone who already made half a step onto the path of cultivation, although he had never had a relationship before, Han Li still tried his best to avoid matters such as love and courtship between the opposite sex, even though he had never had a relationship before. About 3 in the morning, Han Li changed into a set of black clothes and sneaked out of the inn. He lightly sped past the roof and easily evaded the patrol on the streets, arriving outside of the Missouri estate. After he checked out he smiled to himself, then transformed into smoke. As he drifted past the eyes of the guards, he entered into the backyard of the Missouri estate without alerting them or causing them to notice anything out of the ordinary. Behind the Missouri estate lay a garden, not small in size, in which many rare flowers and herbs were planted. The flowery fragrance that the garden emanated was still revitalizing even though it was night time. Han Li involuntarily breathed in deeply. AI! Han Li suddenly slightly exclaimed. Although the fragrance of the flowers was thick, he could still differentiate between the familiar smells of herbal medicine. Someone planted medical herbs in here. Han Li lightly smiled. This familiar herbal scent caused him to feel extremely curious about the person who had planted the herbs. It appeared that someone within the Missouri estate had inherited Dr. Mo's medical skills. Han Li did not dare to hesitate any longer. He continued on the little path and walked towards the areas that were lit up. Along the way, Han Li discovered that there were quite a few hidden sentries. He would not have detected the Mo estate's tight security if it weren't for his heightened senses. Since he had already discovered the hidden sentries, sneaking past them became an extremely easy task. Han Li stopped in front of a small 2-story building. He chose this spot because he could sense that security was much tighter in this particular location. There were about 20 to 30 people guarding this area. This particular 2-story building was well lit. He knew that there was probably someone of extreme importance who had yet to fall asleep, which coincidentally suited his purposes. Making use of the dark night, he moved at a lightning-fast pace, his body blinking as he arrived at the bottom of the building. Using the strength in his legs, he easily jumped up onto the 2nd story of the building. The whole process took but an instant. The surrounding sentries did not even notice that Han Li had already infiltrated the building. Han Li kept his body close to the walls, causing his shadow to merge into the night, before pricking his ears, trying to use his sense of hearing to discern any movements in the building. Although Han Li could only hear a single female talking, he could discern that there was more than one person in this building. The branch from Chongping Town sent over 7,300 taels of silver. The branch from Luogu Town sent over 5,800 taels of silver. The branch from Lanyu Town sent over 10,500 taels of silver. Wu Ling Town. This is all of the profits that we received last month from our association's various branches. Overall, it's about 25% less than the profits we gained in the same month of last year. The sound of a melodious female voice that was filled with vitality drifted into Han Li's ears. The moment that he had heard it, he speculated that it belonged to a youthful female. She was somewhat unhappy, judging from the last words she had spoken. Mother, these branch managers are getting bolder and bolder. The tribute they offer is increasingly less as the months go by. The youthful girl angrily stated. I am well aware. Another low, attractive voice rang out. Could she be one of the 3 ladies of the Mo clan? Han Li was somewhat shocked at his good luck. It seemed that the other woman in the room was Dr. Mo's wife. Every time you say that you're aware about this, why don't you offer some ideas on how to settle this? If this continues, then all of our branches will no longer put us in their eyes one day. The youthful girl complained. I don't have any good ideas right now. You must know that the branches are controlled by Fifth Mother. The others in the Mo clan have no way to interfere. The woman could only helplessly reply. Afterwards, the exchange of words stopped, allowing silence to descend. After several moments, the youthful girl's voice rang out in an unwilling tone. Mother, could it be that we allowed Fifth Mother to have sole control over the branches? After Uncle Ma and the others got into a dispute, their infighting pushed into branches into a position where they became the pillar of support for our fearsome Flood Dragon Association. Mother, since you are the representative for the Flood Dragon Association, This power should instead be in your control. What you said is correct. The year when your father left, he had passed the authority of the branches over to Fifth Mother. I don't really have an excuse to interfere. And because Fifth Mother grants us a large portion of the monthly tribute, I don't have the face to bring up the topic. The woman replied, but the strength of our fearsome flood dragon association is actually extremely weak. If we don't consolidate our strength, how can we ever rise again? Father is not thinking straight. He handed the reins of the association to you, but why did he also give Fifth Mother the authority over the branches? The tone of her words was filled with resentment against her father. Stop your nonsense. Your dad did this. Naturally, he had a deeper meaning behind his actions. It's not your place to criticize. The woman berated the youthful girl. I understand. I acknowledge my mistake, all right? Seems like Mother is still deeply in love with Father. The girl acted out of the ordinary and started laughing at her mother. This child, the woman loved her daughter very much. Speechless, she could only laugh bitterly. Han Li had already confirmed that the woman in the room was the Lady Yan he was looking for. In addition, the girl should be Mo Tsaihuan, the daughter of Lady Yan and Dr. Mo. He was fortunate for having found who he had been looking for in such a quick fashion. Han Li extended his hands, touching the letter and the items left behind by Dr. Mo, and prepared to reveal himself to the two of them. Mother, that faker was extremely irritating. Today he found me at the garden and actually tried to shamelessly curry favor with me. He intended to sell me a few of his strong points, trying to appear as one who is skilled in both studies and martial arts. How disgusting. The girl added the last bit coquettishly, startling Han Li and making him withdraw the foot that he had originally extended into the room. You better be more courteous to the one surnamed Wu. After all, he is your fiancé in name. Don't let him notice anything that could make him suspicious. Lady Yan's tone grew heavy as she reminded the girl. Cough. This beautiful me is always surrounded by admirers, but you want me to act as though I've fallen head over heels with that man? That's too difficult of a task for me. If it were up to me, I would have run him through with a sword long ago, the girl replied. This matter is also out of our control. Although we know that the one surnamed Wu is a fake and have fully investigated his background, we have no choice but to sacrifice the reputation of your older sister by interacting with him to buy some more time. After all, our enemy is too strong. If they realize that they can't win against us through wits, they might use force, making us lose any chance of victory. Lady Yan's voice was filled with tiredness, revealing traces of physical and mental exhaustion in her voice. This man surnamed Wu is truly repulsive. Fabricating a letter and actually using father's name to marry eldest sister. Truly infuriating, Mo Tsaihuan uttered hatefully. Her despise for Wu Jiaming was bone deep. Fortunately, it only mentioned your eldest sister. If the person that he had requested to marry was either you or Feng Wu, I would truly not know what to do. With both of your temperaments, how could either of you possibly endure and falsely cope with this person? The only one who has to suffer is Yuju. I don't know when Lord Husband will return and whether or not he will blame this mother, Lady Yan softly told her daughter and sighed. Mother, how could father blame you? Wasn't it eldest sister who took the initiative to socialize with the man surnamed Wu? Mo Tsaihuan immediately consoled Lady Yan. Foolish child. Yuju has no option but to do this for the sake of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association and the Missouri estate. However, the most mother could do was have your eldest sister interact with that fake. There's no way I can truly marry your eldest sister to him. If we cannot delay the wedding, then we will be forced to be hostile and capture him. Lady Yan's voice grew cold as she spoke this last sentence. Once Lady Yan uttered these words, the room's atmosphere returned to a state of calm. It was clear that this mother-daughter pair knew what hostility would entail. When will father finally return? Mo Tsaihuan faintly asked a moment later. When your father left, he had said that the latest that he could return would be 5 to 6 years from then, the earliest being 2 to 3 years, Lady Yan sadly replied. However, it has been almost 10 years. I can no longer clearly remember my father's appearance. Mo Tsaihuan slowly said. Be at ease. Your father happens to be an outstanding genius of his generation. With his hidden skills, there are no problems that he can't overcome. He was definitely delayed over some important matter and will soon return to the Missouri estate. Although Lady Yen was speaking to her daughter, she was trying to comfort herself as well. Oh, that's right, second sister Fengwu concocted a rejuvenating cosmetic elixir for me to give to you. Mother, why don't you try it out? I heard its effects are quite good. In order to break the room's heavy atmosphere, the girl suddenly changed the subject and started chatting about another matter. This child. Following along with the mother-daughter pair's mundane gossip, Hanli didn't hear any other useful information. Hanli discovered from their dialogue that Lady Yan's relationship with Dr. Mo was quite intimate. It seemed that Hanli could trust her. After a moment of contemplation, Hanli felt that personally appearing and tolerating this fake young Master Wu was a better alternative by far than allowing the possibility of something insidious occurring. Nevertheless, Hanli had to first secure the precious warm young jade. As he thought as such, Hanli fished out a dragon ring, one of Dr. Mo's keepsakes, from his bosom. He then quietly walked towards the room window and threw the ring into the room through an opening in the paper window covers. Dang, the clear sound of the ring falling to the ground resounded from the room. A moment later, Lady Yan's voice, neither arrogant nor humble, came from inside the room. Who is this expert that honors my humble home with his presence? Lady Yan has not yet welcomed you. I hope you will forgive me. Hanli faintly smiled and refrained from replying. He heard the girl's frightened voice. How strange. How did this ring come from? This ring seems very familiar. It's just like the ring you wear, Mother. Mother. Come look. It was clear that Mo Tsaihuan had picked up the ring and handed the ring over to Lady Yan. Dragon ring. Lady Yan cried out in alarm. After Hanli had heard the other party recognize the keepsake, he lightly knocked twice on the door before saying in a clear voice, under Teacher Mo's orders, disciple Hanli has come to pay his respects to Martial Mother. After those inside the room had heard Hanli's words, there was an immediate and absolute silence. Hanli's words had clearly left them in shock for a short while. Come in. After a moment, Lady Yan's voice invited him into the room. It was at this moment that Hanli lightly opened the room door and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, Hanli saw a beautiful, 30-year-old lady. Sitting behind her was a dainty girl around 15 to 16 years old. The girl and the beautiful woman shared a striking resemblance. With just a single glance, one could tell that they were close blood relatives. At the moment, the beautiful, married Lady Yan fiddled with the dragon ring he had just thrown into the room. Hanli's arrival had not elicited a change to her flat expression. Mo Tsaihuan stood behind Lady Yan and blinked her jet-black eyes, curiously sizing Hanli up. The corner of her mouth rose and revealed a smile that was not a smile. From head to toe, she released a strange, almost supernatural smell. After they had assessed Hanli, he walked forward and carried out a courtesy toward Lady Yan. Greetings to Teacher's fourth wife. Lady Yan's eyes blinked with a look of surprise. Although Hanli's appearance was not astonishing, his action was quite unexpected. However, she didn't immediately respond to Hanli's greeting. Instead, she raised her left hand, revealing her own dragon ring. Lady Yan gently brought together both rings. In front of their eyes, the two rings' dragon designs fit together, without even the slightest gap. You are right. This keepsake is authentic. However, do you have Lord Husband's written letter on you? Lady Yan gently asked, now revealing a few traces of a smile. As soon as Hanli heard this, he took out the letter that had been prepared long ago and handed it over to her with both hands without saying anything further. Lady Yan, seeing Hanli act respectfully towards her, nodded her head in satisfaction as she accepted the letter. Then, she unfolded it and carefully read its contents. Hanli withdrew to the side while calmly observing the expression on the face of his teacher's wife. He thought about the change in her attitude towards him as a visiting disciple and a future son-in-law. Hanli had already read over the contents of this letter several times. The letter was not at all complex, it merely sent word that Hanli was Dr. Mo's last disciple and that Lady Yang could place her complete trust in him. In addition, he could be used to settle any troublesome disputes the Missouri estate may currently have. As long as Hanli could preserve the Mo estate's safety, Lady Yan was to choose one of Dr. Mo's 3 daughters as Hanli's bride. The letter also laid clear instructions that the dowry was to include the precious warm yang jade. It even went as far as to say that Dr. Mo was currently occupied with an important matter and could not return and reunite with his wives. This way, Lady Yan and his other wives wouldn't have to worry about him. Although Han Li could not find anything unfavorable towards him in the letter, he was certain that the letter contained a few of Dr. Mo's tricks. Han Li knew that it was impossible for the outer writing to be so simple. However, he could not find the method to reveal the hidden message. In addition, he wished to bring this letter to the Missouri estate as soon as possible. Only after gathering his courage did he deliver this letter to Lady Yan, but he was especially careful to monitor Lady Yan's each and every move at this moment. He truly wished that this fourth wife wouldn't make something out from the letter and then immediately turn hostile, demanding his arrest in order to avenge her late husband. Fortunately, the terrible scenario that Han Li imagined did not occur. After Lady Yan finished reading the letter, she simply tensely wrinkled her brow. Her face then wore an expression of great worry, as she seemed to have made some difficult decisions. Huaner, go call your second mother and third mother, even your fifth mother. Tell them there's news of Lord Husband. Lady Yan turned her head and instructed Emote Saihuan with a resolute tone. Understood, mother. I'll go. Emote Saihuan knew this matter was serious, so she left obediently. However, just before she left the room, she pursed her lips and smiled towards Han Li. It seemed she was rather interested in this fellow. You are called Han Li? Lady Yan raised her head, revealing a graceful and elegant expression. That's right, fourth martial mother. Han Li sincerely replied. Could you tell me how Lord Husband accepted you as a disciple? Lady Yan asked with a smile. I will do as you ask. Han Li hesitated for a moment, but soon after he felt that there was nothing to hide about the events that led to his acceptance as a disciple. Using a few select memories, he slowly told Lady Yan a summary of what had happened. 8 years ago, because Teacher Mo's old injury had yet to heal, he lived in seclusion at the Jing province's 7 mystery sects Celestial Rainbow Mountains. There, I had met him for the first time upon entering the mountain. Within Han Li's version of the course of events, 3/7 of it was false. The information that he could not divulge to Lady Yan was either completely revised or lightly skipped over. Even like this, however, the story had greatly captured Lady Yan's attention and interest. Han Li recounted the course of events with 3/7 being false. The information he could not divulge to Lady Yan were completely adapted or lightly skipped over. However, even like this, the story had greatly captured the attention and interest of Lady Yan. And that's how I became his disciple. Around 3 months ago, Teacher Mo was preoccupied with an important matter and was unable to spare any time to visit his family. However, he feared that he had left the Missouri estate for far too long, and that there would be enemies creating trouble for his wives. So he told me to leave the mountain first, come to the Missouri estate to find the Teacher Mo's wives and wait for his wives' orders. What's so important that could prevent my Lord Husband from arriving home first? After Lady Yan had Han Li's adapted version of the course of events that led to his discipleship, she sighed before faintly asking this question with a trace of grief. Who is returning home? Dr. Mo has already been dead for soon to be 2 years. The corpse I buried underneath a tree is nothing but bones now. As Han Li heard this, he somewhat laughed to himself. However, with a face of humility, he replied, what matters? Teacher Mo did not tell me. However, I am certain that it is an absolutely important matter. Han Li said somewhat ambiguously. Humph. Did your master command you to keep it a secret from us? Lady Yan asked with an enigmatic smile. However, the tone in her words was somewhat discontent. It is by no means like that, Han Li quickly said. He secretly bitterly smiled to himself. This Lady Yan was truly mistrustful. With an unresigned appearance, Lady Yan opened her mouth to ask a few more questions. At this moment, however, the sound of chaotic footsteps could be heard outside the room. Before the owners of the feet entered the room, a lovely and charming voice spoke. Fourth sister, I hear there is news of Lord Husband. Is this true? That devil left us 10 years ago. Does he want us sisters to become grass widows? Han Li had been distracted with this sweet voice, but soon after realizing what was said, he became startled. This great aunt is far too bold. Han Li thought, amazed. Third sister, pay more attention to your words. There is still another person in this room. A slightly rougher woman's voice said in an angry fashion. I know this already. However, I heard that person delivering the news is Lord Husband's close disciple. It is impossible to keep up pretenses. What do you say, fifth sister? The charming voice had said, slightly happily. Impossible. Since fourth sister has called us to come, this man should at the very least be 70 to 80% trustworthy. An ice-cold voice said, That's right. Fourth sister's judgment is truly admirable. The sweet, charming voice said, giggling. It was unknown whether this was said ironically or in genuine praise for Lady Yin. After Han Li heard these words, he stole a glance at Lady Yin, who was pressing her hand against her head with a helpless expression on her face. It seemed that the owner of that lovely voice often gave her headaches. The room door finally opened and several beautiful women entered in succession. Saihuan followed, entering last. However, she pouted with her small red mouth, appearing somewhat melancholic. The frontmost woman was approximately 31 to 32 years old. She was tall, beautiful, and composed with delicate features, and there was a scholarly air about her. She must have been talented since a very young age. Han Li inwardly nodded his head and brought his gaze to the young woman next to her. This one appeared 23 to 24 years old. The moment Han Li saw this woman's appearance, he felt his brains buzz. For an instant, he thought he had seen a lost goddess. His entire person had sunk into her gorgeous beauty and was unable to free himself. This woman's tender, beautiful figure was unexpectedly somehow even more gorgeous than Mo Yuzhu, whom he had seen during the day. In addition, the woman's incomparable grace was something Mo Yuzhu couldn't possibly have. If one were to say there were truly fox spirits on this earth, Han Li would unconditionally be convinced, as this woman was a completed transformation. Han Li was currently swooningly dizzy. Without Han Li knowing why, a thread of cold chi from his dantian suddenly escaped and flowed along his meridians toward the center of his head. After it completed one circulation, Han Li suddenly cleared his head. After recovering his mind, Han Li was startled and didn't dare to look at this woman again. He hastily avoided her gaze. This young woman could cause the death of an entire country. With the mere look, she can turn a man's soul and spirit upside down. Does she not know that her own exceptional appearance possesses demonic power? Or is this some sort of trained seduction technique? Han Li speculated while being overwhelmed with shock. The young woman saw Han Li look at her, but apart from being somewhat infatuated, he soon regained his mind. Her eyes could not help but flash a look of surprise. Han Li quietly used his eternal spring arts to stabilize his mind before daring to even lift his head. His eyes skipped over the alluring woman and moved on to the last woman. The last wife to enter appeared to be 26 to 27 years old. Although she was a charming beauty, one look at her ice-cold face would stop anyone in his or her tracks. In addition, ever since she entered the room, her cold stare had been aimed straight at Han Li. Lady Yen saw these people come in and stood from her seat, gently greeting them. Greetings, second sister and third sister. Fifth sister has also come. Fourth sister, you are too formal. We are all of the same family. There is no need to be so polite. Without waiting for the woman in front to speak, the extremely bewitching young woman covered her almond mouth and laughed. That laugh contained an alluring charm, causing Han Li to experience a burst of desire and a shaken spirit. He was speechless without end. Little sister doesn't dare. Sisters, please take a seat. Lady Yen slightly smiled and offered her own chair to the wife in the front. She did not sit until after the wife sat. The one called fifth sister was an elegant and refined woman. She silently sat across from Lady Yen. After the married women entered, Saihuan knowingly closed the door and moved behind her mother. Her bright, full-moon eyes were spinning randomly across the room. It was unknown what exactly she was thinking. This youngster is the one that delivered the message? The woman of about 30 years of age looked at Han Li and faintly asked. That's right. According to the letter he delivered, this is Lord Husband's successor. Lady Yen easily replied. Soon after, she said respectfully to Han Li, this is your second martial mother. Are you not going to pay your respects? I pay my respects to second martial mother. Sharp-witted, Han Li stepped forward and formally bowed to the married woman. Stand up. Since this is Lord Husband's favored disciple, there is no need to be overly polite. The married woman said with a smiling expression. This is your third martial mother and fifth martial mother. Lady Yin pointed to the abnormally gorgeous young woman and the elegant and refined woman, introducing them one by one to Han Li. Greetings to third martial mother and fifth martial mother. Han Li saw the young married women to be no more than a few years older than him. After a second of hesitation, he also bowed courteously. Han Li looked at Lady Yin with a face of doubt. She faintly smiled and said with a warm voice, Your third martial mother stopped the aging of her face with a technique. Although she looks to only be of about 20 years, she is about the same age as your second martial mother. After Han Li heard this, he inwardly nodded his head, satisfied that his own guess hadn't been too far off. This alluringly beautiful young woman naturally practiced an unusual secret art. Otherwise, how else could she have captivated him with her mere appearance and rendered unable to control himself? Second sister, this is Lord Husband's handwritten letter, please look over it. Lady Yin handed Han Li's letter to second wife Lady Li. After Lady Li finished reading it, she passed the letter to the other two wives. Once the elegant and refined young woman, the last wife to read the letter, finished looking over the several wives were stunned into completely silence. Even the seemingly frivolous and gorgeous young wife, Lady Lu, had a solemn expression on her face. Completely lacking the boldness and alluring charm she possessed a moment ago, Lady Lu was instead showing an unexpected composure. When Han Li saw the appearance of Dr. Mo's several wives, he could not help but grow uneasy. He did not know what significant information the letter had revealed to cause these wives to be so serious. However, Han Li's calm expression hadn't changed since he first entered the room, making the wives think that he was reliable and had the bearing of a general. Han Li, your teacher's letter has shocked us martial mothers far too greatly, so we'll need to properly talk this over. You've come here from far away, surely you must be tired. You should spend the night here at the Missouri estate. Tomorrow we will call you for questioning. Since Lady Yen had held the power of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association in her hand for several years, each and every one of her movements possessed an unspeakable dignity. Ultimately, she was the first to speak and instruct Han Li. This junior follows your orders. Han Li replied with the complete obedience. The other wives did not block Lady Yen. It seemed they also agreed to have this outsider Han Li withdraw so that they could discuss a few sensitive matters. Huaner, bring your father's disciple Han to the rear residence and find him a clean room for him to have a proper rest, Lady Yen ordered Immortal. I got it. Senior disciple Han Li, follow me. Immortal blinked her eyes several times, slightly wrinkled her nose, and started to be somewhat unwilling. However, she immediately thought better of it and agreed with a smile across her face. You are forbidden from bothering your senior disciple. Otherwise, you will be punished by clan rules. Lady Yen knew the thoughts of her good-for-nothing daughter like the back of her hand, thus giving her a verbal warning in advance. All right, I understand. Pouting her face, the young girl unwillingly agreed. Han Li was speechless. If Lady Yen hadn't said anything, would this dainty young woman have played some tricks on him? Han Li looked at Immortal with a peculiar gaze, and for the first time, he no longer saw this girl as adorable. As a result of her mother's interference, Immortal dispiritedly walked out the door. Han Li followed behind with an unmoving expression. Waiting several moments after Han Li had left the room, Lady Yen broke the silence in the room with her solemn voice. Fifth sister, I'll have to inconvenience you to take a look around and see whether or not that boy has truly left or if he has secretly returned and is hiding somewhere. We're still not sure. After the elegant, refined Lady Wang heard this, she wordless left the room and disappeared into the dark. Fourth sister, you overestimated that boy. How could he possibly be so skilled? A light flashed in third wife's pretty eyes. Third sister, you've truly forgotten about one thing. A disciple of our Lord Husband can't possibly be ordinary. I believe our Missouri estate is quite heavily guarded. What's more, this building is an important location where I handle the association's affairs. Not far from here, there are 20 to 30 hidden sentries densely standing guard. But even with all of our defenses, he was still able to stealthily infiltrate his place without drawing my or Caihuan's attention. Do you think that this is something an ordinary expert can achieve? Lady Yan quietly said. From fourth sister's argument, it appears that the youth named Han truly has some ability. Second wife Li gently said while slightly wrinkling her eyebrows. Third wife hesitated a moment before sighing and speaking her mind. There is no need to say anymore. His concentration is already far greater than the fakes. I remember when that pretty boy Wu saw my face, my grand heavenly fox technique had infatuated him for an entire day before he recovered. The one named Han was initially only somewhat bewildered, but he had immediately cleared his mind afterward. It can clearly be seen that his mental energy is outstanding. He is by no means ordinary. After hearing these words, the three wives became quiet. Everyone appeared thoughtful, as if they all had something bad to say. After a moment, Lady Yan bitterly smiled and took the initiative to speak first. With such a ferocious person, it's impossible to discern whether or not he will bring fortune or disaster to our Missouri estate. Take out the secret letter. Once everyone sees it, it will be clear. These words came from outside the room and were not spoken by Lady Yan, but rather by the refined, elegant fifth wife. She walked into the room. I have already inspected the surrounding area very carefully. There are no outsiders within a 200-meter radius, and the sentry guards were reinforced as well, fifth wife said expressionlessly. Lady Yan lowered her head in thought and eventually opened her mouth. You all surely remember the words Lord Husband gave before he left. After he departed, if someone delivered an unmarked letter without a hidden message, it would prove that he is safe and that we may feel at ease. However, if the letter was marked and concealed a hidden message, then it would definitely contain news that would be far from good. We must prepare ourselves mentally. As for this letter, we all saw that the letter was marked and concealed a hidden message. Regardless of how grim the news is, this is something we must face sooner or later. Let us take out and read the true letter. Third wife's voice was no longer sweet and charming, but was instead brimming with sorrow. Very well. Since everyone has finished preparing themselves, we will now uncover the hidden message, Lady Yan said decisively. No longer hesitating, she grabbed a teacup and kettle from a nearby desk and proceeded to fill the cup halfway with cool water. She then grabbed her dragon-shaped ring and lightly twisted it several times, unexpectedly separating it in two and thus exposing a hidden white medicinal powder. Lady Yan carefully poured the medicine powder into the teacup and then looked to the people at her sides. Second wife Li gazed at Lady Yan and was the first to stand. She gracefully arrived in front of the desk and raised her hand. Her pure white finger unexpectedly also wore a similar ring. Lady Li took out a small amount of medicinal powder from the ring and poured it into the teacup. However, her powder was red and seemed to differ from Lady Yan's. Third wife and fifth wife followed with similar actions. They both had dragon rings that contained a yellow and a black medicinal powder respectively. Lady Yan waited until after everyone had finished before picking up the teacup and lightly swirling it. As a result, the originally multicolored liquid actually became clear. Finished. The water has become clear. Second sister, you are the most skilled with your hands. It would be best if elder sister were to smear the paper, Lady Yan modestly said to second wife Li. After Lady Li heard this, she faintly smiled. With the letter and the medicinal water, she began to work. During this short amount of time, aside from Lady Li smearing the medicinal water on the letter's surface, there was a complete silence, causing the room's atmosphere to become more tense. It is done. The letter has been completely smeared. Next, we should have fifth sister help dry this letter with her inner strength. Lady Li straightened her body, wiping the fragrant sweat off her forehead and speaking to fifth wife with a smile. The cool, elegant young woman nodded her head and swiftly took the damp letter. She then extended her other hand and with a slight use of force, a faint, blazing heat was emitted from her palm. She placed her palm 3 inches away from the letter and slowly dried it. After a short period of time, the letter was completely dried, and the letter's black ink had completely disappeared. In its place appeared some faint red handwriting. This was Dr. Mo's scheme to use Han Li to deliver a message to his wives. A hidden message. Han Li wasn't aware about what happened in the room after he left. At the moment, There was a little demoness standing before him that caused him to feel a large headache. While on their way, this third young lady MO had unexpectedly and brazenly requested a so-called first meeting gift from her senior apprentice brother. What kind of present would junior apprentice sister like? Without a better option, Hanli helplessly pinched his nose and prepared himself to satisfy her request. Any precious stones, jewelry, or perhaps something fun and interesting will do. I'm not very picky. Actually, if you don't have anything, then giving 7 to 8,000 taels of silver will also do. This can be regarded as your test. Emote Saihuan said innocently without a trace guilt as she blinked her large dark eyes. 7 to 8,000 taels of silver? When Hanli heard this, he nearly fell to the floor. This little demoness was like a lioness widely opening her mouth, not the least bit fearful for her life. Taking into account everything I have on hand, I don't possess such an amount of silver. Even if I did, it would be impossible to give it to her. Does she take me for a foolish squanderer? Although Hanli thought this, his expression didn't change. However, looking at the girl's expression, there was quite a bit of meaning in her gaze. Emote Saihuan was quite clever. With just a glance, she could make out some of Hanli's thoughts. She slanted her small mouth and deliberately shouted in surprise, "Senior apprentice brother Han, you don't have a gift to commemorate your first meeting with this adorable junior apprentice sister? You should know that the year when I first met young Master Wu, he gave me a 10,000 silver banknotes as pocket money." The moment Hanli heard this, he grew angry. Of course, the one surnamed Wu is scheming for your family's wealth to receive twice the amount in return. I don't have the slightest intention to give you such a gift. In addition, your father planted a poison in me. My small life could end at any moment. Hanli was furious, but he simply looked up to the sky. Without moving, he looked at this little demoness and began wondering which item he had on hand was worth the least. Emote Saihuan saw this Hanli as an unsophisticated, dark boy who was actually playing the fool and not saying a word. He did not take notice of her, causing her heart to be somewhat worried. Ever since last year, after she had swindled a great amount of money from young Master Wu, she dreamed of another person to take advantage of every night. Now after all that trouble, she had another opportunity. But this guy, who seemed to be her father's true disciple, was unmoved and even had a face thicker than a city wall. How could he act so hard and indifferently toward such a cute girl as herself? He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Did he not notice her practiced tears quickly flowing down her cheeks? Still remaining indifferent, he was truly infuriating. The air in the night skies could not have been considered cold, but Emote Saihuan's delicate face was slightly turning green. Both of her eyes were ruthlessly staring at Hanli. In her heart, she was silently gnashing her teeth at this thick-skinned senior apprentice brother. At the moment, both of them had been standing on this little path that wound through the back courtyard for a quarter of an hour while suffering from the cold. They did not move as much as a single step. Originally, after Emote Saihuan realized that Hanli was impervious to her 3 ultimate moves, acting cute, acting coquettishly, and using tears, she could only helplessly gnash her teeth in frustration and stop walking. She initially intended to use these moves to trap Hanli but succeeded to no avail. Now she could only unwillingly and pitifully stare at Hanli, locking her gaze with him, hoping that her opponent would give in. But upon seeing the pitiful state Emote Saihuan was in, Hanli involuntarily let out a laugh. Her expressions actually reminded Hanli of his good brother Li Feiyu. Previously, whenever Li Feiyu had wanted Hanli to help him with something, he would use the exact same expression on his face, hoping to move Hanli into helping him. After some time, Hanli became completely impervious to these kinds of expressions. Thus, as Emote Saihuan used her best pitiful puppy look onto Hanli, Hanli remained motionless, standing there while admiring Emote Saihuan's performance. He frequently shook his head, indicating his sarcasm. Underneath Hanli's vicious counterattack, Emote Saihuan was utterly defeated. She could only stop the puppy look she had been utilizing until now and exchange it with a ferocious look of rage. Actually, Emote Saihuan already started to regret her actions. If her mother were to find out about this, she was afraid that not only would she not be able to con anything from Hanli, but she would also taste the discipline of their clan's rules. As she thought of this, she glared hatefully at Hanli. This little bumpkin, couldn't he just give something to her? Didn't he know that girls exist to be coaxed? He was truly nothing but a country bumpkin. As of the moment, she had already forgotten about her outrageous request she had demanded earlier from Hanli. Although Hanli had no experience in coaxing girls, he knew that he would nonetheless have to borrow the strength of the Mo residents and thus could not afford to offend them. As a result, after Mo Saihuan's anger burned for some time, he slowly inserted his hands into his robes, trying to find a suitable trinket to appease this little demoness. Hanli finally took out a green jade bottle. Inside the bottle, there were a few flaming red pills that release an extremely strong fragrance. These pills were known as the winding fragrance pills. Taken by royal concubines, this pill had no other effect other than causing the one who ingested the pill to emit a mesmerizing fragrance. Not only did this fragrance last for a long time and was pleasant to smell, but it also could provide the additional effect of protecting the user from insect bites. That was why this pill was a favorite among the royal concubines. Treating the winding fragrance pill as a gift for the young girl, however, was quite a pity. Concocting this pill required a few main ingredients that were rare and precious. Even in such a prosperous place as the royal capital, the main ingredients were always found to be in short supply, unable to meet the royal court's demand. In the end, the pill had been lost with the passage of time. Han Li would never concoct such a pill that would do nothing to aid him. But during his stay in the Seven Mysteries sect, he finally caved in and concocted some of these pills for Li Feiyu to coax Xianxia because he was unable to withstand Li Feiyu's urging. All he had was just one bottle with only a few pills remaining. Initially, Han Li had wanted to use these pills to cloak himself from insect bites, but now, he could only use this to coax the little demoness standing before him. Han Li threw the jade bottle in the girl's direction. Mo Saihuan fumbled with it for a bit and finally caught the jade bottle. "What is this?" A smile finally broke out on Mo Saihuan's face. She finally received a gift from this petty man in front of her. Although this was nothing much, this was sufficient to light up a smile on Mo Saihuan's face. This pill is known as the Winding Fragrance Pill, and its effects are very mystical. Han Li explained the pill's effects to Mo Saihuan, causing her to be extremely happy and satisfied. Much to Han Li's surprise, after the girl opened the jade bottle and sniffed the fragrance, she immediately closed the lid of the bottle and assumed a defensive stance. With a defending against perverts gaze, she looked at Han Li and carefully said, "This pill is not a pill that knocks people unconscious or works as an aphrodisiac, right? Why is the fragrance so familiar to the aphrodisiacs that my sisters described? Are you planning to do something perverted to me?" After hearing this, Han Li was stunned for a prolonged period of time, becoming completely speechless. He suddenly felt like vomiting blood. This girl's thoughts were too hard to predict. To think that she actually likened the fragrance of the Winding Fragrance Pill to an aphrodisiac. Now, Han Li don't even know whether should he be impressed this lady's cautiousness or cry loudly because of an unjust accusation. Looking at your reactions, this pill seems to be authentic, but I still have to let my second sister experiment on it before I can use. After all, women have to place cautiousness above everything they do. Mo Saihuan told Han Li this in a righteous manner. Cough. Cough. Do what you will. Speechless, Han Li could only cough to mask the embarrassment on his face. He felt that it would be better for him to maintain a distance between himself and this little demoness. If he didn't, he would never know when his depression would push him to his death. However, if this pill does have all the effects you listed, I shall consider you to have passed the test. After today, if you ever require any help in the Mo residence, you can look for Saihuan. I will just require some small compensation, but in return I will settle your problems for you. Mo Saihuan shook the bottle while happily smiling. Okay, junior apprentice sister. Senior apprentice brother does have something that requires your help. Han Li recovered his former disposition as he smiled insincerely. As he replied to Mo Saihuan, he thought evilly in his heart. Seeking assistance from you, a money grubber? In your dreams. Mo Saihuan naturally could not hear Han Li's inner thoughts. She felt satisfied because Han Li had acquiesced to her. All of a sudden, she felt that Han Li was pretty interesting fellow and was even quite comely to look at. Let's go, senior apprentice brother. I will find a bigger and better room for you, so you don't have to suffer. Mo Saihuan smiled brilliantly as she led the way. Standing behind her, Han Li finally heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly followed her footsteps. Such a strange girl. He would never be together with her. Don't say that this bossy miss suddenly fell in love with an ordinary person like him. Even if she really did fall in love with him, he would straight out reject her. Just based on her unreasonable actions that were already so tough for Hanli to deal with, he could never endure it if they really got together. Hanli silently thought in his heart, decisively removing Mo Saihuan's name from the list of potential candidates for his wife-to-be. Hanli finally went into one of the side rooms of the Missouri estate in order to retire for the night. Mo Saihuan was tactful enough to not linger around, and she quickly excused herself. Her sudden behavior as a refined lady left Hanli somewhat surprised. Hanli did not know whether there would still be danger, as he was still unclear about the attitude of the people in Missouri estate. As a result, he was unable to get any real rest and only dozed off a little on the bed. The next morning, while Hanli was still groggy, there was someone outside knocking the door. Could it be that little Demonis? Hanli frowned, but soon shook his head. This smooth knocking sound is definitely not Mo Saihuan's style. But only a few people know that I'm staying here. Hanli was a bit suspicious. He found a towel to wash his face, then went to open the door. A 20-year-old youth with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood outside. Once this youth saw Hanli came out, he took a glance to look at Hanli from top to bottom, then respectfully cupped one fist in the other hand and greeted Hanli enthusiastically. "You must be junior apprentice brother Han." "I am Yengu. I could also be considered as your eldest apprentice brother." "Yengu." Hanli's thoughts raced. This person was Dr. Mo's eldest disciple. Haha, even though I am Master's first disciple, my aptitude is not that good. I didn't receive much of Master's own techniques and even humiliated him, Yengu told Hanli frankly. When Hanli saw that this youth was unperturbed, he immediately had a good impression towards Yengu and promptly returned the greeting. "Senior apprentice brother Yen, good morning. Please come in and talk." "There is no need. Several of our martial mothers asked me to come here. They are looking for junior discipline Han for something, and they want you to make a trip down." Yengu chuckled and beckoned with his hands. Hanli was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he swiftly nodded his head and complied. He closed the room door and walked beside Yengu. Yengu was very interested in Hanli's affairs. Along the way, he openly asked Hanli many things. He was extremely curious about the local customs and culture of Jing province and asked about them endlessly. When the two of them passed through the garden in the backyard, they unexpectedly met a young man and lady. They were Mo Yuzhu and Wu Jiaming, both of whom Hanli had seen from afar yesterday. The two were walking together in the garden, like a pair of intimate lovers. It was as if Hanli's own possessions were stolen by someone else, and that feeling left a bad taste in his mouth. Evidently, Mo Yuzhu and Wu Jiaming discovered Hanli and Yengu, so the former pair headed towards them. As the two sides got closer to each other, Mo Yuzhu swept a glance across the ordinary-looking Hanli but didn't say anything. However, young Master Wu was suspicious of Hanli as he sized Hanli up. "Senior apprentice brother Yen. Good morning. This little brother looks unfamiliar. Whose disciple does he belong to?" Wu Jiaming laughed as he asked. At first, Hanli thought that elder brother Yen, who was beside him, would take the initiative to cover for him and counter Wu Jiaming's remark. Who knew that after waiting for so long, there was still no sound from the person beside him. Feeling puzzled, Hanli can't help but to raise his head and look at Yengu. In the end, Hanli was so infuriated that he was rendered speechless. Currently, Yengu looked infatuated and spellbound, gazing dumbly at Miss Mo Yuzhu, fully into the realm of ecstasy. How could he still respond to Wu Jianming? This little brother is third martial mother's distant nephew. Under the orders of my parents, I was to pay a visit to third martial mother and request a job from her. For the lack of a better option, Hanli could only turn his head back and take matters into his own hands. Hanli spoke obsequiously while intentionally acting all embarrassed and shy. "Oh, so it's like this." Once Wu Jiaming heard Hanli's words, he completely lost interest in Hanli. This was not surprising. Hanli's outer appearance was too ordinary, and he did not possess any characteristics of a person who studied martial arts. How could this be missed by the eye of young Master Wu? Instead, young Master Wu turned his head and his expression darkened. He was greatly unsatisfied with the silly look that Yengu was showing towards Mo Yuzhu. After all, The beautiful lady beside him was his supposed fiancée. Right now, Hanli was close to Mo Yuju, so he clearly saw all of her expressions. She was frowning slightly and had a somewhat unpleased look. Clearly, she was not tolerant of Yen Ji's brazen look of adoration. Senior apprentice brother Yen, if there is nothing else, young Master Wu and I will retire first. Mo Yuju's apricot lips opened slightly. She coldly extended a small courtesy to Yen Gu and moved her delicate body to leave the area. Wu Jianming snorted at Yen Gu and chased after her without saying anything else. Hanli watched their backs departing as the corner of his lip revealed a slight trace of an odd smile. Afterwards, he turned around to look at senior apprentice brother Yen and discovered that Yen Gu was still gazing foolishly at Mo Yuju. Hanli sighed. This guy was truly love-struck. However, Miss Mo did not seem to have a good impression of him and may be frightened off by his fervent pursuit. Hanli hit Yen Ji's shoulders with all his strength, jolting the latter's body. The vacant look disappeared, and he was finally roused from his stupor. Sorry about that, I made a joke out of myself in front of junior apprentice brother Han. Yen Gu, who recovered back to his rational state of mind, was blushing madly. He was extremely ashamed of the spectacle he made of himself. It's nothing. When facing a fair and graceful lady with a noble character to match, this is a male's natural instinct. There is nothing to be embarrassed about, Hanli explained while laughing. When Yen Gu listened to Hanli's words, he did not feel relieved. Instead, he laughed bitterly and slowly said, "Not to keep you in the dark, but I grew up together with Yuju. During this period of time, even though we were not childhood sweethearts, we were both innocent playmates with deep feelings for each other. Unfortunately, when Yuju grew up, she treated me like a brother without showing any other interest in me. As a result, after being rejected by her several times, I could only give up and wish that she finds a good husband who can give her a lifetime of happiness. But one look at Yuju today, I find that I am still unable to free myself from my emotions and unknowingly made a show of myself." There was a hint of self-ridicule when Yen Gu spoke the last sentence. Hanli did not speak again after he heard Yen Ji's explanation. Instead, he looked at Yen Gu from head to toe, like viewing a rare antique. Previously, he only came across this kind of affectionate person from books and other stories. He never imagined that he would one day witness it with his own eyes. If what Yen Gu said was true and sincere, Hanli didn't know whether to admire Yen Ji's infatuation or secretly curse him for his extreme foolishness. On the way back, Hanli purposely used other topics to draw Yen Gu away from his thoughts and allow Yen Ji's mood to return back to normal. The two of them talked merrily until they reached the small building where Hanli sneaked into last night. Several of Dr. Mo's wives were already waiting there ceremoniously for Hanli's arrival, preparing to give Hanli a nice surprise. Just as they reached the second floor, before Yen Gu could knock on the door, Lady Yan's voice came from within the room. "Is it Hanli and Yen Gu?" "That is right, fourth martial mother." Yen Gu hastily stopped and respectfully replied. Yen Gu returned first. "Just Hanli entering alone will do." Lady Yan's faint voice could be heard from within. That distinct, cold voice could not help but touch Hanli's heart. "As you wish." Yen Gu was clearly very respectful of Lady Yan, and he followed her command without the slightest hesitation. After he smiled to Hanli, he quietly descended from the second floor. Only Hanli remained upstairs, waiting outside the room. Hanli coldly looked at the room door, but instead of immediately entering, he released his spiritual sense and scoped out the situation inside the room. He didn't wish to go in alone, only to be ambushed and killed by a room of hidden soldiers, so it was better to be a bit careful. It was very quiet in the room and the number of people inside wasn't large. Hanli could only hear the breathing and heartbeats of Lady Yan and a few others. It appeared that there wasn't anyone that shouldn't be there. This greatly relieved Hanli. Thus, he stepped forward and lightly knocked on the door twice. He then opened the room door, planning to take a quick look before entering. However, what he saw in the room greatly changed Hanli's complexion. His step had stiffly halted mid-air. The room was the same as the night before. The chairs, desks, and decorations were all exactly the same. The only thing different were the beautiful women's style of dress. Lady Yan and the other beautiful wives were all wearing white silk mourning clothes from head to toe. They all sat on chairs and unwaveringly gazed at Hanli with cool eyes. Han Li's complexion turned somewhat pale. However, he was not scared but rather annoyed with the deceased Dr. Mo. It was very clear why Dr. Mo, that old fox, had forced him to travel such a great distance. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. That letter had contained a hidden message that gave the tigresses news of Dr. Mo's death. It was as if they were waiting for Dr. Mo's murderer to visit them voluntarily. Han Li took a deep breath and returned his complexion to normal. He then entered the room in large strides. Without a trace of politeness, he looked for a chair and arrogantly sat across from the wives. After seeing them not say a single word, he planned to observe how these women would deal with him in the end. It was clear Han Li's completely unrestrained action was intended to tear away at their faces. However, largely against his expectation, he had thrown them into confusion, each of their expressions having nothing in common. Second wife Li's expression turned green. It was clear this Han Li who had so clearly said martial mother yesterday was now daring to brazenly act as if he were meeting with those of the same generation. This second wife was born of a scholarly family and paid great attention to generational separation. Now that she had come across this chap who was unfilial towards his master, how could she not tremble with anger? Third wife Lu differed greatly from Lady Li. Not only did she refrain from getting angry, she also looked toward Han Li with a very interested expression. However, because of her astonishing glamour, Han Li didn't dare to look at her directly, and had simply looked at her with a sweeping gaze. Lady Yen and the cool, elegant Lady Wang were about the same. They wordlessly looked at Han Li with gazes brimming with a freezing chilliness. "Your courage is awfully great, my lord husband's last disciple." After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Lady Yen eventually opened her mouth, her words containing a mocking intention. Everyone could clearly hear her ridicule. "Martial mothers, whatever you wish to know or wish to say, please say them directly. I don't wish to hear nonsense or unnecessary words," Han Li said with a blank face. Han Li had clearly understood if a wife were to bicker about how terrible she felt and then the other wives would engage in a verbal duel. Rather than expand a great deal of effort to resolve this, he felt that he may as well get straight to the core problem. This was what he believed. Since there were no saber lights or sword shadows belonging to hidden experts inside the room, Han Li speculated that the wives currently had no plans to dispose of him. It seemed they either had misgivings or had demands for him. Since it was like this, there was no need to be too polite. In any case, Dr. Mo's death was an invitation for disaster. He had nothing to be ashamed of. "You." Although Lady Yen had much knowledge about all sorts of battles between men, the rupturing tone of Han Li's words nearly made her speechless. "Fine, I will ask then. Was my lord husband killed by your traitorous hands?" Second wife could not help but want to spit fire from her elegant eyes. Her scholarly air had completely vanished, leaving behind only a face of resentment. "Second sister." Lady Yen wrinkled her brow and softly called her as if to prevent the second wife's questions from immediately causing both parties to fall into disagreement. This Lady Li is actually quite frank to directly bring the most crucial question to the table. Han Li inwardly sneered, thinking of this. It could be said that I killed him, but it could be also said that he killed himself. Han Li said indifferently. This sentence caused the wives sitting across from him to be shocked. They believed that Han Li would either readily deny it or simply brazenly admit it. What were they supposed to do if they could not make sense of the answer? Second wife Li stared blankly for a moment, but she immediately became agitated. She clearly believed that Han Li was playing with them. "What is this nonsense? It was clearly you who harmed him." Lady Li tremblingly retorted. "How are you certain that I killed him? Did you see it with your own two eyes?" Han Li asked, no longer polite. He clearly understood that Dr. Mo had written that he was murdered in the letter. Naturally, they weren't completely certain whether or not he had died by Han Li's hand. Han Li guessed that the letter which Dr. Mo had set aside for these wives contained nothing but a few speculative words. As a result, Han Li could completely refute these misgivings. "Since you've said this, tell us women how our lord husband was murdered once through. If you were truly unrelated, we won't deliberately treat you unjustly." The cool, elegant fifth wife Wang, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Hearing these words, he raised his head to yawn. Then he sneered. saying, "Treat me unjustly? Those are some grand words. You think I am truly scared of your Missouri estate? Or if not for the many days I had teacher Mo for a master, imparting onto me his great medicinal expertise and the foul reputation I would receive for bullying women. Humph. Against you, with only a single hand, I could kill this entire Missouri estate without allowing even a dog or chicken to remain." Han Li's words chilled to the bone, his expression extremely sinister. Han Li determined his plan. Since he was unable to cheat the Missouri estate of the precious jade, he would adopt a sinister attitude and only used unyielding methods. He planned to show a bit of his skill and have the wives know that this man was difficult to handle, forcing them to hand over the precious warm yang jade. When Lady Yan and company had first heard Han Li's fierce words, they all had stunned expressions. But soon after, they smiled bitterly. Third wife Lu even bent backwards from her blossoming laughter. It was clear that these wives were not convinced by Han Li's words. But soon, their faces were completely frozen. That was because Han Li had extended a finger. A fireball suddenly appeared at his fingertip. When this wine-cup-sized fireball appeared, the entire room's temperature suddenly rose. It was as if the wives had entered a scorching summer. Then Han Li coolly gazed toward them, as if he were trying to find a target for his fireball technique, in order to have these wives know he was somewhat ferocious. However, he did not expect that before Han Li made a move. Lady Li couldn't help but yell, "Cultivator," with an expression of fear. The rest of them also turned deathly pale, looking at the five wives with an ice-cold expression. He saw that they were emotionally moved and looked at Han Li with gazes full of astonishment. These women knew about the existence cultivators but were unexpectedly frightened by Han Li. Their expression appeared even more gloomy. "You truly are a cultivator?" Third wife Lu widely opened his beautiful eyes, asking with some doubt. Han Li snorted. "Hula!" Without saying anything further, he simply shot the fireball toward the table next to Lady Lu and reduced it to ash in the blink of an eye. This action filled Lady Lu's face with fright, completely whitening it. She immediately stood and recoiled several steps away from the ashes before shakily coming to a stop. Currently, if any other man saw that lovely, delicate face, they would have immediately fallen crazy for her. Unfortunately, Han Li absolutely could not appreciate this view. He was currently staring at Lady Li, who had shouted, "Cultivator." He asked with a cold voice, "Second wife, how do you know of cultivators? Could it be you've seen other cultivators before?" Lady Li became terrified. She was greatly fearful of Han Li's status of a cultivator. "Don't ask, second sister. I will tell you about matter regarding cultivators." From the side, Lady Yen closed her eyes with a tired expression before interrupting Han Li's questioning. "Oh, then could you enlighten me?" Han Li stroked his nose, his expression somewhat relaxed. "This isn't something to hide. Jiayuan City has a large population, and everyone knows of the existence of cultivators." After Lady Yen opened her eyes, she said this with a bitter smile. "Even some people outside the city have seen the wars between cultivators with their own eyes. It is said they could call the wind, summon the rain, and control blasts of fire. Each and every one of them is like a living immortal." Lady Yen said this and looked at Han Li with a peculiar gaze. "So it was like that?" Han Li patted the back of his head. He had unexpectedly forgotten that Jiayuan City was not at all a small region like the celestial Rainbow Mountains. Having cultivators appear here seemed to not be such a rare occurrence. Yesterday, did he not see that blue-clothed man? Then did Teacher Mo also know the existence of cultivators? Han Li thought of something and could not help but carelessly ask. Of course he knew. Lord Husband had seen the wars between cultivators with his own eyes. Lady Yen felt that nothing good would come from hiding anything and replied without hesitation. Dr. Mo was quite infatuated with cultivators, so it turned out that he had previously seen a true cultivator. Unfortunately, he did not have spiritual roots and wasted his many schemes, even bringing slight benefits to myself. Han Li thought. However, Han Li suddenly felt somewhat baffled. Why was Lady Yen currently so obedient? Whatever he asked, she sincerely replied. The slightest temperament was absent. On the mere basis that he was a cultivator, the other party had completely surrendered. Han Li found this hard to believe. Han carefully observed Lady Yan's expression and found that she had an easy, relaxed expression with some slight impatience. Could it be she's stalling for time? Han wrinkled his brow and released his spiritual awareness. There was not a sign of a single outsider intruding near the building. Han looked around and suddenly stood. He walked around the room, carefully observing in every direction. It seemed there was nothing suspicious, and the furniture in the interior of the room were quite simple. Apart from the tables and chairs, it was the same as yesterday, all except for a white candle half melted from its burning wick. Candle? Han Li's gaze fell upon the candle. He had originally believed the white candle was lit in memory of Dr. Mo, and thus he did not mind it. But now he remembered. Since they had been holding a memorial service for their Lord husband, why did they not light any incense? This was somewhat abnormal. Thinking of this, Han used his nose to carefully smell and found the air to smell like sandalwood. This fragrance was far too light. If one did not deliberately pay attention, they absolutely could not perceive this. When Lady Yan saw Han look at the candle, she stood slightly less naturally. But after Han sniffed the air, her face greatly changed. At this moment, Han Li's face broke into a smile that was unusually cheerful. What's so funny? Even if you discovered the trick of the candle, it's already too late. This bewitching drug can intoxicate 1,000 men. When ordinary people smell this, their bones loosen and their muscles become soft, losing all power in their limbs. Even when martial artists smell this, they lose their true chi and martial arts. Even if you're a cultivator, you've already been in this room far too long to remain unaffected. Lady Yan somewhat lost her patience and spoke those testing words. It's nothing. It's just that I feel that my luck is not bad at all. Han Li said with a smile. When I was at the Seven Mysteries sect, I have long heard of the methods employed by Jiang Hu's ghost sect, including their poison. I have received an extremely deep impression of bewitching sense because I had previously suffered hardships and experienced dangers from which I couldn't protect myself. Because even a common man could use poisons to easily kill a great expert. I long racked my brains for a solution until I finally figured out a way to protect myself from the silly methods of incapacitating drugs and poisons. Han Li somewhat contently stated. Lady Yan and company looked at each other in dismay. What kind of method was this? How could it be that he had still not collapsed? This must have been true. As of currently, the ladies' complexions had already turned completely white. As for what method? Seeing that the wives could not help but want to hear him spill his secrets, even tilting their ears, Han Li could not refrain from chuckling inwardly. I don't plan on telling you because I have a habit of not revealing my secrets to my enemies, Han Li said with a deadpan expression. When these women heard Han Li's words, their complexion rapidly changed from white to red, slightly increasing their beauty. Lady Yan was the first to calm down. She lightly straightened the jade pin in her hairbun and once again said calmly, even if your esteemed self is a cultivator and does not fear this bewitching scent, are you not worried about the poison in your body? Nevertheless, she used her last trump card. The moment Han Li heard what she said, his smiling face immediately turned cold. Sure enough, Dr. Mo gave the only weapon that could be used to blackmail him to these women. That's right, I have the cold poison in my body. But before this poison flares up, I don't mind turning this entire residence upside down and utterly slaughtering everyone. Han Li spoke in a flat tone, but the women clearly heard the threat within his words. Lady Yan was silent for a while and did not open her mouth to speak. The rest of them also did not say anything. It seemed that when it came to life and death matters, the one making decisions in Mo residence was still fourth wife Yan. Since the both of us have scruples and we are not willing to let both sides suffer, let's have a good talk, Lady Yan said cool-headedly after that moment of silence. Of course, I also don't plan on dying so uselessly at such a young age. Concerning his own life, Han Li did not put up any airs. He gladly agreed to her suggestion. Hence, he went back and sat in front of Lady Yan. However, before we start discussing, I, your servant, would like your esteemed self to repeat how my lord husband got murdered. After all, we were once husband and wife. We would only be reassured if we knew the real cause of his death. But be at ease, even if Lord Husband died by your hands, we would not have any ulterior motives. After all, we are orphans and widows. We cannot go looking for trouble and personally seek the road to death. Lady Yan's last sentence was spoken so desolately, making it seem as if Han Li was the kind of evil tyrant who bullied women and children. One look at Lady Yan's face and Han Li can't help but have a headache. Even though he knew Lady Yan was just acting, when he saw her miserable state, he felt his heart soften a little. Wasn't it just telling them how Dr. Mo was murdered? There was nothing to cover up in this matter. After all, Han Li acknowledged that Dr. Mo's death was not his fault. Instead, it was Dr. Mo and Yu Zhitong who should be blamed for courting disaster. All right, I can describe Teacher Mo's death in detail, but after you all have listened and still insist on taking revenge on me, I will oblige you at any time. Han Li agreed to their suggestion after pondering for a while. Many thanks to young master. When Lady Yan heard that Han Li was willing to speak the truth, her face immediately opened up and revealed a delighted look. This was what happened. I was deceived by Dr. Mo. After practicing eternal spring arts for 4 years, only then did I discover. Han Li patiently told them how he was cheated, poisoned by Dr. Mo and forced to practice the eternal spring arts. He explained that Dr. Mo had wanted to occupy his flesh body by entering his body and consuming his fundamental essence. Naturally, Yu Zhitong had then appeared and narrated the entirety of his schemes. Han Li finally discovered about his body's poison and had no choice but to come to the Lan province and detoxify himself with the precious warm yang jade. He narrated the events the way they truly happened. Han Li wanted these wives to know that in the occurrence of Dr. Mo's death, Han Li was the true victim. He hadn't slighted the Missouri estate in the least. After Lady Yan and the other wives finished hearing Han Li's heart-shaking tale, they couldn't help but look at one another. If Han Li's words were true, then their lord husband's death was not truly Han Li's fault. In addition, hearing the methods that Dr. Mo had used and his shrewdness, they greatly matched the long-acquired impression they had of their dead husband. Furthermore, the bits of information that the hidden letter revealed didn't contradict his story in the slightest. They estimated that his story should more or less be true. If your esteemed self had spoken the complete truth, then our lord husband's death truly was not yours to blame. This was rather the fault of Yu Zhitong's ruse. Otherwise, how else would our lord husband have died? Lady Yan lightly sighed. Her words made Han Li raise an eyebrow. This Lady Yan is far too favorable toward her own lord husband. With a few words, she easily pushed the entirety of Dr. Mo's wrongdoings onto the deceased Yu Zhitong, cleaning Dr. Mo of the blame entirely as if he were also a victim. Han Li stared at Lady Yan with widened eyes. Although his mouth did not say anything, his expression showed a strange emotion and made his meaning completely clear. Lady Yan, under Han Li's attentive gaze, did not blush or jump. She only turned a blind eye. Han Li inwardly bitterly smiled. This woman's face was quite thick, not one bit thinner than a man's. He could not help but turn his head to look at the expressions of the other wives. Third wife Lu still had a smiling, cheery appearance and didn't have the slightest change. When she saw Han Li looking over, she gave him several flirtatious glances, causing Han Li to remain silent. When second wife Li saw Han Li looking at her, she looked ill at ease and faintly lowered her head. She certainly was worthy of being called a girl from a wealthy family as well as educated and well-balanced. It was clear she was somewhat ashamed of Lady Yan's words from a moment ago. As for fifth wife Wang, although this cool, elegant young woman was expressionless, she was entirely focused on tangling her fingers together, exposing an abnormality of her heart. As for her attitude, Han Li did not know. However, according to young master's words just now, we have no deep animosity or hate toward one another. In that case, it would be best to conduct peace talks. Lady Yan opened her almond lips and faintly said this. When Han Li heard Lady Yan's words, he turned his head and faintly stated, "What is there to discuss? Give me the precious warm yang jade, and I will turn around and leave, certain to no longer disturb the Missouri estate." "That is out of the question." Lady Yan faintly smiled and immediately gave a flat decline. "Why is it unacceptable?" Han Li said, unagitated. "Yesterday, young master was outside the servant's room and should have heard much of the vile situation the Missouri estate is in. It should be quite clear to you, sir, that without external assistance, our Missouri estate will be completely exterminated. It is only a matter of time." If it is like this, then it would better to have young master cleanly kill us sisters instead and have death end all troubles. Lady Yen pitifully lamented with red eyes. When Hanli heard this, he bafflingly stared at Lady Yen without speaking, directly looking at Lady Yan's scarlet cheeks. However, she stubbornly continued to refuse to meet Hanli's gaze. Hanli let out a long sigh. He now knew where Emote Saihuan, that little demoness, learned her clever schemes. It was clearly from imitating this older demoness. With all this said and done, what do you all think? Be honest, I don't want to have to beat around the bush again, Hanli coldly said. It seemed he wasn't influenced by Lady Yan's act in the slightest. Lady Yan wrinkled her brow. The youth in her presence was far more difficult than she had anticipated. Neither hard nor soft methods were effective. Rather, she had no way of knowing how to deal with him. Could it be that you truly want us to immediately hand over our last resort and reveal our affairs to the enemy? Lady Yen was somewhat unresigned. With the many years of handling the fearsome Flood Dragon Association's power, she clearly understood when to be a bit lenient and when to immediately put one entire hand on the table. She turned her head to look at fifth wife Wang. Within these sisters, only Lady Wang was able to oppose her decisions. Therefore, she looked at her to see whether or not Lady Wang had a proposal. The matter of discussion with this person I will leave to fourth sister, with whom I have no objections whatsoever. Lady Wang saw the meaning in Lady Yan's gaze and said, as cold as ice. When Lady Yan heard this, she was inwardly elated and had somewhat calmed her heart. Very well. Since Sir does not want to beat around the bush, then we sisters will get right to the point and directly tell you the conditions. As these words left Lady Yan's mouth, she completely regained her bearings as the leader of one of Jia Yuan City's 3 major gangs. The feeling of that delicate, powerless young married woman from before was completely obliterated. Her body dispersed the prestige of a leader. Good. From the beginning, I wanted to engage in talks as equals. Hanli faintly smiled. So long as you exterminate the fearsome Flood Dragon Association's sworn enemies, the Rainbow Sect and the Hegemon's Villa, the Missouri estate will no longer trouble you in the future, and we will also immediately offer you the precious warm Yang Jade. Furthermore, we will let you choose one of our daughters, whomever you fancy, as your wife. However, if you're unyielding in your plan, rob the precious jade from us, or perhaps threaten us sisters, then your esteemed self will have been mistaken. I have already handed over the precious jade to my trusted confidant. If there is the slightest sign of trouble, then it will immediately be destroyed, ending us in mutual destruction. Lady Yen said with an imposing expression. Lady Yen, are you not afraid of the wind cutting your tongue? Have me, this one person, exterminate the Rainbow Sect and the Hegemon's Villa? You must be truly absurd for thinking of this. Hanli seemed to have already anticipated Lady Yan's threat and wasn't alarmed at all. He had already known that the precious warm Yang Jade could not be acquired by acting rashly. Aside from their threats, he still didn't know how many secret recruits they harbored, and thus capturing the other party and interrogating the whereabouts of the precious jade would simply end in failure. It would be best to make the other party willingly give it to him. Young Master Han, are you not a cultivator? How could these people of Jianghu be a match against your distinguished self? In addition, we don't want you to kill the gang in its entirety. Causing a few of their main leaders to disappear would be enough. This time, the gorgeous young third wife, after giving Han Li a soul-shaking, enchanting smile, said this with her graceful voice. What about being a cultivator? I don't know of other cultivators, but I do know of my own abilities with clear certainty. You can't just foolishly send one person to confront a large gang of several thousand members. Do you all truly believe that cultivators can outrageously murder ordinary people without fear of repercussion? Hanli coldly glanced at third wife. The awing chilliness froze her smiling expression. Under the effects of the eternal spring arts and a vigilant mind, he returned the gaze of her bewitching, charming technique. How could it possibly affect him? Why? Does young master mean that there are limitations to what cultivators can do to ordinary people? Lady Yen asked, somewhat surprised by this revelation. I am not very certain of the specific details. After all, I haven't been a cultivator for long, so I wasn't truly in contact with these rules. Han Li dully said. Then he looked at Lady Yen, who looked as if she wanted to say something, and waved his hand, preventing her from talking. He continued coldly, "However, if your brains aren't lacking, it should be clear that cultivators can't act against mortals as they desire. After all, your so-called Lan province's 3 great hegemons and the 3 great gangs of Jiayuan City still exist. They could have fallen to the schemes of unrighteous cultivators countless times. Perhaps even beautiful women like yourselves would have already become their playthings." Han Li's final sentence was completely blunt, turning the wives' complexions across from him to become scarlet and their eyes to show a bit of alarm. "But this is merely young master's guess. It's not at all certain to be true." Lady Han was still somewhat unwilling, still attempting to persuade Han Li. "So long as there is the possibility, this person will not perform actions that would bring destruction upon himself." Han Li fundamentally did not give Lady Yan's fantasies the slightest leeway, and he said this without a trace of politeness. "Don't tell me that your venerable self plans to take our daughter's dowry with a sleight of hand and leave us with nothing?" Lady Yan's complexion was somewhat unsightly. She said the word dowry with an especially heavy emphasis. Hearing her say this, although Han Li's expression did not change, his heart could not help but be somewhat depressed. "The yin poison within me was originally given to me by your lord husband. Right now, I won't trouble you even if I am cured. What is there to think about?" Han Li thought somewhat hatefully. However, Han Li knew if he were to say these words at this moment, these wives would not take it well and certainly wouldn't give him the precious warm yang jade. As a result, Han Li gave in and muttered to himself. Then he raised his hand, cleared his throat, and said with a clear voice, "I will give you 2 choices. Choose whichever you fancy. One is to have your Missouri estate immediately pack your baggage and prepare to travel far from the Lan province. Find a place where the power of your enemy clans cannot reach you and live as a common wealthy household. You would live the rest of your lives peacefully and completely separate yourselves from the fights between Jianghu's factions. This entire journey will be safe, I completely guarantee it. Any forces that your enemies send to pursue you will unable to harm you." Han Li stopped there and looked at the change in the wives' expressions. Apart from a slight change from second wife Li, Lady Yan and third wife Lu were completely silent. It was clear what they thought of the proposal. Han Li didn't feel the need to look at fifth wife Wang since it would be impossible to make out anything useful from her icy appearance. Han Li looked at this situation and inwardly sneered several times. Lady Yan and Lady Lu were rather ambitious people. It was impossible for them to want to give up the power of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association and live as rural village women. When he had raised this proposal, he already understood this clearly. And the other choice? Third wife Lu noticed that Han Li stopped and could not but question him. "There is one other choice." Han Li left his chair and stood. He looked up to the room before slowly telling the wives the other choice. "I could make the exception to act this once and cause the leaders of only one of the 2 gangs to disappear. After all, if the 2 hegemons were to simultaneously encounter misfortune, it would be far too easy for capable people to take note of this. The risk would increase significantly, so it isn't worth it for me to brave this strange danger. Furthermore, apart from these 2 options, I will not yield in the slightest." After Han Li said this, he hardened his face and spoke no more. He coldly waited for the wives' reply. After Lady Yan and the others heard Han Li's 2 choices, their faces had a concealed expression of pleasant surprise. However, after they looked at each other, they still hadn't immediately decided. "Could your distinguished self please let us sisters talk this over for a moment? Afterwards we will give young master a reply. After all, this is no small matter, we must greatly think this over." Lady Yan prudently said, "Of course, I am not unreasonable, but at the latest I require an answer by tomorrow morning. The rest of today should be enough for you to discuss this over." After Han Li said this, he no longer took notice of them and left in a relaxed manner. Han Li climbed down the stairs and did not return to his room. Instead, he gave the burly gate guards a baffled sight as he arrogantly left the Missouri estate. After he determined there was no one following him, Han Li returned to the inn he were stayed at initially. As he entered the inn, Sun Ergu hurriedly welcomed him. "If there is anything to say it in my room." Without waiting for Sun Ergu to start speaking, Han Li indifferently commanded him. "Yes, esteemed young master." Sun Ergu respectfully followed behind Han Li. Entering the room, Han Li sat on the couch and stretched himself before saying indifferently, "Seeing your urgent appearance, it seems you have something important to tell me? Young master, there has been an extraordinary event." "I must report it to you, sir." Sun Erger mysteriously replied, unintentionally advancing half a step. "If there is something to say, then say it. Don't be nervous." Han Li looked at Sun Erger with a tilted glance. Hee. This humble person isn't feigning mystery. A rather unexpected event has occurred. This humble person obtained the exact information to present to young master. Recently, a large number of immortals have gathered in Jiayuan City to meet together in some sort of great immortal assembly. I've heard that so long as you can participate in this meeting, even common folk can immediately become an immortal as a member of an immortal clan. Sun Ergu said, his saliva splashing around. Immortals. Han Li was slightly surprised. That's right, there have been people that have seen them with their own eyes. Immortals that can soar the skies, harness the mist, and even expel lightning or shoot flames. Young master, what do you say? If one does not have any luck, how could they possibly see an immortal as they please? Sun Ergu asked somewhat enviously. Seeing his appearance, it seemed he had completely replaced himself with a person who couldn't wait to see an immortal. Han Li had already stopped listening at this point. What Sun Ergu called immortals were actually cultivators. However, how did a gangster find out about the meeting of cultivators? Han Li was somewhat shocked. How do you know this? Do you know much about the person who gave you this information? Han Li asked with interest. This information is completely reliable. It is what my gang brothers have told me. However, because my gang leader is afraid of immortals, he ordered us to seal our lips. Only the upper division of the 4th level gang knows this information. I have also obtained similar information from a drunken noble. I imagine that young master, being such an expert, would be interested. As a result, I hastily rushed over and waited until young master had returned. Sun Erga said, eager to take credit for his information. Oh, I will not forget your hard effort. However, first specifically explain how those in your gang evaded the notice of those immortals after learning this information. Han Li earnestly investigated in detail. This related to the reliability of the information. Therefore, Han Li didn't dare to be careless. I also heard that drunk noble said it was like this. Sun Ergu didn't dare to speak false words and honestly informed Han Li. Originally, the news from within the gang came from a small gang leader of the 4th level gang. Several days ago, he was conducting a large business transaction in the West City outskirts, but who would have thought the information was incorrect? The other party was far too greedy and had planned to kill everyone before escaping with the wind. In order to escape pursuit, he hid in a tree hole in the nearby woods. But unexpectedly, although the enemy had not found him, an incomparably large, monstrous eagle suddenly fell from the sky. That eagle's frightening appearance scared the gang member stiff. This man was quick-witted in the moment of crisis and suddenly thought to use the widely spread Jiang turtle breath art. He used it on himself to reduce his breath and heartbeat to the extreme, thereby entering a state of feigned death and evading the eagle's notice. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard a dialogue from a young couple on the eagle's back. There were actually people on the eagle's back. However, because the eagle was so large and the man was panicked, he had not noticed the people on it earlier. Just like that, he faintly heard about the Great Immortal Assembly. At that time, he also realized the young male-female couple were immortals, but his turtle breath art ran out of time, causing him to lose consciousness. By the time he had awakened, it was already the morning of the next day. The couple and the monstrous eagle had long departed without a trace. Thus, with no better option, he stamped his feet and beat his chest before returning crestfallen to the gang. The moment he returned, he was immediately yelled at, so he could not help but tell his superior of this. When his superior heard this, he didn't dare to cover it up and reported it to our gang leader, ape-armed Xinzhongshan, who gave the command to seal our lips. After Han Li finished hearing Sun Ergu's story, although his face did not change, his heart stirred uncontrollably. A great many cultivators were meeting together. This was a golden opportunity that only occurred once every 100 years. If he could join, he would be able to come into contact with the world of cultivators, and he would no longer have to grope in the dark as he was doing now. arbitrarily trying to find the path of cultivation. Han Li strongly suppressed the excitement in his heart and thought for a moment. With a profoundly calm head, he asked, "Did that person hear the immortal couple say where they were holding the gathering of immortals?" He did not mention the time, but from the way he spoke, it appears that it's going to be not too long from now. As for the meeting place, it seems like it was not mentioned. Sun Erga said as he scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Han Li frowned. Apparently, the information that Sun Ergu possessed was not 100% accurate. There were definitely some aspects that were overlooked. Han Li bowed his head and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and thought of a brilliant idea. He cautiously gave Sun Ergu a once-over, then abruptly smiled and said, "Sun Ergu, I'm very pleased with the way you handle affairs recently, especially the major contribution you've made with the latest information. As a result, I am prepared to reward you heavily." When Sun Ergu heard this, he was so elated that his face brightened up subconsciously. Sun Ergu never would have thought that a few pieces of information would merit the appreciation of this esteemed young master and lead to a reward. It seemed that handling affairs for this person was truly refreshing. Although he didn't know why Han Li would reward him so handsomely, Han Li wouldn't give him a large amount of gold and silver treasure. Would he? Sun Ergu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. "Do you have any interest in becoming the commander of the 4th level gang?" Han Li's question was so earth-shattering that Sun Ergu's surprised face changed so drastically and he nearly jumped out of his skin. Young master must be joking and teasing the servant. This servant has little ability and character. How could I qualify to be a commander? Sun Ergu muttered sullenly. "Why not? With me supporting you from behind, even a small group like 4th level gang would be easy to obtain. Or are you willing to just be a minor gang leader and take care of the harbor for the rest of your life?" Han Li said cajolingly as he laughed softly. When Sun Ergu heard this, many expressions crossed his face. There was surprise, fear, and mostly excitement. As a man, who would not imagine himself being surrounded by beauties one day? Having all the authority in his hands and being able to control someone's life or death. What a marvelous idea. Buried at the bottom of his heart, Sun Erga's innermost ambition was lightly ignited by Han Li's few words. But Sun Erga still had a few qualms and thus did not immediately agree with Han Li. "The martial arts of our commander and the 3 great protectors is certainly not weak. Can young master be certain that he can subdue them?" Sun Ergu asked tentatively in a low voice. "Subdue them? Haha, what's the use of that? Just kill them all," Han Li said coldly as he regarded them with little importance. Sun Ergu couldn't help but to shudder when he heard this. This young master's killing intent was truly too great. If he did not agree, Sun Ergu was afraid that he might be dealt with immediately. Since young master speaks highly of this servant's life is bound to young master. I will listen to and obey your every command. Under Han Li's coercion and persuasion, Sun Ergu was finally willing to take some risks. "Good. This is how it should be." Han Li nodded his head in satisfaction. "Give me your commander's most recent movements," Han Li asked willfully. "There is one that is noteworthy. Recently, he has been going to the eastern city's most popular brothel, the Clear River Brothel, every afternoon. He has been entranced by the leading girl, Xiao Jinji. However, the 3 great protectors would also accompany him, so I'm afraid it might be a bit hard to deal with. Why not wait for a few more days and find a better opportunity?" Since Sun Ergu had already agreed with Han Li, he would immediately do everything he could for sake of his life and glory. "No need. Since we already know the time and place, taking their small lives will be very easy," Han Li mentioned causally. "But once they die, you're afraid you won't have the capability to take over 4th level gang, correct?" "Yes. Within the gang, this servant is only a minor leader. There are many other who have higher ranks and better qualifications than me," Sun Ergu said shamefully. "Don't worry, if I said I'd make you the commander of the 4th level gang, you'll definitely be the commander. I will temporarily dispatch Crooked Soul to watch over you. He can get rid of all those that rebel against you and be your personal guard for the time being," Han Li declared confidently. Afterwards, Han Li rushed to the room next door and knocked calmly 3 times. A short moment later, Crooked Soul appeared in front of them. "Keep this close to you and conceal it well. As long as you have this object on you, Crooked Soul will obey all your orders. He will get rid of your enemies and help you ascend to the position of commander. Han Li took out the soul-luring watch from his bosom. He caressed it softly for a while, then handed it over to Sun Ergu. Although the person holding soul-luring watch was not the master of Crooked Soul, he could still command Crooked Soul. This was another method of control on Crooked Soul that Dr. Mo taught Han Li. Furthermore, if the former owner dripped his blood essence onto the soul-luring watch, other people would not be able to tamper with it. Hence, Han Li was not afraid that Sun Ergu might have evil plans or other intentions. Sun Ergu had personally seen Crooked Soul's display of his mighty power, so he was especially surprised to receive the watch, increasing his courage drastically. Many thanks to young master's great kindness. This servant will definitely repay this favor with my life. But Sun Ergu was very clever. He knew that despite being the commander of the 4th level gang, he was actually just this young master's puppet. Thus, whenever there was an opportunity, he would fervently express his loyalty. Head back and prepare first then. Once that commander is dead, you should take advantage of the confusion and assume control of 4th level gang. But you must remember this. Send me the fellow who saw the immortal couple. I want him unharmed as I have things to ask him. Did you get that? Han Li's last sentences were very strict, clearly attaching great importance to this task. Please be at ease, young master. This servant will definitely send him to you in one piece. I will absolutely not disappoint, young master. Sun Ergu immediately patted his chest and vowed with devotion written on his face. As long as you understand, then that's good. Bring Crooked Soul along with you then. The next time you see me, you will already be the commander. Han Li told him without batting an eye. This servant will retire now. Sun Ergu noted Han Li's notice to leave and tactfully retreated out of the house with great speed. Crooked Soul followed closely behind. The moment Sun Ergu left the house, Han Li stood up. Within the house, Han Li turned in a semicircle and suddenly let out a prolonged mellow whistle. Then, from the outside, the cloud-winged bird dived in and landed on Han Li's shoulder. Han Li extracted a bottle from his bosom and poured out the cloud-winged bird's favorite yellow chestnut pill, which he gently fed to the bird. Then he softly said, "Little fellow, catch up with the person who just left the house. If he leaves the city walls to escape, immediately return and tell me." When the cloud-winged bird finished listening to Han Li's words, it chirped intelligently and proceeded to fly out of the window, disappearing into the sky.